It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but is it enough? It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
A backdrop of the Belgian Ardennes, twice around the clock, and one opportunity that is known more to anybody else out there racing than they have seen before. A circuit which has seen it all, has done it all, has been at the front for many a year. This is your Spa 24-hour special event, and it is brought to you with Falken. Let's get ourselves in and ready for action and eventing to go into play. Welcome to coverage here with iRacing here on RaceSpotTV. My name is Jake Sperry. Jeremy Scott is along with me for today's proceedings, but a circuit that supersedes itself in terms of how much legacy and history and weight has gone around these 7 kilometers and 4 meters worth of track. 19 turns in all, but one thing is very much for certain here, Jeremy. The run through the opening few corners, through the Eau Rouge hairpin, the La Source hairpin, up Eau Rouge and Radion, and then moving up to Les Combes. It's one of the greatest rises to start a lap in any circuit in the world.
Oh, you know what you say, Spa, and so many emotions come to play. Yeah, you go down through 10 and 11 into this back part where you're just twisting and turning, going through the woods, and then you reach yourself into Campus and then Combe Park, Friere, into Blanchemont, one of the fastest corners in this circuit. Heavy on the brakes through the bus stop, or now as we call it, the chicane, because it's no longer a bus stop chicane, down onto the straight. And one of the interesting things, Jake, I think about this circuit, normally you use one or the other pit wall. You're going to be using the entire pit lane throughout the full 24 hours.
And here's a look at the special events that you've got on offering here in 2025. The likes of the Brickyard 400, then to come in July. And then August has the likes of the Knoxville Nationals, 1,000 kilometers over in Portimao at the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve. And then the Crandon Championship, which is always a fun, unique event to see out there for great racing, which goes all the way down to December with the likes of the Winter Derby, there, the Chili Bowl, and the Production Car Challenge to end off the season. Always, it is a great thrill to see what amazing sim racing events there are to offer, and there's more and more every year we go.
Yeah, there are. That 1600 really excites me. Of course, we can't have an endurance race without any BOP. There are some weight penalties and some power drop-offs as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I'd like to take a look at your Acura at 15 kilos. That's about the heaviest weight penalty you'll see. Not too far away from there is the Z06 or Z06. But interesting, Jake, to note, the only car that is allowed 100% fuel during this race is the 992 Porsche.
Yep, it's been one which is a little bit on the difficult side. They need the most amount of help, and no surprises to see that the Acura is getting the biggest hits out there with 1.5% power reduction, a 15-kilogram weight penalty of ballast added to it, and take 3% of the fuel tank as restricted to bring everyone close together. And Jeremy, it's worth noting this as well. Balance of performance isn't there to make every car equal. It is there to make every car fair in a category to race against.
Exactly, because you don't want one manufacturer going out and blowing out the competition. So the Acura's been around the longest. A lot of these drivers are familiar with it, the ones that are racing it. So no surprise that they take the biggest quote-unquote hit, as you say. But it'll be interesting to see what happens throughout the 24 hours of Spa here. As, yeah, just a lot of great manufacturers involved in this race.
Absolutely, and we will get to see that as qualifying is currently underway. There are your track conditions in the bottom right corner of your screen. 28 degrees Celsius currently at the moment. Next to no wind to speak about. Overcast conditions currently, and no threat of rain for the foreseeable future at the moment. It looks like a very placid yet muggy day, to be said, here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps at the moment. They get 4 laps to set qualifying in and sorted, and they've got 15 minutes to do so as PGZ XP1 Docks go to the top only for the briefest moments, because Adidas Racing by WSR moved themselves to the top with Martin Kadlacik putting the best time down on the board at 2:15.6 there to beat.
Yeah, 2:15 is a good time through here. Of course, we got a couple other laps left to go in this 15-minute session. You need the 15 minutes because as big as the circuit is, of course, as long as this race is, you want to get the best lap time that you can.
You certainly do. Up the hill then on the Kemmel Straight, heading to Les Combes, the right-left flick, and then Malmedy Corner, the highest section on the circuit before you start dropping back down the hill again, heading towards Bruxelles Corner. So you are looking at this section going, how am I going to tip my car in, as we focus then, I believe, with Luke McEwen here, who's piloting around the Bumvee here for the BMW M Team Redline car out there right now, the number 21. They've got 3 cars in this top split have redline. 20, 21 and 22 are all there looking to prove what they have capable to them. And there is Luke McEwen now on screen looking to make that push and making sure that this is going to be a very strong middle sector to the lap through Fania chicane. And you've got this short shoot run off of the exit here before you hit the campus corner. And these 2 right-hand bends are so innocuous but always seem to catch out.
They always do, because it sets you up for Blanchimont, which is so super fast. We saw how drivers got caught out in the real Spa 24 just a couple of weeks ago. A little bit of a wiggle there from McEwen as he comes down through into Blanchimont. No time yet for him as he's on his flyer. Sets himself up into the chicane. Heavy braking, gets through and sets up for the right. Now goes to the left, and actually he's going to go deep into that left, so we'll see a reset of that time. But regardless, he's still going to set a time at about 2:38, and it's good enough for, not sure as that didn't come up yet, so may have gotten a couple of hits there in that lap.
Yep, so there might have been an instant point somewhere, just pushing the envelope a little bit too far. It is worth noting we do love those teams that, of course, we talk about this being a very competitive top split, so all of the best sim racing teams go out there as we focus with 001, the first of 4 gridandgo.com esports cars here today. Sven Horser behind the wheel here is the German driver looking to make a push, but I want to give special mention, at least already, to the team in car number 18 out there at the moment, because they've got one of the best names out there, and they are representing the most underrated champion in all of the cars folklore, and that is Chick Hicks' team.
That's always a great name to see them out there. But yeah, it's Grid and Go looking really stout so far as Haase comes around through the chicane down onto the pit straight. Looks pretty good so far. We'll see what he does across the line, and it is a 2:15.4. So move that 001 to 9th spot. A super competitive, but he falls down to 10th as Lebierge gets on the board in 5th.
Yeah, Florian Lebigre then putting a great time in to move his number 20 BMW M-Team Redline car up into the 20th position. There is the Chick Hicks team in number 43rd position, driving with car number 18 out there. So Coanda currently in control with Tristan Iglesias in qualifying. Drago Racing second with Dries van Langendonk in second place. And then the BMW M-Team Burasud Plus competition team, Rainer Talvar, currently has the 89 in 3rd position. Then it's the team with Leandro Anderuti behind it, PGZ by P1 Docs at the moment. That is the Porsche, but for the moment we do have a nice mix of driver and car and team out there at this stage. It's not a case that this is a firm, I would say, grid at the moment. Expect still a lot of changes to come in through the final laps. But what I would say is Drago now put their 2.69 effort with Thibaut Prevost up into 2nd place. Expect this to be a big scrap for qualifying and for pole, especially when you consider everyone is in the same class. 59 cars here today looking to prove their worth.
You know, you would think that if they really went for the whole Chick Hicks theme, they would have gone for a green BMW. Just a thought. Early morning thoughts that kept me out of the good schools as the qualifying rolls on. Here's Hilejo as that's 52nd right now, but again, I think that was with an early flyer looking pretty good as that number 8 BMW heads the brakes, goes through the first part of the chicane and onto the second, down the pit straight. Let's see what the 8th car can do. Crossing the line, the time to beat's a 2:15.0. Not going to make it 2:15.777. Not a bad lap there as the 8 goes through again.
Well, if you consider you're 7/10 off of pole position, in most categories, 7/10 off of pole is a very respectable effort. 7/10 off of pole here, Jeremy, right now, puts you in the mid-40s on this grid.
And of course, it's a long race, so anything can happen. Would it be nice to be in the front half of the grid? Yeah, it really would. But at the same time, you know, you think, all right, I'm 7/10 off the pole time. Let's go back and figure out, you know, a plan. Do we change what we do? So we'll see what happens. Marco Saavedra on course 26 fastest. You see his time falling as Benito. Look at that gap between first and second, 0.012. That is how close the racing is here in the GT3 category. But Saavedra trying to improve upon their 26 fastest. Little dirt kicked up here and there. Not nothing to worry about just yet. We'll see if if iRacing decides, well, you know, you kicked up a little bit too much dirt. Through Blanchemont, looking pretty good. Down off, and of course, we saw in the Spa 24, Jake, I noticed that a lot of cars would get loose off of Blanchemont. Hopefully we won't see that during this race, but here comes Saavedra down into the pit straight across the line, and this is a pretty good time, 2:15.440. It improved just a little bit, but still the top half of the field.
Yeah, so 23rd position, a lot of change at the top now. Enzo Benito's been around forever and a day in sim racing terms. Currently 2nd position behind that Coanda Esports 08. Drago Racing up to 3rd. The M-Team Redline 21 is on the 2nd row of the grid in 4th position. Adidas Racing by WSR find themselves in 5th position. And in 15th right now is the 002 GridandGo.com car on its final lap right now. Dino Lombardi trying to shake up and move into the top 10. Needs 1/10 of a second to make that happen and is really going to be trying to work hard in that Ferrari to go and make it happen. Wants to jump the likes of Coanda Esports, Simify Esports, the number 20 BMW M-Team Redline car. Their 001 effort with Sven Horsa has just moved up, and the Redline 20 now moves into the top 10 with Florian Lebigre.
So we're at the point now where a lot of times we'll be shuffling with about 2 minutes left. So drivers, if they've gone past now, they'll get one more lap. But this is the final lap for a lot of drivers once they pass the start-finish line. As Lombardi shows the commitment going through Blanchimont shortly, actually, I should say. There he goes. Not a bad exit there. We'll see if he can improve upon his time to get up higher than 16th. Though 16th, pretty respectable so far for the field right now. 15.3 is what he's trying to improve on. Down the pit straight, across the line. 15.2, that is an improvement, and that moves him up to 6th.
Third row of the grid, you take that for gridandgo.com. They've been knocking on the door. They've always got the numbers to try and make a challenge, but that is probably one of their better qualifyings we've seen over the year. Vince Peters has just crossed the line on a 2:15.6, so that moves them from the basement, the Williams Sim Racing Academy team, up to 47th position, splitting Voracious and Impulse with their times. And I'm just looking around to see who is possibly on a lap still, and there is only one car left, and that is the 003 gridandgo.com esports team. They're down in 28th position currently, and they've got David Bojka in behind the wheel of that 003. In session with him, Patrick Heinrich and René Lenz is there to help things out. So a couple of Germans helping the Belgian.
As we're watching Bojka go around the final part of the lap, so the early part of the lap as he goes through No Name, 28th fastest again. And here's what's interesting, Jake. He's 0.000 slower than the next car in 27th. So Verta and Bojka, if they continue to hold position, they'll stay in the same row with the same exact time.
Yeah, that's DR Hop's Custom that they've got a tied time with. Calivita then has been taking the car for the qualifying laps. They've got Carlos Daiguez, who's a name I haven't heard for a very long time, used to run in the touring car scene, but the checker flag now is out, so that last lap will not count as we will shift on over to Racing Prospectus. So Coanda Esports have the control of the field here for your Spa 24 hours, or your Falken Tyre 24 hours of Spa. And with Tristan Iglesias' time, 12 thousandths the difference between them and BMW M Team Redline on the front row with Enzo Benito. Nicholas Rubiar will go from third for Drago Racing, with BMW M Team Redline 21 in fourth with Luke McEwen. It then follows Martin Kadlachik for Adidas Racing by WSR, and Dino Lombardi with the gridandgo.com esports team in sixth. Victor Wolfsohn had a very good running a couple days ago when it came to the Skip Barber Formula iRacing Series. He's trying to secure himself a $500,000 seat, but he's in 7th here for this Spa 24, with Thibaut Prevost in 8th for Drago. Dries van Longendonk is 9th, with Florian Lebigre rounding out the top 10. It's then Rainer Talva and Leandro Anderuti for Borussia Plus Competition, and then PGZ XP1 Docs. Marla will go 13th with Oscar Irene. Simify Esports, the Spanish outfit, with Lucas Perez 14th, with the second of the Coanda cars, Julian Sunan, going 15th, with Sven Horser for Grid and Go in 16th. Mark Perez, the second of the Simify cars, is 17th, and James Boomy for Altitude Frame will go from 18th. It's then Veloce Thrustmaster and Daniel Lafuente. Luis Barlow for the Apex Racing Academy rounds the top 20, and there is the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, and Early Steinbroughton in 21st, along with Leo Gariboli in 22nd for the Apex Racing team. Beckham Jacia will start for the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast team in 23rd, with Marcos Saavedra representing SDR Sim Racing in 24th, with Kevin Day Noyes in Fiercely Forward Yellow Colours 25th, and Leif Sebastian then for Sim RC, one of the legendary German teams and part of the German sim racing community, in 26th. It is then DR Hops Customs ahead of gridandgo.com esports, and are still split here to the top 30 by 0.4 of a second, with Florian Denard for Live Sim Racing Arnage and Manatee Racing Green and Tim Majka then in 30th position. Jonas Vanna and the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue go 31st, with Nikolai Pulison in 32nd for Apex Racing Academy, Lucas Lindqvist for WSI Esports Red, and Lucas Bailey for Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim. Cheshire Esports and Daniel Lars 35th, Matteo Kunze for the Williams Gaming Club 36th, as we are currently pacing at the moment. And the rest of those teams, 59 of them in all, will now scroll across your screen. The likes of Lorenzo Castellani for Zero Racing, got the likes of the Bursa Demon car and Thomas Laboutley, who is trying to make some good efforts back over through 43rd, 44th. You've got likes of Voracious, Effect Simulations are there. Another of the Williams Academy cars a little bit further down the order. But I tell you what, we are getting set for some amazing racing action. You can see there Miguel San Martin, for example, there. Vince Peters, Federico Godoy, they're also having to work. I am so stoked for these 24 hours, but the question will become, who is going to have the right port of call to get themselves to the top today, Jeremy?
Oh, you know what? Here's the thing. I like to say these 24 hours, it could be anybody who has a chance. Obviously, you have Coanda, BMW, Team Redline, Grid and Go. You have your front runners, but with Spa, Jake, I would not be surprised to see somebody that we don't normally see up near the front to try and challenge for that win.
Well, if you've got drivers who maybe want to make a statement, this, in my view, you can forget Daytona, you can forget the likes of any Le Mans race out there, you can forget even the likes of Sebring or Petit Le Mans. For me, this is the gold standard of a sim racing event and the best 24-hour to go, because everyone is there in the same machinery, effectively. Everyone's in one class. It's the toughest race to win, and it's also the truest test of form that we have seen over the years. We can see the work there to try and warm the tyres up by Tristan Iglesias in the Coanda Esports 08, and everybody is desperately weaving on this start because they know that the track conditions have to be absolutely perfect for the tyres to work in. 27 degrees track temperature. They wait here. They don't go at the Grand Prix pit start line. They go here for the endurance line. 24 hours in the books. The green flag starts now, and let's get ourselves underway. Benito falls into line with Nicolas Matteo in third. Back in fifth, Martin Kadlacik makes that push. And watch out, there's a slide in the middle of the pack, and there's big dramas up through Eau Rouge in the middle. The likes of Lee Sebastian just about scrambles through it. Caliverta for DR Hops Customs is caught up in the middle of that as everyone's had to try and scramble through. It's clean up the front, but the mid-pack, look at it, is still going.
Yeah, we saw that near the back of the pack, that there were 2-3 wide going into Eau Rouge and Rodillion, as now we're single file once again. Oh, a little bit of bail for the lead, as Benito's going to look to the inside of Iglesias. Not going to make anything happen. That's going to give Matteo a chance to go high, wide, and handsome, but does he keep it? And he barely does, as the BMW thinks better of it.
Yeah, so falling back into line, Nicolas Matteo there for Drago Racing, having a little nibble trying to get around Enzo Benito around the outside of Bruchel. Doesn't work, but you've got to survive the opening lap to give yourself a platform to go with. They don't have any fast repairs available to them. They are limited as well to just 100 incident points here today before drive-through penalties start being applied, and then every 20 incident points after that, you start noting that more and more come into play. But now running through to the campus corner, and there's a bit of side-by-side back there with the likes of Dries van Longendonk there for the second of the Drago cars, up against Diogo Pinto in the BMW M Team Redline 20, out there trying to move up and gain a place. But it has been a fast opening lap to this one as we focus with the 21 Team Redline car looking to try and make that push, going through the long left-hander at Blanchimont and over to that final chicane. A little think about the race lead, but they're going to fall into file, and very quickly we might be seeing strategy and fuel games starting to make itself known.
You know, you might want to start thinking about backing your fuel number up early, but no surprise that Benito all over the back of Iglesias. He backs off just a little bit. Look at that single file line as we have at least one car popping out. That's Kimichev in the 269, gets that 6 spot ahead of Lombardi. But yeah, I think we're gonna see some gamesmanship when it comes to saving fuel, because you want to have one less pit stop than your competitors, as we see some of the drivers who are involved in that early race Shamazel coming into the pits to go see what they can do to prepare their cars and get back out there down the Kemmel Straight. Always good to see race cars at full song down this wonderful straightaway, but some drivers decided to try and poke out early. Here's a look at the replay.
Yep, so up the hill, middle of the pack, and it already starts in front, and then you just got to try and find some room. You can't move the barriers back any further. They did works over the last couple of years to open up, so it's not as much of a funnel through that section, but as everybody goes up, a lot of what you find on iRacing is people take yellow flags as advisory and not mandatory, and if about half that field slows down, you're more likely to see less accident out there. With the black and orange mechanical flag and out of the race, the gridandgo.com esports 003, the 77 Williams Sim Racing Academy, the 66 Impulse Racing by TAM livery team in trouble, the 13 Fiercely Forward Gold, the 5 Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, and the 1 Williams Gaming Club. What a horrible day to be Williams.
Jake, if I'm counting correctly, with the cars in the pits, we have at least 16 teams that were involved in that crash, and yeah, some big names involved. Some drivers that we watched in qualifying were just so quick. So already a rough start for some of those drivers as we look at the 069 of Nicholas Mateo, and now there's your leader, Tristan Iglesias, holding station so far, is going to complete lap number 2. Iglesias holding off some fast drivers behind him, but such a great start for the race for that 08 Porsche.
Yeah, and Coanda have been there. They've done it all. They have worn the T-shirt. They have been so successful, and they've got some of their best drivers in that team. There, they've got Mac Backham there to go through. Mitchell de Jong will be in the car at some point, and so too Sander Reed. We take a driver's eyes perspective here with Martin Kadlachik, and if you're brand new to iRacing and you're seeing this event for the first time, this is what you could see if you're in behind the driver's wheel. If you sign up to iRacing today, and you can get yourself a nice discount on brand new membership if you are brand new to it. But Kadlachik taking the rise up through Radion and now climbing up the Kemmel Straight towards Lake Coombe with Luke McEwen just in front in the 21 car. And the important rubber band is, can you stay within 1 to 1.5 seconds of the car in front? If you can't, the rubber band snaps and you're going to lose a lot of time not having that slipstream.
That slipstream, oh, so important here at Spa with the long straightaways. Gonna really make or break how you do, but this battle for second really looking nice and tidy with Benito, Mateo, McEwen, and Kadlachik as they work their way towards and through No Name, I should say. Look at the variety of manufacturers you have here, at least in the top 5. You've got a Porsche, you've got BMW, Ferrari, another BMW. So everyone says BOP is a bad thing. I think this is absolutely fantastic with the amount of manufacturers we have racing near the front.
It is 3 manufacturers in your top 13, 14, 15 out there. Everyone pretty much in the front has gone BMW, Ferrari or Porsche out there, and I want to point out there's not a healthy looking Ferrari at the moment. It's the 99 Apex Racing Team Ferrari that's got a little bit of a crunkled front nose at the moment. Leo Gariboli is behind the wheel of the number 99 team right now. I've just caught that as it's gone by. So for Maxence Godinho, for Tom Raya and for Guillaume Levesque, they will all be looking to try and say, what can you do? A little bit of an issue in front, but managing to avoid that. But that front, especially the front left for Gariboli, that's the problem, and that'll be doing a lot of damage there towards the splitter. It looks all right at the moment, then it looks like, but maybe it is just that the top part of it looks a little bit less to the liking and less down to the floor, maybe on my end compared to some of the others. It just shows you how much of a push some of these drivers are having to do.
Yeah, you don't want to push too hard too early, as you mentioned. No quick repairs, so any damage that you incur, you're going to be sitting in the pits for quite some time. As still watching this battle for 23rd, 24th, and 25th with Peterson, Bale, and the 14. Of course, it's 2 Ferraris and a BMW working their way around. Go ahead.
Oh, it was very close. Nicholas Mateo was thinking about the Ryan Hunter-Ray pass there to put 2 tyres on the grass to try and find the overtake, and very much had to back out of it and avoid those dramas. Here's a little look down the inside. That's Nikolai Pulisen making the pass. Apex Academy going through on Jonas Vanna for position. So Falken Sim Racing Blue, who've gained 9 places off the start, well, make that now 8 places off the start with Pulisen's pass.
8 places in what, 8 minutes? That's pretty good, and kind of goes to mention what I talked about. Yeah, qualifying's great for these long endurance races, but sometimes it just doesn't matter. As we go back to the front, McCune trying to do all he can to get around Mateo to really start entering himself into the discussion of getting up near the front. Of course, something else we're seeing some of the cars involved in that opening lap melee. They may become a lap down sooner rather than later. As you see on the left-hand side of your screen, that you'll see cars drop and rise as position changes are finally starting to really come into play, and we get to see who really was involved in that opening lap crash. But nonetheless, lap cars starting to become a factor here in this 24-hour race. Obviously with the crash that we had, not surprising that this is going to happen this early, but look at this battle for third place. Here comes McCune, going to try to look to the outside, and of course you see Mateo taking a defensive line going into the chicane, now bunches everybody up. Look at that. The Benito, though, he might be the cork of the bottle right there, and I think once Benito gets out of the way, we might actually see some great positions here.
Well, no reason to risk it so early here in a 24-hour race. They're racing a little bit like it's a sprint with everyone happily tucked up together. They've got a bit of lap traffic in front, which I believe is the TC Sports number 11 car, which is about to go 2 laps down in this race, with Abel Torres behind the wheel of the number 11. Currently, they can go to Jack Keithley, who is a very experienced driver out there, as well as Baptiste Jimenez as well, who could be there. Big defense over to the right-hand side. Nicolas Mateo prizing open the overtake, almost as if he's got a crowbar trying to get into a safe. Easy done there. Enzo Benito put everything in the book to try and defend it. He left just enough room, and Nicolas Mateo took it.
God, he slid through there like he put some butter there in that door jam, made it stick, and still now sets his sights on Iglesias. He's hoping that that lap car will not slow him down too much, but Mateo thinking otherwise. Half a second separates them two, so still anything can happen here as we go through the back portion of this circuit. But yeah, Mateo, he's a man on a mission. He wants that point spot early on as heading towards campus. But nonetheless, a great pass for Mateo as Benito now sets his sights on that second place once again.
Well, that's a case now of Enzo Benito back into third. Not the end of the world this early on in the race, but some drivers will posture to be quick, and you often find that a composition of a team will also be about who feels comfortable taking the early stages of the racing. There might be a bit more troubles out there for those a little bit further back. There are some drivers who are up 20 places so far with their teams, and one of them is the number 19 Lion GP Fenster.com team. Right now, it's a Greek-based effort team with Haris Metropoulos behind the wheel. They've got George Triantopoulos, who can go into the car, George Karakoulis, and Antonis Despotakis, who can go in too. But Haris Metropoulos at the moment up 20 places so far in this race and doing a great job. 19, for example, for WSR Esports Black. So we've got some great movers a little bit further down the order, looking to give themselves a platform in the early stages. But look at how far back this train goes. I would argue right now that the break in the train is going to be about Veloce Thrustmaster, and we've got a massive scrap going on with Apex Academy, a Apex Racing team, Falken Sim Racing Blue, Scuderia Volpe, the 429 were there as well, and that was getting very, very sketchy through La Source. But at least at the front, it is calm. It is parity as restored at the moment, and everyone is settling down into a rhythm right now.
Yeah, in that lap car decides discretion's a better part of valor. Just dip off at the Kemmel Straight and let the field go by. And really talking about that gap, Jake, that's only a 2-second gap, so even that can close up here in such a short amount of time. So everybody really getting racy. And we've mentioned in past broadcasts that, yeah, it's an endurance race, but with the way the equipment has come in the past 20 years, endurance racing has really turned into just a long-form sprint. essentially. So no surprise that we're seeing this raciness here early on, because normally we'd see, you know, races, okay, we're going to back off to about 80%, preserve the equipment, you know, and maybe have one more racy part in the middle of the race and then go full throttle later. But yeah, you see these drivers who've really capitalized on that first lap incident, up 20 spots with a lot of these. So that's good to see that they're able to make that happen. But man, a lot of fast drivers out early on. Such a shame, but nonetheless, still a lot of great drivers who really are trying to make their way up near the front. Kimachev in 6th place is one of those trying to close in on that top 5.
Yep, so that top 5 is looking to try and start breaking, and you start seeing that a gap will form, a 10th here, a 10th there. You're trying to remain within that range and keep yourself sorted. A big gap to Victor Wolfsohn at the moment in the Coanda 081. Currently at the moment, piloting around in 7th position, and that will be a little worry and concern for the team that they do fall outside of range. They've got the Dane in at the moment. Sean Tyre is in there for Germany a little bit later on. Louis Beilicker too, and then Melte Johansson might be another one to keep an eye out on too with the team. Coanda, a legendary staple in terms of what they have done all the way back to the My 3 ID days in 2011. It's one of the legendary teams like Team Redline, who they're in and around the back of, who are celebrating their 25th year of sim racing.
That's amazing how long sim racing has been and how far it's come, as it's just see so many interesting storylines, especially with you know, how sim racing started and where it is today. Iglesias kicking up just a little bit of dirt there. No harm, no foul. He's held that lead steady for a while, but Mateo trying to do his best to close in and get that lead early on, as we're starting to see some of the paint schemes come through. As Iglesias, what a great paint scheme they have. I'm sorry, I'm just partial to orange cars, but that orange and purple, man, that just looks so slick on that Coanda Esports 08.
It's the colours that they have used for a very long time now in sim racing spheres. Coanda Esports, the purple and the orange that has been there and has been so synonymous with their success. Drago in 2nd, and then the BMW M Team Redline teams 3rd and 4th at the moment, trying to figure out where they want to be and how they go about their action at the moment as they sit and figure out where they need to. It's the 21 and 22 teams that are there together. So the 22 team will be Enzo Benito, Cooper Webster, Gianni Vecchio and Josh Thompson racing from the Isle of Man. And then in the 21 team, Luke McEwen, Mark Elkerman, Sun Keitert and Gustavo Ariel. That's 2 very, very strong rosters that you can go to and say, yeah, let's just throw them up in the front of the field.
That's actually a pretty stout lineup right there, but you know, man, it's just amazing the drivers that come out of the woodwork for these big special events that iRacing holds, and be interesting to see who else decides to come out later on in this race. As yeah, things I think have finally settled down. I'm looking at our little graph that we have that shows the drivers on our timing screen, and yeah, you have the big clump we're watching here, which the end of that's just now crossing the line at this time. So look at your leaders on the Kemmel Straight, and some of your drivers are going, and your back half, the caboose, I should say, going through the La Source hairpin. So that's how long this train is. And then you've got the big gap that's just now crossing the pit line, and you have some cars straggled around. So really almost anybody has anyone to race with about 15 minutes into this 24-hour race.
And it's worth noting that one class of car here today, GT3 spec that we're running, makes this a very interesting prospect, because all of the drivers here will understand that the most competitive field out there in all of iRacing for numbers and for strength of field is often the GT3s out there. It is the strongest car of type for many a sim racing driver out there on the platform, and it will mean that we will see some very close racing, some drivers and teams who think they've got a really good shot here today and it will make life very interesting for how many can remain on the leading lap, because I think here, more than any other sim race, I think we're going to see maybe 5, 6, 7 drivers or teams on the leading lap by the time we get ourselves down to about hour 15, hour 16 into the deep portion of the race, just because these drivers are going to struggle, firstly, to break away from everyone else, because everyone has such a known quantity of this category.
Oh, with that in mind, I think that number's too low. We might see low double digits still competing for the win once we get to this time tomorrow. So, look, GT3 is super competitive. We all know that. One of the cars is in the pits, and Talvar now gets his way into the top 10. So, Dino Lombardi falling out of the top 10 for the first time in that double out too. But man, GT3 is such a fun category. Doesn't matter if it's sim or if it's in real life. You have some of the fastest, might even say underrated drivers who run this category, and you're just so super competitive. And that's why you see these race series like your Creventics, your SROs do so well, and why now in your WECs and your IMSAs and your ALMSs, your ELMSs, GT3s, they're starting to get more and more popular than even I remember when I started watching endurance racing some 20-odd years ago.
Yeah, it really has become the next great bastion. I'd say it's a golden generation for endurance racing here, as everybody loves the intricacy now and gets themselves a real joy to behold on what it is. Focusing on the front of your field, which at least for the moment for Coanda Esports, they lead a little bit more of a reduced train right now. It was up as high as, I would say, 17, 18. I'd say now with Rainer Talvar's pass in the BMW M-Team Burros Plus competition car in 10th place, it's 9 cars now at the front, looking to maybe be 6 if Victor Wolfsohn can't hold on to Vlad Kimichev there for Drago Racing. So Dries van Langendonk on the back of this one in the 169 Drago Racing team. Team invented out of Poland over the last 3 or 4 years, a team that rose very quickly up to prominence, started signing a lot of international drivers and proving that they were going to be a very tough team to deal with in their 169 effort, as we focus on Diogo Pinto on the back of Victor Wolfsohn trying to find a path. The 169 Drago Racing team have Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian, Carlos Feniosa, Ate Karppinen and Alexander Spets. In the 269, Vlad Kimichev, Thibaut Prevost, Manuel Troncoso and Michael Romanidis. A lot of experience there. To the outside tries Diogo Pinto to get the move. Red line versus Coanda, a tale as old as time. Wolfsohn now trying to pick up the run up off the exit of the chicane, loses out the place.
A little bit of rub in there, not too bad, but let's see what happens here into La Source. And what I was thinking too is look at how good the McLarens were a couple of weeks ago during the real 24 hours. With this new car that McLaren has, they've really come on to themselves with being known as an underdog in endurance. So it's going to be interesting to see what Drago Racing can do here in these later stages of the race. That's not discounting this battle for position right now between the Team Redline and Coanda 081 between Pinto and Wolfsson as they go down through Camel Straight. Wolfsson takes a look to the inside, too far away to make anything happen, but still plenty of great places to pass. A little bit of dust kicked up there, nothing too worries, but that gives Langendonk a chance to catch up to this battle for 7th and make it a 3-way battle.
Well, here's the issue though, 1.4, that's the important one. That's how much time they were behind, but it's a very aggressive Bruchel's corner by Diogo Pinto to pull that gap back down to 1.1, 1.2 seconds here. So very much they were at risk of losing the group in front and having to rely on their own pace to get back, but I think they're doing a very good job of maintaining with the leaders at the front. 216s, the order of the day for those at the front of the field, and keeping within a 216, I'd say you'd be doing a very good job of putting great racing together. It's a day where the front of the field, at least for the opening 22 minutes worth of racing, has stayed relatively calm and undisturbed at the moment. A nice gentle jaunt here through the Belgian Ardennes, which is not a million miles away from, of course, that small town of Spa, which often features on the route of Liège-Bastogne-Liège, the famous cycling classic out there, or monument even, I should say, for what is amazing cycling that's out there. This is a Le Chenefouet, and that looks like a blown engine.
Oh, that's just not a good way to have. That's not a good day if you're blowing your engine this early. But you know what? That's just the race, unfortunately, and away with a rough end to 24 hours of Spa. Really lasted less than a half an hour, but we're still watching this battle for 8th place. Wolfsson and Van Langendonk, as they are 8th and 9th. And here's a replay, and another crash there. That, wow.
909.
That's Joffrey, though. Yeah.
Yeah, getting caught up in the middle of that, pointing the wrong way and having to figure out a way to get back in the right direction. So really tough for effect simulations. And Marley Joffa there, Joshua Wilson, Matteo Frigerio, Benjamin Frigerio and Andrew Dawson would have all been in that team at some point. So a very difficult port of call to deal with. And speaking of to deal with, Drago Racing now move to the front of the field. The pass just then into Les Combes, getting it done, and your first lead change of the day. No longer is it Porsche at the front, it's Ferrari, and it's Drago Racing who will now control things at the front.
Of course, we saw how methodic and calculated Matteo was to try and get that lead. He has it now. Let's see what he can do with it as he inches away from Iglesias and the rest of the top 6. So yeah, top 6 finally have broken away for the rest of the field. Then you've got Pinto there in 7th place, Wolfsson, Langendonk, and Talvar now sitting in 10th place.
Yep, so there is movement out in the front part of this field now, and this is just posturing and positioning here. Maybe the pace is a bit too slow for Nicolas Matteo's liking. Maybe he wants to try and stretch his legs, see if he can break that slipstream at the front of the field with Iglesias, Benito, McEwen, Kadlecic and Kimichev. Then your front 6 out there, and really giving a great show of things at the front of the field. In terms of the next biggest group out there, you have to go all the way back to 19th position for that, with Marc Perret, Leo Gariboli, Lucas Bale, I think it's Lucas Bailey, and then you've also got Jonas Vanna, who is there, and there you've got a lovely bit of picture-in-picture. Top of your screen, you've got the battle for the overall lead, and back there in 19th position, you have this wonderful 4-car scrap, which could very easily turn into a 10-car scrap if they allow the likes of Apex Academy, WSI Sports Red, SDR Sim Racing, Manatee Green, Fierce Lead Forward Yellow, and Sim RC to the party.
Yeah, so anything, of course, we always mention anything can happen in endurance racing, but yeah, look at that line of cars from 19th on back. A lot of great teams, as you just mentioned, but we're seeing that Perez able to get that 20th, 21st battle right there, as we see Gariboli trying to hold off Bale there. So that is Ferrari on Ferrari right there. You're on board with the 429. Currently 21st. Going to look to the inside going through Lacombe's, but not going to make anything happen. Coming off the Kemmel straight, of course, that's kind of a sketchy area in spite of it being a heavier braking zone, but still you're into a rhythm section through here. So you don't want to really mess that rhythm up because you've got another area to do around Blanchemont.
Yeah, so you've got 2 great sectors, sectors 1 and 3, which are the great overtaking hubs around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. But the middle is the most important sector here, because you're down the hill, you're taking away from the old circuit, which used to run all the public roads, had the Master Kink, which used to be the greatest corner in all of motorsport before it was deemed too dangerous to continue on with it. And now you've got this wonderful middle sector of the lap, which really does test the medium speed corners out, and a lot of the tyre life too. So you've got to be really switched on to what this circuit is and can be. A circuit that was only made a permanent racing circuit in 2007. It used to be very much like the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve is, for example, where it was a case of a circuit that is a semi-permanent as it goes. A little think by Enzo Benito on Tristan Iglesias, deciding against it there on the top of your screen, but a little bit further back, Victor Wolfsson starting to go the wrong way. Dries van Langendonk making the pass there for Drago.
No surprise that Langenau with a great pass on Wolschen. We saw the past couple of minutes that he's been trying to get around that Porsche, able to do so. Stephen McDonald falling back through the field as well, losing 2 spots there. Not sure what happened, if it was a 2-for-1 pass there or if just a little bit of an off, which that's going to happen. Luke McCune sitting there in 4th place, holding steady in that second BMW M team red line in the Red Bull livery. Of course, also Iglesias trying to get that lead back from Mateo there as they go into Lacombe. But see what happens through sector 2. You definitely don't want teammate on teammate violence as they go around Lacombe. Still, you've got the likes of Adis Racing and Drago Racing behind them as well. So you don't want to get too comfortable here in the second sector.
It's about this time that if you're playing here an iRacing 24-hour bingo, that you're going to start ticking one of the names off there and go, yep, I got that, because we are going to start talking about Max Verstappen here at this moment in time. Obviously, Verstappen.com, a huge part of BMW M Team Redline. Max Verstappen, part of the Redline team. And of course, with Christian Horner losing his place as team principal of Red Bull, Jeremy, do you feel that that will help Team Redline in the sense that they're not going to be too worried about the uncertainty with their sponsorship system over the next year or so? Because I'm pretty sure with where they sit, wherever Verstappen goes, Redline goes too.
I don't think they're too worried, because here's the thing, if you believe the reports that Verstappen and a certain team principal were on a boat together this weekend, we might see a manufacturer switch, but nonetheless, I think regardless, wherever Verstappen goes, you're going to see Redline with either a different manufacturer or maybe even different colors. So Redline is pretty secure, to say the least. We've seen them up near the front, and even if they can't go where Verstappen goes, somebody's going to want to poach them up, because they are one of the legacy teams here in iRacing.
They are simply wonderful. We did see a little bit further on the bottom of your screen, the likes of Aidan Young down there fighting for 35th with Stephen McDonald and the Solpec Precision Racing team, the 162 out there with Mag Performance and Altitude Frame there in front of them. But again, it continues along, already 14 laps down here in this race. And GT3, when it comes to strategy on fuel mileage, there is one golden rule that's always followed. If you can hit the hour, you've done a good job.
You got to get to that hour mark. That's usually the first hurdle. Second hurdle is getting to sunset. Third hurdle is getting to sunrise, because that's when when all hope is there. So there are several hurdles, but for the lead driver, you want to get to that first hour unscathed, especially in a fast-paced endurance race like this, because we've seen drivers, even fast drivers, heck, in this first hour already out or in the pits, licking their wounds and trying to save some damage.
Yeah, there's always a lot of drivers who are sitting down and going, well, my 24-hour race finished after 2 minutes, and it's always really tough to deal with, because it's not just the fact that I prepared a whole day for this and now what do I feel with my day because we're out of the race. It's not the case of sitting there and going, well, what could I have done to avoid the situation? It's the iRating and safety rating drop as well. This is 8,500 estimated strength of field that we've got currently driving about, and it goes to show you that the top level of sim racing right now is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and you don't want to be losing that ELO rating and saying, well, I've just dropped 250 points and I've got to try and build that up through trying to do 20 odd races to get myself back to that level.
You don't want to ruin your iRating with this race, because it is so tough to get back. Benito all on the back bumper of Iglesias, headed towards the chicane. Let's see what he does. He's going to go to the inside. Nice little juke, and Benito makes it look easy for the time being. Shuts the door on Iglesias. He'll move into second place as Iglesias takes third.
A big shot to the back there by Tristan Iglesias through the chicane there, and Luke McEwen also had to jump on through with the tap as well, making life very, very tricky as they all look to sort themselves together. So a lovely tough run to go through from first to second and now to third for the 018 that took pole position. Lights flashing then from Enzo Benito as he is up to second once more, but now about 3/4 of a second back. Might need a bit of help from Tristan Iglesias, so I don't think he's going to be very willing to give it here along this stretch. And this is a bit of NASCAR tactics here. They are bump drafting along the front stretch to try and keep in range of the leaders. Yes, there might have been a little bit of I'm not too happy with that move, but the bigger picture is you're still going to have to push, you're still going to have to cooperate in the early stages to keep yourself in the race.
Exactly. They saw how many drivers were out, so you don't want to do anything too stupid. But here's what's interesting too. Iglesias, yeah, he's probably trying to save himself and the team from later, but you don't want to fall too far back because look who's there. You've got Luke McEwen, who is not too far away, might try and make something happen in the chicane as well. Behind him, you've got the ATIS racing by WSR 97, another Drago. So really, one move could lead to another and another here as we see McEwen closing in on Iglesias.
Luke McEwen is one of those drivers who is a massive success story from originally the Apex Racing team where he came from, moved over to Team Redline last year and has decided that this is going to be his year to now start really stamping himself and challenging himself in a brand new team, and a team of legends. Very similar, I would say, in terms of his career prospects and the way he's gone about things to Sebastian Job, who has been such a starlet for sim racing pretty much everywhere and is the poster boy for it. McEwen now cutting to the inside. Tristan Iglesias there. Watch the way that Luke McEwen moved over to the left-hand side as Victor Wolfson also loses out of place. Rainer Talvar moves to 9th for Burosud. Watch the way that Luke McEwen actually moved to the left as he was hitting the brakes and making that move. He was taking all of the circuit away from Tristan Iglesias so that he had no chance of trying to sneak away around the outside. Some very clever and I would say advanced driving skill there from the 21 team.
He also took his right front, I should say, and kind of jumped over those sausage curbs. So a little bit of air there. So 3 wheels are not as fast as 4, but here comes Iglesias once again. Did the same thing to McEwen that he did to Nito last time by, just a little bit of a bump draft. So one has to wonder if that's just his way of trying to keep up. But McEwen late on the brakes through the comb. Nonetheless, you've got Team Redline 2 and 3 setting themselves up for Drago Racing with Nicholas Mateo still holding the point.
Well, it's not just 2-3, it's 2-3 and 7, which I think is a very telling part of this race. They are really giving themselves a platform to go and work with at this point. Second group on the roads, we'll take a look back. This is David Bojka. This is on the race start, so this is where it went wrong. 003, gridandgo.com esports may have been the catalyst for what we saw on the opening lap. So immediately there, the Sim RC car pulls too wide in front, moves through, tries to go single file, and takes a tap from the Falken car, has a massive hit into the wall, and then that sends the chain reaction as everyone goes through a second hit going by. That is an absolutely total car there up over the top of the crest, and that is one of those moments where you go, thank goodness we're in sim racing.
Yeah, there was just nothing that could be done. That bump from the Falken BMW kind of set things off, but oh man, just heartbreaking to see so many good drivers, so many fast cars out early on in this event. It just had that feeling that you'd see 2-3 cars involved, but here's the battle for the lead as Benito looks to the inside of Mateo, headed towards the chicane. He's got one more opportunity before gets onto the Camel Straight. Let's see if he takes advantage of it as McEwen on his rear bumper, but too far away to make anything happen unless Benito decides to have maybe a soft brake pedal, but gonna do the sportsman thing and just stay back there. It's a long race. Don't want to make anything stupid yet.
Well, not only is it a long race, but you've got to really keep your instant points on hold because you're in a position where you're sitting down, you're looking at it and going 100 instant points for the race. Most of these teams will be happy with how they're going to pick those up over the course of the racing, but the key will be, it is the longest pit lane in sim racing at the moment here, the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps Endurance layout pit. So when you sit down and look at it, you're going to be spending over a minute of transfer time if you pick up the penalty, whereas at pretty much every other circuit out there that is a road course, you're going to be losing half a minute tops.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that much time at the pit lane, at your pit lane speed limiter, because yeah, you got the Grand Prix pits and then you've got the Enduro pits to worry about here. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle there from Matteo coming through no name, so we'll see how much that hurts him. Looks like it's going to hurt him just a little bit as Benito and McCune are trying to close in and get ahead of that Drago Racing 069 Ferrari as Kadlec loses a spot to Iglesias. Well, actually, Iglesias was losing the spot, but able to get that back for 4th place. It's a little tight battle between Porsche and BMW.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that here, and the Adidas Racing by WSR team really trying to build themselves up. Oscar Irene, this is the second group right now in 11th position on back, so Marla currently giving that challenge. The Adidas team, this is their strongest effort that WSR can put together. Martin Kadlec and Lucas Prada, the 2 Czechian drivers, and then Alexander Davidson and Andrew Caron, the Canadian. They've pretty much got almost every base covered for this Enduro.
I was just thinking, over in France, you've got the Tour de France, so you've got your leaders, and you've got the peloton. You might have a breakaway here, so it's kind of interesting how close bicycle racing and endurance racing really are. Maybe that's why I like both of them so well. As you see Iglesias now catching up to that lead 3. Let's see if he can get back up there, but one has to wonder if Coanda using a strategy where it's like, you know what, don't push too much early on. Focus on the later race. Let's try and extend our laps, maybe get one less pit stop than everybody else. As Rene also doing his best to hold off Sonnen there in another Coanda Porsche.
Yeah, and that is the 018 Coanda Esports car, and Julian Suna then goes boop. I'm going to just try and give a little push to the back of Oscar Irene, because they are currently sat at 2.5 seconds off of the back of the 081 Coanda team, so there's no reason to make that move. They just want to push. They've got Dino Lombardi behind them for Grid and Go, then Simplify Esports car of Lucas Perez, Le Steinbroughton there for Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, and then the PGZ XP1 Docs team, Leandro Anderuti, the 114 there. So 2 Swiss drivers, 1 from Finland, and then they've got Cash Patel as well, who is running for them. So that's Leandro Anderuti, Matteo Victorino, Oskari Karkinen. Cash Patel deciding he's going to represent Kenya. That's what I love about this flag system. Everybody can choose whatever flag they like to represent. I have seen some of the most amazing things out there. For example, when it's come to the likes of the Classic Series out there, like the Lotus 49s, there is a team of 2 that works out there that have decided, you know what, we're going to represent Sao Tome and Principe.
I noticed that a couple weeks ago when I did that race, and it's so cool that iRacing allows you to pick what flag you want instead of, okay, you've got Mid-America, you've got regions you probably never heard of, and you're thinking, wait a second, where's that? But no, doing the flag system I think is absolutely fantastic. As we see the battle for the lead heating up once again, Benito not close enough, I should say, to make anything happen. A little bit too far away from Matteo, as Matteo slows down just a little bit to kind of back everybody up going through the chicane. But yeah, the flag system actually is so cool because you're seeing unique flags from drivers.
Yeah, and it's very much the same as, for example, back in the day, Kamui Kobayashi, I believe, raced for Japan, and then the moment that he went over to race in Formula E, his motorsports license actually put him with a Monegasque flag out there because he was represented as living in Monaco at the time, and so his FIA international license said, no, he's not Japanese, he's actually Monegasque. So it's that sort of thing that you see there, and everyone sort of goes up in arms and goes, oh no, Kamui Kobayashi is absolutely a Japanese driver. Yes, but his license said that he was actually from Monaco.
Exactly, and you see drivers who who were either native of the countries, but born in another one. We're going to use this country. The one that I'm thinking of the most is Robert Schwartzman. He's an Israeli driver on his license.
And you see that as well, like to Pavel Sivakov, for example, in cycling terms, used to represent Russia and now represents France in terms of the way that he cycles. So we see a lot of that going along in cricket as well, for example, that a lot of South African players switch over to England, for example, and the like. There is the Chick Hicks team in all of its glory out there at the moment. Pablo Espes currently running the number 18 car. They've got the number on the roof that does not match the number that they're running at the moment. And if you look at the banner, I believe that there are a couple of very nice eyes on that, but I think this banner here has got the iRacing banner on it, so not quite going to be there, but they've done a wonderful job of replicating Chick Hicks there on a BMW.
And you don't need the mustache because the grill acts as the mustache there. So well done by Chick Hicks Racing to really showcase the car's legend and really incorporate it into the BMW format.
Yeah, they've done a brilliant job, and you've got to keep your eyes out here because there are a few dust clouds kicking up from drivers pushing the envelope a little bit too wide, and it really gives first chance to talk about the iRacing updates to this Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. It might have been a year or two ago now, but you've got all this gravel now on the outside of this circuit. It deters drivers from pushing off and moving out of the way and trying to pick up an unfair advantage, and I do love that. It brings back more of an old school challenge to this circuit where some would say that the amount of runoff makes life a lot more difficult to be penalised and punished for making a mistake, and makes drivers make more mistakes because they've got the ability to get out of trouble if they get into it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, here's the thing. I understand why a lot of these circuits went strung away from using gravel, you know, in more ways than one. You had the light formula cars that basically skipped over the gravel. That's great, but at the same time, that introduced a whole new level of drivers being more aggressive and, you know, passing in places and using parts of tracks where they couldn't use. Now I think a lot of these facilities have found a balance, because you take a look, you've got areas that are concrete that go into gravel, and it kind of suits for both vehicles, whether you're running a heavier GT car or if you're running a lighter formula car. So tracks are finding that balance. I think the one that really speaks to it, and it's not on the game yet, is the Red Bull Ring, and how there's just, you know, you take a look, especially coming off that last corner, Jake, you've got the little strip of gravel, and then you've got pavement not too far away, and then a little bit more gravel.
It really does make life very difficult for drivers who want to try and push themselves to the absolute limits, and they know that if they step even a millimetre out of line, they could be losing all that grip and find themselves with a massive amount of correction to do at the very least, and at the very most find themselves in a lot of trouble. Red line now start to bear down and try and make some moves, especially at the back, because Diogo Pinto trying to eye up on the second of the Drago cars there side by side. Vlad Kimachev then moving on the outside, holds his station well and decides, I'm managing to keep my place. I don't know about you, I'm going to try and do what I want. There's the switch back into turn one at the Lassource hairpin, and the run that used to connect here, the small towns of Spa and Francorchamps, becomes key to the pass. Diogo Pinto moves the 20 M-Team Redline car up into 6th position. Drago back to 7th, but now it's the teammate that's there, Dries van Langendonk, that tries to go through. How does this sound in your top 8? 3 Drago cars, 3 Redline cars, Coanda and WSR, and now they might work together here, these Drago cars, to try and get back. They think better of it though up to Leiku.
I think, yeah, sit there in that second sector, as we keep mentioning, and really just work your way around, maybe even try and catch up to that lead pack. So still plenty of time to see what happens here in this third sector, but you've got basically the who's who of endurance racing teams on iRacing sitting back there in the top 10. Let's see here, you've got 1.4 seconds to 5th, then a little bit of about a second gap, but Jake, I think that gap is closing, at least it looks like visually.
Yeah, and because of that, you know, you have laps where you can sit down, you can wait, you don't have to worry so much about it. But the moment that you break free and you get a bit of clean air like Diogo Pinto does, who is a two-time Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion, you look around and you say, right, it's go time. I've just got to get to that next car. It doesn't matter if it takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes to go and make it happen. You've just got to make that progress and stay with the group in front. And Diogo Pinto has been very clever about the way he's done that. Speaking of having to be clever, I wonder if Martin Kadlecic might make a move here into the chicane, because look at the time that Coander's lost over the course of this lap now. They're at 0.8 of a second back of the number 21 car piloted by Luke McEwen, and this time takes a big old weight on the brakes, definitely trying to hit a number out there at the moment. And I would say that, you know, you're reliant on these drivers holding station. You've got these long straights which can get yourself back into play, but how much time are you going to lose in the tight and twisty?
Exactly, and we saw Kadlecic actually try and make a pass a couple laps ago on Iglesias, but Iglesias got in front. So one has to wonder if the WSR team is trying to hit a number. It's a very good question, especially if he was really saving it going through the chicane.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the chicane as maybe a place where great passes are made, if you get forced out of line there, there's going to be a lot of trouble that brings itself into play. And so as it goes right now, they are thinking about, okay, where is the place that I can make a pass? Not only can I make the pass, but can I make it clean and don't cause any dramas for anyone else around? That's going to be where they sit and hope to get themselves in play. A little bit there of the windscreen wipers going there to remove the dust for Dries van Langendonk there, going through the gravel pickup just in front. And you'll see that over the course of the race, those stones will be thrown out onto the circuit, and you'll be absolutely nice and calm here on one lap, and then the next lap you'll find on the racing line there's a few stones, and suddenly you've got a little influx of grip that's gone away.
Of course, with this new tire model that came out earlier this year, it takes a little bit for the tires to come back to you after that little dust up. So we'll see how many more drivers decide to, you know, dip a wheel coming off of the rumble strips, because that's going to get pretty old pretty quick. I mean, at least the good news is the gravel clears itself after a little bit off of the racing circuit, but yeah, just you can't be using that gravel too much in dust, because it's just going to create nothing but havoc. As Kadlecic backs off just a little bit from Iglesias. That's a battle for fourth place. Your early race leader in Iglesias trying to do all he can to stay within that top five, and doing so quite nicely as we see the Team Redline BMWs nose to tail once again, closing in on one another. I wonder if they are trying to save, as we're looking off the back of the 76 of Leif Sebastian, 32nd right now as he's coming into the chicane himself.
James Boomy for Altitude Frame Esports, the number 2 car out there, looking to make the move, dives down the inside, and it's the prime place to get it done today, and it gets done. It's off camber through the left part as they go, but here's something that actually makes it very interesting. They've only dropped 28 seconds in the opening hour, being down in 33rd place, so there really isn't that much of a drop-off between being at the top or being at the bottom currently. That means that lapping process here for the main bulk of the field is probably going to take about 4 or 5 hours for the leaders to reach.
That's really not too bad to see. Well, look at how close qualifying was too, so really no surprise it's going to take 4 to 5 hours for the field to start to get lapped. I mean, you are going to see some lap cars, but those are going to be cars who were involved in early race incidents. So really, it just goes, once again, it goes back to show you how good these GT3 cars and really all sports cars are with their equipment when you have such a tight field under an hour into this race.
Well, this is a really, really strong field of battling. You've got to keep yourself so switched on, as Mark Calver at the moment for Mag Performance is going to have to be dealing with at this stage. That car has started 52nd on the grid, is up to 35th, so has gained 17 spots. Watching WSI Esports Black and the likes of those teams in front. They're trying to hop through the next group and try and move themselves to the front, give themselves as much of a good strategy call as they can, and actually make the best of some very nice conditions out there to drive in. It's not too hot for the drivers, so the tyres aren't going to be going through a very tough stage out there when they go through. They're looking around at what they're going to be dealing with. We are heading towards the evening. In-sim time's just gone by 6 o'clock, so this is going to be the sort of race where they sit down and go, yeah, let's get a good opening 4 hours in. There's no threat of rain for the opening 4 hours. Let's do a bit more. Dino Lombardi now, 13th position, holding a slew of cars behind. Lucas Perez for Simplify Esports. You've got Early Steinbroughton for Scuderia Ferrari. And then, of course, Leandro Anderuti, who's trying to go through as there was a lunge down the inside. Steinbroughton picks up the pass for the 50. They can go to Isaac Gillison, Lorenzo Manfredotti, Oscar King, Nicholas Bowe, and Gergo Baldi over the course of racing to say that's their team. A six driver effort. You don't often see that many drivers in a team. 4 is often the sweet spot.
It's interesting to see that many drivers in one car at one time. I mean, that harkens back to the early 2000s when you would see, you know, the races, endurance races outside of Le Mans that would have 5-6 drivers. So that's kind of interesting as we watch this battle for 14th, and you're talking about track conditions. Jake, we're still seeing air temp of 23 degrees centigrade, 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temp not too far off, 28 degrees Celsius, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. So I think we're close to hitting that sweet spot right now with the track conditions. Of course, humidity 35%, so decently dry air out there, making these cars very happy.
What I would dream right now in my commentary box position for 35% humidity. I am drinking the air at this moment in time. It is so hot here out there at the moment. And for those who don't understand, it's about 80-90 humidity out there. It's about 90 Fahrenheit out there in the United Kingdom at the moment. So it is very hot at the moment for us who are not quite acclimatized in our brick houses that have no air conditioning. But it's all about battle, and battle is the name of the game. We are about 5 minutes away here from the pit window opening, and drivers now finding their first opportunities to stop and to give themselves room when they make that pit stop. The key here is who you come in with and what track position you get. It's a single file pit entry.
Yeah, so that's going to make things interesting because whoever you're behind may or may not be on the same pit lane that you are. So that's going to make life a little interesting. And yeah, I just checked over here at my broad commentary position, 86% humidity, 68 dew point. Of course, we just got off about 3 inches of rain over the past 24 hours. So yeah, I would like it to be just a little dry. There goes a lunge to the inside for position. And that is the battle right now for 15th between Perez and Andrew. The 3 and the 114 side by side down the endurance pit straight as they'll set themselves up for a Rouge and Radeon. That's the battle for 15th with the 3 and the 114, but still single file as Perez gets the better of the two.
A friendly arm-to-arm shove between them to say, no, I'll go through, no, I'll go through. And ultimately, it's the Swiss driver, Anderuti, who will have to back off and yield through that section. Lucas Perez was not going to move over for anybody there through La Source and up towards Eau Rouge, knowing that the inside was there for Simplify Esports, which it was absolutely fantastic in terms of the way they've gone. A bit of elbows out in the opening hour. Little search by Leo Gariboli for position there, and that was a great angle to see the damage to the front there, how that splitter is a little bit crinkled up on the front right there. So +1 is the gain with Lucas Lindqvist just behind, Jonas Vanna behind that, and then Marcos Saavedra for SDR, who have gone nowhere off at the start of this race, still in 24th. Driver's side view with Gariboli running through, and look already at how dirty the windscreen is.
I was just about ready to mention that. That is a very dirty windscreen. That windshield wiper getting so much work so far this first hour of the race. And I'm sure Gariboli's going to really want to come into the pits and get that windscreen cleaned off. Because, you know, as you know in the game, you can take the windscreen, you can take the tear-offs off on your visor when you're in the open wheel car, but in the GT car, you got to suffer until you get into the pits. So just a lot of dust getting kicked up for a 24-hour race. Think how dirty that front end's going to be. So we might see some rising engine temps as well if we get more dirt in there, as looks like we got one car falling off, and that's Wolfson. Lost a couple of spots, but yeah, that's because he's in the pits. Yeah, so we're starting to see pit stops already.
First taker, and that's only 57 minutes for Victor Wolfson, so I would say that's slightly short of the mark. Let's say back will also come in the number 25 Veloce Thrustmaster car to make that first pit stop of the day. Daniel Lafuente, Rasmus Christensen and Cody Deeth will run for Veloce Thrustmaster here in this race. Cody Deeth, I think, is driven for almost every single sim racing team out there, so there's some interesting ports of call to go with, and there was a bit of side-by-side up the Kemmel in towards that section of road. I think the Drago cars have figured out that they're going to work with each other and try and make those moves. And speaking of moves as well, Lucas Perez through on Dino Lombardi. So everybody has seen, oh, pit stop time, and suddenly everyone's trying to basically jostle to get into the market.
You knew that once one driver ended up in the pits, and right when the pit window opened, that a lot of them would follow suit behind them. And one has to wonder if that 81 team is back timing their pit. So we'll see what happens there, as cars now coming out. 40 seconds for Culver, as now the drivers have to go down the endurance pits, come off the Grand Prix pit. So yeah, it's great to get to pit early, but nonetheless, you still got a long way to go. And of course, you got to get on past Eau Rouge and Radion.
Yeah, and you can see here it's a long trek from those you have to pit in the Grand Prix pits to give themselves what they need. Back up at the front, now there's a search coming along. Nicholas Matteo is going to be in Gandalf mode. You shall not pass! Oh, shot to the back from Enzo Benito. He was desperate to get through, coming up into the pit window. Look at them. Pied Piper will lead them through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all in.
Ooh, a little bit of a bump there. Bump, saying, hey, I did not like that block, but nonetheless, we start to see everybody come into the pits, and we'll see, I think, the Lombardi who will come out aggregate on the lead. So we'll see Grit and Go get their first lead of the race as Lombardi moves his way to the front, basically on pit stops.
Wow. That shows you quite a bit there of the intent of drivers. Enzo Benito is not one to sit back idly for too long, and so everybody trundles down. They will take fuel. You'd expect them to take tyres out there potentially in terms of what they're looking at. This is going to be a race today where they don't have to worry about tyre sets here today, because they are pretty much allowed as many as they like, unlimited. Everybody up on the jacks looking to get what they need. Driver changes potentially, but I wouldn't expect them at this first stint, because everyone wants to get at least 2 hours in before they start thinking about where they want to change and who they want to go to. All bar 2 have been able to go and make things work. So it's Sven Horser and Dino Lombardi. I think there's something really telling about this. It's 2 Grid and Go cars that go longer than everyone else.
That's going to be interesting to see what happens, because, yeah, we saw them near the back probably biding their time. Well, here's the thing. You take a look at their best laps. They were about as good as everybody else, but at the same time, they were near the back. As now we see a race for the pit out. Looks like BMW Redline 2122 get out front with McEwen and Benito leapfrogging the 069 of Nicholas Matteo for what will be the lead once Grid and Go goes into the pits.
And you see the differences there, difference of 1 to 2 seconds in the stop. A great jump, and Matteo's immediately on the offensive, trying to find a way to the outside here to get by Enzo Benito. Not going to happen. Luke McEwen jumps everyone then, and Redline's there. Look at the backup job that's being done by Benito. Contact side by side. Kadlachik then finding himself almost in the grass and gravel for Adidas Racing by WSR. Enzo Benito's role is simple. Block like a god and make sure that there is a gap for Luke McEwen to scamper off with. They don't care which team wins so long as one does.
Cattle also as he was able to get ahead of the Coanda Esports of Iglesias. You see Drago Racing trying to battle each other as well. So lots of great battles here as drivers are coming out of the pits. Daniel Ferguson with an unusually long pit stop time. Wonder if they're trying to fix some sort of damage that occurred in the early parts of the race. And now the gridandgo.com esports Ferraris, Sven Haas and Dino Lombardi are into the pits. So you are effectively looking at the battle for second place right now on the track.
Well, now in comes Horsa and Lombardi, so that will cycle the field out then as far as the front is concerned. But what a dramatic moment just after the hour pit stops here with us on iRacing and, of course, with RaceSpotTV's coverage of the Falken Tyre 24 Hours of Spa. An hour that has thrown a wonderful showcase of great driving in on the books and hitting the brakes. Nicolas Matteo is looking to put everything he can to get that Drago racing car back into second position out there. There is Dino Lombardi. Do not expect him to come out over in the front of this field because he was in that second pack. Sven Horsa was a bit further back as well. So there is going to be a lot of progress to be made. Wolfson, by the way, has been caught up by the second group. So he's back with Oscar Irene, for example, in that next stage. But those pit stops, they do one thing very, very well. They shake up the field. Horsa leaves the pits then before Dino Lombardi. So Sven Horsa in that 001 is going to come out behind Wolfson and Rene as they will now still climb as a group right now. But suddenly that group of 9 has now become a 5 and 4.
Well, no surprise there because you take a look at who is 5th and who is 6th. Yeah, Pinto trying to hold back. We saw that Pinto got faster as the race went on. So one has to wonder if Pinto and that number 20 Redline team is trying to preserve their equipment and let the top 5 kind of battle each other in spite of 2 of his teammates up at the pointy end. So BMW Redline 21-22, your leader so far, but Nicolas Matteo is sitting back there waiting in 3rd.
Daniel Ferguson, 3.5 minutes for the number 16 car down in the pits. That is a very long time for WSR Esports Blue. So that looks like it's gone wrong somewhere for them over the course of it. And Daniel Ferguson and co will not be best pleased at how that has all come about. Haven't quite caught what's happened to them, but that might be the first indication of troubles have befallen early here in this 24-hour race. So for WSR Esports Blue, that'll be a real shame because you've got more drivers in. Jonas Vanna in, Abel Torres, Federico Godoy, Florian Denard. These will be all of the teams that had to come in on the opening lap with all of that damage caught up over at turn 2 and 3 up through Eau Rouge and Radion. So those teams are going to be slightly off cycle by a couple laps.
And that could be the difference, really, of who finishes where, nonetheless, because get those extra couple laps, Jake, that can mean a lot more here in this lap. Of course, we see Steve McDonald with the spin. Oh, that's not what you want to do, especially after an hour. You saw all those drivers ahead of you wrecking that opening lap, but McDonald and the Solpack Precision Racing losing a little bit more of that back end, so we'll see him in the pits here shortly.
Haven't seen many Lamborghinis, but that Lamborghini is missing the bumper, and that's not ideal. Now they're starting to draft on the back of McEwen here, middle of the road. Here comes Matteo. Big late block comes into play there by Enzo Benito. If he's not careful about how late he moves, he will get turned over the front quarter panel there as he goes on by, and that's what he's got to be careful of. He is dicing a very dangerous game. If he keeps moving that late, he might get turned.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens here because, yeah, you don't want to be doing late moves. That's never fun. And, of course, the stewards also won't like that either as, oh, little bit of flashing there as well from the lead team of Redline. But now we're seeing more pit stops as Ferguson. Yeah, Ferguson's doing some sort of damage fix as Dino Lombardi's back in the pits.
Oh, and that's not good news for the team there. And I wonder whether he's been caught speeding down the lane or something of that ilk to have to come back in and make another pit stop. So Dino Lombardi, the double 0-2, or maybe even an unsafe pit exit there. That is not what the doctor ordered for them, as they will drop a lot of time. There's the 162 with one of the most dramatic slow-mo slides as we catch it on the very near drone camera that we have with us here at RaceSpot. And the key of being in the gravel, get that car sideways, scrub all that speed and you'll avoid the barriers.
Yeah, unfortunately, he really wasn't able to avoid the barriers, but was able to avoid having some sort of heavy contact there as we look out of the back of Luke McEwen, your overall leader, as Enzo Benito, teammate, trying to hold station to keep Nicholas Matteo behind him.
Well, it was a spin on the pit exit, we're getting word here. So cold tyres off the exit, spun the car around and clipped the tyre barrier by the sounds of it. So really dramatic to say the least. I doubt we're going to be seeing moves here at the front, but these two are going to be trying to run away together. Benito and McEwen, they will push each other along the straight to make sure that it happens, but that slipstream's going to come into play from Matteo Kadlacik. Iglesias is there, Pinto, Van Langendonk, and Kimachev is there too. So for Dino Lombardi, that spin will certainly cost a lot out there in terms of time, trying to gather up the front once again and avoid any more dramas out there. So at least right now, it will be a case of parity restored from those at the front. In terms of what is the challenge behind the front 9 cars, Coanda and Marla at about 2.5 seconds back with the other Coanda car of Julian Soonern, and it is starting to fragment into a group of 2 here and a group of 2 there. We'll take a little look. Still in the pits there is Dino Lombardi, over 2 minutes there. Nikolai Poulsen over 2 minutes, over 4.5 for Jonas Vanna. So it looks like Poulsen and Vanna were together on track. That might indicate they've come together. Wow. That certainly does put a cat amongst the pigeons here. Falken Sim Racing Team Blue, who are caught up in the lap 1 dramas of this race. There is no rear for the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue. This is what happened to Dino Lombardi, who's currently in 40th. And so, just on the uphill, they're losing the rears over the bumps and just going around. And that's what we would call a very rookie error from a driver so experienced here, Jeremy. Well, it seems we've lost Jeremy here for a little moment, so hopefully we will get him back in the next couple of minutes' time. But for Jonas Vanna at the moment, it's a tough day to deal with, and it's going to be one full of drama to go and deal with. Front of the train continues to go out there and be rather aggressive in terms of where they sit. And Jeremy, I think as they go about this, they are trying to avoid hitting those pitfalls that 24-hour races tend to do.
But like, as I was trying to say is, you want to have the problems early on, but still, when you're front runner, that's not what you want to have. Here's Daniel Ferguson and one of the other WSR BMWs. Oh, just a spin through no name. Oh, he's lucky to have 2 cars miss him, but nonetheless, unfortunately, brings on a whole bunch of gravels. We're seeing replays from different incidents. Lewis Barlow, one of those drivers who, once again, and you know what? That is almost reminiscent of what we saw with the Porsche Sous Blanchimont last time at Spa in the real race. So we're starting to see those troubles reach in through Blanchimont, but yeah, I mean, if you want to have a problem, you want to have it the first hour. Gives you a chance to really dig yourself back, but I don't know if there's any coming back from smacking the wall there on the pit exit.
Daniel Allar then leaving the pits for Sesha Esports, 2 laps down in 49th position out there, so really going to have to work hard to gain anything back will the Sesha team right now. +5 gain for car number 20. It is the BMW, or BMV as it should be known, because I believe it's Verka is the way it's said for the W in BMW. So BMV is often the correct way to go and say about, but they find themselves in the M Team red line in 5th position, a gain of 5. Biggest mover inside your top 12, because that Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team is the biggest mover in the top 17. In your top 20, it will be WSR Esports Red, the biggest movers. They're up 20. Their teammates here, the sister car, thinking about 3rd place there, as Nicholas Matteo has to look forward and behind at Martin Kadlicek. I call this Schrodinger's overtake. You must attack and defend at the same time.
Well, Kadlicek really looking pretty good. We've seen the moves that he made in that first hour. Now he wants that on the provisional podium spot so far, and that's a little early to think about that, but still, if WSR is this fast in the early part of the race, I would not be surprised to see BMV, and I should say BMV because my ancestors would not be happy me saying BMW, not talking about a motorcycle, but nonetheless, Kadlicek looking really racy here in this early part of the race. We see the gap that he's put against Pinto. Of course, all those drivers behind him, he has made moves on the track, not just in the pits. So going to be interesting to see how much longer Kadlicek stays behind Matteo.
Yeah, and critically on that last lap, there was actually a 10th gain for one Mr. Diogo Pinto, as he's chased by Dries van Langendonk. Then the Belgian in position number 6, and down the hill through Bruchel's corner here. One of the seriously underrated corners in all of racing, Bruchel's. It's downhill through the right, and in some cars you will actually see that front right tyre actually lift off of the ground as you try and get in. Very dirty windscreen there for the Ferrari car there of Drago Racing, sat in 6th position, of Dries van Langendonk. But going through at Bruchel's corner, you have to be correct, because just as you tip the brakes, the track just falls away from you like it's a roller coaster.
You know, and as an announcer, it doesn't matter if I'm doing, racing in real life or racing in the sim. I always like to get in the sim and learn the track just a little bit better so I know what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter how many times I've taken Bruchel's. It is always an adventure. You think, okay, I got this, and you get to the apex and nope, I don't got it. You're either off or you're not set up properly for no name, at least in my case. So that's why I'm on the mic and not in the car this weekend.
Those who can't race do decide to commentate, and I put myself in that position as well. I don't think I've done sim racing about 4 years now here on iRacing, such as my level of retirement from active competition out there at this point. But the charge continues on, and the group's starting to bring itself back together as a group of 9. It's taken them about 15 minutes to get back together again. That's 15 minutes of effort from those in the back 5 positions, the top 9, to bring themselves together, but it now allows them to sit and hit the fuel save cycle once again, and we'll see quite a bit of this in the early stages of racing. In terms of other battles, keep an eye out on 23rd on back. 24th on back looks interesting right now. Martin Stefanko, the fiercely forward pinks, trying to get through, along with Luca Alpert for Scherer Esports. DR Hops Custom is there with Kalle Virta, and then you've got James Boomy, Lorenzo Castellani for 07 Racing X Sim Race Lab, and then Mark Calvert for Mag Performance. This, the bottom half of the top 30, deciding they're going to have a very strong race as well. Look at that, 22, 2 little ducks to gain up places.
Well, even if you are in that back half of the top 30, you're still setting yourself up for a great finish, because anything can happen with the front 30, because you've got a lot of great competition, but a lot of close racing, and one wrong move and you're in the barriers, and guess what? That's race over, whether or not you're done for the day or you're just sitting back there with multiple laps down watching this battle here as well. That is the number 15 of Luca Alpert in the Scherer Esport BMW. Got the fiercely forward pink number 12 of Martin Stefanko ahead, behind Kalle Virta in the 369 DR Hops Custom as well. So a lot of great battles here in this back half, as we said, back half of the top 30. No matter which way you look, there's always a good battle to watch.
So for Share Esports, Luca Alpert can hand over to Julian Reimer, to Jerome Fischer, and to Fernando Cirella out there in terms of where that can go for the team. Fiercely forward pink, number 12. They've got Martin Stefanko in at the moment, the Czechian driver. Daniel Antunes, the Spaniard. Henry Jocelyn they could go to from the UK, and Ruben Paulino, who's just jumped out of sim at the moment, the Frenchman, starting to get a little bit of a keep and shut eye, I would say, before the night stint starts to bring itself into focus. But right now, the front of the field is still where the main attentions are lying, and I would say it lies squarely at the feet of the one driver who is making moves in this field, and this is a big important one because Diogo Pinto is trying to join his two teammates up at the front. Redline would love to be 1, 2 and 3 in a race like this, and at least for the moment, McEwen and Benito are doing their job quite nicely. 41-minute lane time for Norbert Leitner. I think that's going to be a very hefty repair that has just been finished there. 32.3 seconds box time there has been declared. So Norbert Leitner then not having good fun, and we saw that on the opening laps of the race, how atrociously bad it went then for their team out there. So still for the moment, Kadlacik holding his station, but as we saw with some of the earlier moves done on the likes of Van Longendonk and Iglesias, for example, and Kimikev, that BMW, the BMW, has a wonderful opportunity, Jeremy, to say, I am the biggest car in this field, I am the tallest car in this field, my car doesn't move, how are you going to stop me when I bulldoze my way down the inside?
You know, and you would think that the memes that came out, what was it, 2-3 years ago, with the BMW so big and everybody, every other car small, you see those cars in person, you think, well, you know, that's not too far off of reality, because they are tanks when it comes to, you know, muscling their way around the circuit. You put one next to a prototype, you put one next to a Ferrari, a Porsche, and yeah, they are quite large, but that also speaks to, you know, the Bavarians. They are quite sizable, so that's no surprise there. They're big, they're strong, they're brute forcers. We're on board with Diego Pinto going around the outside of Kadlacik, gonna make that pass through the chicane, and yep, gonna move my way around. So BMW on BMW violence there through the chicane.
Oh, a lovely pass. Kadlacik might consider, do I want to come back at it? No, is the answer into the Lassource hairpin. So Kadlacik now back down to 5th. Diogo Pinto running the gauntlet at the moment and up to 4th position. Nicolas Matteo is the only solace from a red line 1, 2, 3 at the front of this field. And what great teamwork that will be for Team Redline to get themselves together, especially after what happened over at the Nürburgring 24. They need a big reset, and this is a great race to relaunch and reset from what happened with all of their issues that came about just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, so definitely this will be a nice comeback drive for Team Redline. You know, just come in here, don't do anything too stupid, and nose to the grindstone, because they need a good race to kind of forget about what happened about a month or so ago at Nürburgring, but they're looking pretty stout right there with all 3 cars in the top 5. Just got Drago Racing sitting there with Nicolas Matteo being the thorn in the side of Team Redline, not only keeping up to the top 2 cars there, but also kind of preventing that 1, 2, 3 early on. But Kadlacik also looking pretty good, trying to get around the sister BMW. Separate teams, but nonetheless still same car as BMW, looking pretty strong so far in this opening stanza of the Spa-24.
Well, 1, 2, 4, 5, and back there in P9 as well with Rainer Talvar. I think they've done a very good job in terms of manufacturer to get themselves right up to the pointy end of the field. There is Rainer Talvar in 9th place, at risk of being dropped off the back of this group. 1 second off of Vlad Kimichev, then for Drago Racing. And Oscar Irene has been putting in a very tough stint here. He's only 2.2 seconds back. Irene would love a car to latch onto to try and leapfrog to that main team. The Mahler Racing team number 10. Oscar Irene currently in the car for them. They can go to Lucas Herrmann, to Ruben Bonga, and that is a three-driver team at the moment for Marla. So that gives them a lot of work to go with at this moment as top three continue as they are with a little bit of cloud cover coming over there at the last horse hairpin.
Just enough to kind of show that the headlights are working, but you're looking at the back of Rene heading towards Eau Rouge as the leaders work their way onto the Camel Straight. And yeah, Benito popping out just a little bit. One has to wonder if they're going to do a little swap here and kind of gap that third place of Nicholas Mateo, but they're not. They're still going to go 1-2, but Mateo still closing in for that top three. Finally has that first breakaway that they've wanted as Diego Pinto holding back Kadlicek, Languedoc, Iglesias, and Kimachev.
Yeah, and you see that second group just behind Oscar Rene are those two Coanda Esports cars, Victor Wolfsohn, who has dropped out of that main group into the second one, and then Julian Sunern in the 018 team. Along with Julian Sunern will be Elliot Veyron and Uskapi, who will go in along with two. So it seems that is a three-driver team, mainly based out of Belgium and France, it will look like there for the moment, with Victor Wolfsohn and the 081. We have talked about Sean Terre, Louis Beilicker and Melte Johansson having the chance to jump in behind a little bit earlier on. So there is still a lot that can be done, and by no means is 5-6 seconds off of the race lead out of contention for the win overall. A lot can happen, especially around this circuit when night falls, because what makes this circuit very different to a number of the 24-hour races that we see, I just want to point out here as you go around, Jeremy, do you see any floodlights?
You know what? You don't, and that's what I love about this race. None.
Absolutely. No floodlights here. You've just got your two headlights to save you from the front stretch all the way along for the whole lap that goes by. It makes life very, very tough to go and make places and find yourself in position, but that transition of going from light to dark is always something that's in the back of the mind. Mark Calver looking for 29th position here on 07X Racing Sim Race Lab, sorry. And for the moment, Lorenzo Castellani holding that station with Bumi, Vierta, Alpert, Stefanko, and still Leo Gariboli leading for the 99 Apex Racing team. Not the strongest effort out there for Apex, has to be said, for this Spa 24, but when Apex Racing team are on it, they are absolutely on it.
No surprise. You see, it's almost like some of the top drivers in all of sim racing on this team, and early on they're looking pretty good. Them, Drago Racing, we see WSR up near the front, so that's no surprise seeing all these great teams up there as well. But yeah, Redline just looking really good so far, trying to break away from the rest of the field. McCune, Benito, and Mateo in that Drago Racing, I should say, Ferrari. You can almost call it a Dragon because it looks so sleek and so fast, but not able to break away from the rest of the top 10 because they're all in one huge snake there as they're working the back portion of the circuit.
Well, the thing about the Drago Racing, especially the Drago Racing livery that I love, have you noticed how the teeth are there on the front? That it's very much almost a demonic style, I'm going to get you style livery out there. It's one that if you look at it in the rearview mirror, you go, oh, I don't really want to mess with them.
Oh, you definitely don't, as McEwen and Benito now, they're starting to get away from Mateo. That's something that they want to do, but then again, these BMWs have been so strong going into the chicane, so it's no surprise. And then they start to lose it here, starting at the chicane all the way through down into the Camel Straight.
Yep, so that gap cuts in half, and across the line then, that's a full 10th of a second for Nicholas Mateo. He's been able to gain on Luke McEwen as they remain close again, but everybody now shuffle and put yourself into position. A number of cars out in the early stages of racing. Fiercely Forward Gold, a couple of the Grid and Go cars, a couple, well actually, we've lost 4 Williams cars from this race. Believe it or not, I don't think there is a
now so far. But Jake, I've got to say, it's interesting to note how most of these drivers for this stint, they're kind of sitting back. They're not making the moves that we saw early on in that first stint, as a lot of these drivers, they want to just survive the early part of this race going into the nighttime.
Yep, survival is that of the fittest, and for those who are looking for an online entry list, the answer is it's very tough to get one, because it's one where you don't know who's racing when it comes to these 24-hour races until everyone's put their entry in, and you have right up until the session start time to put the entry in and to say you've got the opportunity to race. So we're doing the best that we can in terms of bringing together who's in what and who's doing what out there, but you can go and get your live timing, scoring and spotter guide by heading over to timing.appgenering.com/rooms/RaceSpot1. If you have a driver or team that you want to keep your focus on that we're not quite with, that is the best place to go.
I take a look at the spotter guide, going through all this. It's really cool. It's almost what you would see going into, in any kind of race. So if you go to like a WEC race, if you go to a World Challenge race, an SRO race, that's the stuff you're going to get, except you can get it on your phone here. You can get it anywhere you need to go. So if you do step away from the broadcast, well, guess what? You can also get it on your phone, watch live timing. It's just as good as what you see out there in real life. Pinto now has brought his train up to the lead battle, so now we're looking at, we'll call it the top 9 all within each other. Then you've got a 3-second gap back to Oscar Rene, who has a 3-car battle through there as well. So already seeing the accordion effect happening with some of these leaders going, back and forth, to and fro.
At what point, if you were trying to play or hedge your bet, so to speak here, Jeremy, would you throw that 22 car in front of the 21 to make sure that they're using half the fuel out there along the straight, rather than just burning the 21's fuel right to the bottom of the tank?
I would have done it all the way at Blanchemont a couple laps ago when there was a good gap between Mateo and Benito. That way, you wouldn't have had the attack from Mateo. So next time I would do it. I would start thinking about it now, because you take a look at that gap between Benito and Mateo. That's too far away to make, for any sort of attack to happen. But I think that Team Redline is worried about that. So that's why they're keeping McCune ahead of Benito. But I'm honestly really surprised that they haven't done the swap to save fuel for the other car.
Yep, so you've just got to try and find places where you can go and make opportunities happen. You've got to make sure that there are places where you can go about, you can, give yourself strategy and give yourself placement. They are one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world when it comes to sim racing, is Team Redline. Williams have been their biggest challenger over the course of the last 2 years at special events, and they are all out over the first stage of this one, so this is a huge opportunity. But this is also a great chance to say Drago are making a big push here. You're looking around, WSR want to become that tier 1 team that says we can challenge for these events time and time again. Marla are trying to be there. Budosid Plus are trying to put themselves into play. Coanda are in play. Of course, they've dropped back a little bit, maybe doing a few less events than comparatively what they did in previous years, but still always a tour of force to show when they do turn up and race. So every time you're looking around and saying, well, what's the best team? What's the criteria? How many cars have you got challenging for the win? Right now, Drago are saying they're making a very good claim for tier 1 status.
No, I really think that they are, but also you talk about WSR. Look at how many teams they've paired up with. They've paired up with ST Racing, Samantha Tan. Let's see here. They're the lead car right now, ATIS Racing. They've paired up with them. So WSR kind of putting their toe in the water with different teams to kind of make themselves a little bit better. I would argue that they're in the lower part of Tier 1. So interesting to see how good WSR is coming. But here's the thing. When you have a team like Team Redline in any race, it's like, okay, now you're gauging yourself on how they're doing compared to what you're doing. And I think Drago Racing, with all 3 of their cars in the top 10 mixed in with Team Redline, I think Drago Racing has it this weekend.
Yeah, Drago looking like they have a really good shot here today. If it's not the 069 or the 169, it can be the 269 that is there and can make progress for the team. Nicholas Matteo in the 069 right now, Dries van Langendonk in the 169, and then of course Vlad Kimichev in the 269. Back down on the bottom of your screen is still what's going on in 24th. Leo Gariboli has a very lonely race in front of him as far as things go. 7 seconds down on Kevin De Nooijer, who is in the fiercely forward yellow number 14. It's the pink fiercely forward that is there behind. There is De Nooijer in 23rd. It is Martin Stefanko then in the 25, who's trying to figure out a way to go through. So very tough to go through. Fiercely forward a number of years ago won, I believe they won a semi for the best newcomers team. And honestly, that is a team that I wish maybe could kick on a little bit more, but you often struggle. You find that it's a race to the top and you've got to make sure that you're building a strong team and you've got a strong culture. But ultimately, when it comes to sim racing, so long as you've got your friends there racing with you, that is where the true joy is.
Oh, no, it really is. I mean, you see some of these streams with teams that actually have all their webcams on all together. And yeah, there are a lot of that's friendship, and that's what matters, because sometimes you may not be in the same building as one of your friends, but you're still able to have fun. That's all that matters. As we see the Team Redline 1-2 drivers, they're sitting there, and I'm still confused on why they have not swapped positions to save fuel. It's kind of an interesting strategy to keep McEwen out there and burn all that extra unnecessary fuel, and have Benito sitting back there and saving. Are they starting to run a split strategy, because they already had a couple of times where they could have swapped positions without the threat of Matteo?
Are they committed to it because McEwen got the jump on them, as we watch Luca Alpert here in 27th position for Scherer, climbing up towards Lake Coombe here with James Boomy just behind for Altitude Frame Esports. Are they in a position where, because McEwen got the jump for the track position, are they thinking, well, McEwen's going to be a lap down anyway on fuel compared to us, we might as well use him?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a case like that, but it's still, I mean, I'm sitting here in the booth literally frustrated, trying not to yell at the screen, swap positions, but then again, that could be me going back to watching the old IRL and how, Ganassi just swap positions, yelling at them, no, don't do that, because the rest of the field's going to break up. But nonetheless, it's kind of an interesting strategy to see McEwen out front. Will they swap at the pit stop? That's the next question. And will there be driver change also, as we see Pinto now all over the back of Matteo? That could be the help that they need to swap positions and kind of save some fuel for Benito.
Yeah, you can see the lights flashing there for Diogo Pinto trying to get by Nicholas Matteo. But in terms of red line strategy right now, I think we need to take a look here from all the Philadelphia 76ers fans from about a decade ago here, Jeremy, because I think you need to trust the process.
Yep, trust the process, exactly. And, that's why I am in the booth and not on the virtual pit box.
Well, I'm sure they've got some fantastic strategy, because I believe they've got Max Verstappen working on strategy for them at the moment, which is a very interesting port of call to go with. A wealth of experience there. And of course, Max Verstappen with his own GT3 team now as well can take that experience to go through, which they've put Chris Lullam in. Silly Lully has had the chance to drive for them, which has been wonderful to see and hear of their progress through the various events that have come through. Bottom of your screen now becomes an interesting battle too. 3-car scrap. This is Veloce Thrustmaster, GridandGo.com Esports 001, and the PGZ P1 Docs team out there, 15th, 16th, and 17th at the moment. And remember, Sven Horser is the best on fuel of anybody in this field.
I'll tell you what, back to Verstappen Racing. I can't wait for that Franz Hermann to come up. I'm glad that he's bringing up-and-coming drivers into the system. But this battle for 15th that we're watching right now, man, I tell you what, Bach trying to do all he can to keep Haase behind him, because, as he said, Haase, he's 2 laps to the good on fuel, and that could really be huge, pay big dividends later on, maybe even in the overnight hours.
Yes, because if you think about it here, what's the difference that 1 lap's going to make in terms of fuel? don't think about it as one lap here. Think about it as one lap times the amount of pit stops that you have to make. And so when you look at when these drivers came in and made their pit stop, they made their pit stop lap 28 for Sven Horser. For Anderuti, by comparison, lap 27. You will get to about 23 laps on a pit stop. That's almost a full pit stops advantage by the time you get to the end of the race. When you think about it like that, saving 45, 50 minutes out there compared to some of your competitors of fuel, that is a splash and dash compared to a full stop. That's 35 seconds at the end of the day.
And that's something that I brought up earlier on this race. You want to try and figure out how you can do one less pit stop compared to your competitors. And during that conversation, Jake, Diego Pinto made his way up to third, so it's Team Redline 1, 2, and 3 with over an hour and a half into this race. So now the games are afoot for the Red Bull BMW team as Matteo not going to make it easy on Pinto as he's right under that rear wing through the Kemmel Straight.
Well, he's late on the brakes and almost into the right rear, but able to hold that station. But get a replay on where that move was done, because you don't often see a pass into Blanchimont.
No, you really don't, because that's such a high commitment, high speed corner. And you see more mistakes through Blanchimont than you do actual passes and sticking it, especially with these cars that don't have as much of a downforce as a prototype or an open wheel car. But now Matteo falling into the clutches of Kadlachuk there in that 97. So if that does happen, we could see BMWs 1 through 4.
We very much could, and that will be a very important point later on in how the BMWs are going to be playing about over the course of this race, and seemingly here in the evening conditions of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. This is the car to try and be in and to beat, it looks like at this moment. There's also been changes. Victor Wolfsohn now behind Julian Sunan, so the 018 ahead of the 081 for 11th and 12th positions now have changed their places. So that movement seemingly important. And also what will be important is the fact that you've got a lap car in the middle of the battle going on for 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st as we focus on 4th place, and Nicholas Matteo holding his station for the time being. Mark Perez, Lucas Bailey are getting a chance to run away from the likes of Lucas Lindqvist and Marcos Saavedra due to the lap traffic of the 98 Apex Racing Academy.
Looking at timing, the only driver really doesn't have anybody to race with, at least on my screen that I'm looking first through 21st, is that 9th place driver of Rainier Talvar. Oh, look at that pass.
Couldn't get it done, and this is where it gets very interesting. There's no obligation here in GT style racing for Nikolai Poulsen to move over and allow that pass to be made. Lindqvist, I think, a little late on the brakes there, trying to send a message going right underneath. What are you doing ruining my race? I'm in this one. And now they've actually added Nicholas last to the back then of Manatee Racing Green, who's anywhere but last right now. He's very much middle of the field. For Manatee Green, they can go to Tim Majka, Chris Fondenesser and Kasper Ummelen as they go. 2 Germans, 2 Dutch drivers they can have, and there's one car that will go through, and Saavedra will hope to make it too and won't get there.
Still not able to make that happen, but still plenty of racing left to go here, and no surprise that Saavedra kind of preserving the equipment early on. Some very fast drivers around him as this battle for position really starting to heat up. Saavedra losing just a little bit of a crowd and has lost behind him. So it's Lindqvist, Saavedra, and Loss sitting there in position. But ahead of them is Lucas Bile, who we've been seeing hanging around that 19th spot, trying to catch up to Mark Perez in the number 9 there. So it's Ferrari and Ferrari. Then a gap to BMW Ferrari as well as another BMW.
Yeah, and so you are really starting to see the mid-pack showing a little bit more diversity there. The BMW, the Ferraris, they're all there and they're all trying to showcase what they've got. We've seen a couple Lamborghinis out there as well when it's come to racing action. So there has always been a case of, yeah, you can find a place where it all works out, and there are elements of, okay, well, there is a meta to it, and, you know, all these teams will put their study in and say, this is what we'll do, we'll run this car out there. It's a lot tougher, for example, if you're Team 50 and you're Scuderia Ferrari HPE sports team, because they're contractually obliged to run Ferraris and everything.
Which, okay, fine, that's great. You know, hey, somebody's paying the bills, so that's always a good thing. Yeah, the Ferraris, so they are pretty quick right now. That's always seemed pretty much up near the front, with a handful of Porsches mixed in there. But yeah, it's still that the Scuderia Ferrari HP design in and of itself, absolutely fantastic. But then again, as a racing fanatic, I kind of have a special soft spot in my heart for that Ferrari red.
Marcos Saavedra, we go on board with, up the hill through Radion and now onto the Kemmel Straight. And this is where you're going to have to be switched on with SDR Sim Racing to make that pass. This is on the Apex Academy car, which is a couple of laps down in 40th position right now. A loss of 8 at the moment. The 002 is what they're trying to keep behind, which is about 10 seconds down the road from them. So that's the next chase there, as it will be Dino Lombardi trying to hunt down Nicholas Larson. Now Kevin De Nooijer is going to be into play for Fiercely Forward Yellow out there at this point. That's the number 14 team, which can go to Alexander Peregrina, to Dylan Scrivens, and to Nicholas Laubish at any point during the course of racing. So again, another strong team for Fiercely Forward.
Well, no surprise there. Fiercely Forward is one of those teams that, you know, yeah, may not be a Redline or a Drago, but nonetheless, they're still in the conversation for at least being up near the front. And to see them a little bit further back than what we're used to, it's interesting. But then again, it's still early in this race. We haven't even hit the 2-hour mark, so we'll see what happens in the, you know, in the later stages of the race. I have a feeling that Fiercely Forward might be in the discussion for at least the top 10, if not the top 5, if some of the front runners have some sort of issue.
That's a change from 4th position. Martin Kadlachik now makes it 4 BMWs in the top 4 for Adidas Racing by WSR. The pass done into Lecombe on the last lap, so Kadlachik now moving up. But look at how much time they have started to lose. They are 1.8 seconds off of the red line 3 at the front, and this is pretty much the dreamland scenario that is wanted for Team Redline. 3 cars clear with a gap.
And this is exactly what they were waiting on. Took a little bit longer than we thought, but still 21, 22, 21, 2, 3. Kadlachik now makes it 4 BMWs in the top 4. As you see, it looks like couple the Drago cars 5th and 6th. So a lot of your front runners. Kowanda, who was the early race leader, all the way back to 7th place, but still in discussion early on. We'll see how much longer this BMW Team Redline assault on the lead will take place. But yeah, they're really starting to open up the gap now that they can draft off each other and get up near the front.
Well, they've got to work hard, and they've got to try and stay in range here, because those M-Team Redline cars are going to be very, very quick at this moment in time, doing what they can to build a margin because they've got it. This is the move then here, and you'll see this is about as basic as it comes. Middle of the straight, pulls out to the right-hand side. Nicholas Matteo doesn't have enough in a straight line, and it's an easy pass down to the inside for Martin Kadlachik, which moves up then Adidas into 4th position. Nice simple move. You don't have to do anything too fancy to defend at this stage of the race. Quite simply, it's all posturing and gesturing. This is what I would call the complimentary handing out of the business cards at this moment. Hey, how are you? I am this driver from this team. This is how I race. That's how it feels. Drago now 5th, 6th and 8th. And if they find themselves together, they've got to try and work together. Dries van Langendonk they've got to try and find Langendonk, sorry. They've got to really try and find a way to get themselves close. Speaking of close, Lucas Perez under a bit of duress right now for Simify Esports. They are +1 for the day, but Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports Team, the 50, they want to be +8, and the pass from Ole Steinbråten, the Norwegian driver, might be the one to try and get past the Spaniard here at Simify.
And we'll see Steinbråten tuck under through the pit straight into Eau Rouge. I think that's where you're going to see that position made down the Kemmel Straight. We'll see how they go through Eau Rouge and Radion, and so far so good. Both are able to keep, a little bit of a bump there, but on through Kemmel into the Kemmel Straight, we see Steinbråten closing in, and that's exactly what he wants to do to try and get into that lead. Does he pop out at Lacombe? No, he's going to bump draft him going into the corner, as Steinbråten taking a little bit of an easier brake job than Perez does, as he really jumps on that. And now we're going to see if Steinbråten can use some racecraft to catch up to Perez and maybe pass him in that third sector.
Yeah, and looking to try and get as much power as possible as we see all the amazing different battles. Let's listen into some of the engine noises here. For the first time, we'll take you RaceSpotTV fan immersion.
going to try and pass through Blanchimont. But yeah, since then, about, let's say half hour ago or so now, we've seen the gap grow between the BMW M Team Redline, BMW 1, 2, 3. Now 3.2 seconds separate the leader from Kavlicek. And of course, that's about 2.5 seconds separating the two of them.
Yeah, so that 2.5 seconds, if it continues to balloon like this, Redline are going to be laughing here as they look to go out and prove to everybody that they want to make a statement. They would have been humbled and humiliated by what happened at the Nürburgring, but this is their way of bouncing back and answering the critics. If they can go 1, 2, and 3 by the time we get to the end of this race, it might be, simply put, the greatest result they've ever had in sim racing, full stop, because it's not just difficult enough to win a 24-hour race, but if you can lock out a podium as well, that goes beyond an achievement.
Especially in a 24-hour race. It's interesting watching the chat on YouTube, you know, congratulating us. So we got a little bit of Perez trying to make some moves.
Well, Oscar Irene has just made the call to jump into the pits, so I would look around at that and say, guess what? We're now in a pit stop cycle, and Oscar Irene is going to be the first to call. Now, it is worth noting they've got to keep their eyes peeled on what the weather is doing. We haven't seen any rain forecasted at the moment, and still none there to go. And there comes a little look to the inside as they run up on the top side. That's Dries van Langendonk making the pass then on Nicolas Matteo, understanding, yeah, I'm probably quicker than you, Nicolas, so let me have the track position because I can attack and try and take that position over Martin Kadlecic coming into the pits. Paul Mounet gets in behind the wheel. Chick Hicks Racing 18, let's say back, also down into the pits in the number 25 car, and I believe also that would have been Lion GP Fenster in the pits, with George Triantopoulos now taking the wheel.
So would not be surprised to see the leaders come in this next time by for their pit stop, as lots of drivers coming in and making their second pits of the day. But looking out the back of Lindquist, sitting 18th in class overall, I should say. It's only one class because it's GT3s. But Lindquist looking back at Marco Saavedra in the 4.
Yeah, just in front is Marc Perez for Simify Esports. They've got two teams, the 9 and the 3 out there. In the 9, they've got Marc Perez, of course, who's driving, Manuel Cubo Torres and Alejandro Avid Ruiz Sanchez they can go to. In the 3, Lucas Perez, Gabi Montoro and Lucas Camba they can go to. I love Spanish sim racing in terms of what they have done. This is a team that has picked apart the pieces, the best that Spain can offer, and quite literally the Spanish effort, an all-Spanish team. There has always been one in some way, shape or form. It used to be Iberica Racing Team. Obsidian had that for a moment. Victor Wolfsohn jumps into the pits now out of 11th, as here comes the move down the inside on Marc Perez. Lindqvist trying to get it sorted round the outside of the final corner. It's a fight for the exit and doesn't quite get the run, which now puts Saavedra into play. But now it's Simify who leads that charge and is doing a wonderful job. Here goes Saavedra looking around the outside and now needs a drag race here to Eau Rouge, and critically has the inside. Now who yields?
It's going to be, I think it's going to be the driver who doesn't have the draft, and indeed it is Saavedra who decides to let off the gas. And I'm watching the pits. Remember, Wolfson pitted a lap before your leader, so do not be surprised if we start to see everybody from the leader on back go for their second pit stop here next time by.
Mattia Hansen has jumped in behind the wheel for them, and a little search down the inside. Marc Perez now seeing Lucas Lindqvist then get that move done on the run to Lake Coombe. So well done on the outside making that pass, and they sit behind as well with Nicholas Lars and Kevin De Nooijer. This entire group now is thinking about where do I want to be for the pit stop window, and I would say this is the critical lap here, lap 52, heading over towards this next section is when we're expecting drivers to be jumping in and getting out. Jamie Christian is down in the pits in the number 33 team at the moment. That's Falken Sim Racing Team Teal who are down there in the pits. But right now, I keep my eye on Redline, whether they're going to come in. I'd also keep my eye out on Drago, on DTIS Racing by WSR. I think they're all in a realm where they're thinking about their pit window, and on cue, 1, 2, and 3, all your leaders are jumping in.
Yep, as you're the driver who has at least one lap good for everybody. The Grid and Go Esports double out one, Sven Haas is sitting in 13th, so that's going to be fantastic for them. As there's the Grid and Go, there's all the teams coming in. Looks like the top 9 have come in now. Coanda Esports Intense coming in, so now we're going to see the Mad Dash into the pits for the second pit stop of the day.
That's quite clever there by the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal. Maddox Max Schneider, I think his name is Max Schneider, and it's a Mad Max reference out there. He finds himself there right in the middle of Tristan Iglesias and Vlad Kimikev. Obviously, they are not going to lift off as Sven Horsa goes another lap again here on this second round of stops. But Schneider just pulls it off before they hit the turn of La Source and decides that's going to work. Now there will be questions asked, and I would say the best thing that someone can do here is maybe slightly short fill on their strategy and try and fuel save for the entirety of the next stint. We got driver changes aplenty here as going through. Alexander Spets will jump in for the 169. The 97, they put Alexander Davidson in. Nicholas Rubilar is in for the 69 team, but it looks like they're all staying in the cards at Team Redline at the moment, as the likes of Leif Sebastian will move through in the number 76 to not yet take that pit stop. That's Sim RC who are making that call, and there is the first leave. 1, 2, 3 Redline cars all leave, and it's a battle off the X. Enzo Benito just ahead of Diogo Pinto. Alexander Spets comes out in 4th.
Man, that's a big gap that the Redline cars have on the rest of the field that came into pit. I think that was at least a 10-car length gap between Pinto and Spitz, who is the new driver, the 169. Alexander Davidson also in the 97 WSR BMW. So a lot of driver changes for some teams. A couple of them who are still in there, as you mentioned. Team Redline keeping McCune, Bonito, and Pinto in to triple stints so far in this race, but still a pretty big gap between Sven Haas and Lee Sebastian, and even further back to McCune, Bonito, and Pinto. So your aggregate leader sitting there in 3rd.
Yeah, and doing a wonderful job of that as well. So for Sven Horsa, he will go about, and I reckon he'll go another lap yet if he's got this all worked out, and he will. So Horsa will get another lap ticked off in the books to try and go through, and it's doing actually a great job. So in and around where he was going, he'd be about 20 seconds off the race lead right now. So it's definitely still a threat at this stage of the race to go through. Now, what's key there from the Redline drivers out there at this moment is just behind them is Federico Godoy, who is up to speed with the tyres at the moment. They're up to temperature. Godoy went straight through on Alexander Spets up the Kemmel, and now this is where, if you're clever, Voracious do have the license to unlap themselves, and that's what Redline don't want in this scenario, is that for Voracious and Federico Godoy, the Argentine-based team Voracious are going to trouble. Off, bang, into the wall. Enzo Benito's lost it at Blanchimont corner. Blink and you miss it stuff. The Redline trifecta is broken.
That is not something you wanted to see, and not sure if there was contact or what. Benito's going to continue on, but all the spots that he's lost 10 spots in just that one problem through Blanchimont. That's not something that wanted to happen. I think there's a little bit of damage there on that left front. I see the nose might be a little bit crinkled up because you see a gap there from the hoods. We'll see how much longer that Benito stays out, but not what you want to see, as now the SimRC team is going in. Jürgen Frank will be the next driver in that, but drama already as one of the 3 Redline cars involved in an incident coming out on the outlap.
Well, cold tyres are going to be a talking point, especially when we go tonight and it becomes even worse. But Enzo Benito, a driver of his caliber, of his experience, to make that sort of mistake, oh, he'll be very red-faced after that one. And you don't see it often, but it, again, goes to show you what a tiny bit of pressure can do. We'll take a look from an aerial perspective of this as he pushes in through Blanchimont. I just think he's tight on the curb. Look, the back tries to step out. He tries to save the tank slapper, and he's so lucky that that's not a black and orange mechanical flag. He bounced off of that layer of 4 tyres, and that layer of tyres is there thanks to Luciano Berti's crash in 2001. He is a very, very lucky boy to still have a car that somewhat functions.
Exactly, that could have been a lot worse, and we have seen some of these impacts there at Blanchimont, where drivers are just leaving whole parts of their car in the gravel trap. So far, so good for Benito, but yeah, he's fallen back so far. He's looking at the bottom half of the top 10, but still, Pinto and McHugh now losing their wingman as Speeds, in spite of him being 1.6 seconds up, Jake, that's still not easy breathing for the 2 BMW drivers.
Alexander Spets is a very, very talented sim racer. He was part of the Williams sim racing team for a very long time, and the Swede here, part now of Drago Racing, is really going to try and push for what he can. Voracious and Federico Godoy, or Federico of Godoy, as his surname would be. I love here the work that his team has been doing. Now jumps into the pit. So Drago now have the numbers advantage. 3v2 they will have, and look at the gap now as it goes here with the cold tyres. It's suddenly absolutely flying back to about 1.7. If they get to 1.5, Alexander Spets will have a really good chance of joining the crew here at the front. And this is what happens. You get quick drivers, you get slightly slower drivers over the course of the stint. The composition of when you put a driver in and how doesn't matter so much in the start of the race, but towards the end, I'd look at someone like Alexander Spets and go, I want that driver bringing my car home.
Yeah, that's definitely somebody that we're going to have to keep an eye on throughout the later stages of the race. And of course, we're watching this battle for 4th place between Alexander Davidson in the Adidas Racing by WSR BMW and the 2 Drago Racing Ferraris of Rubelar and Kibichev. This is an interesting battle here because that's given Spets a chance to focus in and hone in on those 2 BMWs that are up the road as well.
Yep, so there is still a lot to be done here, and Tristan Iglesias, who is still behind the wheel of that Porsche, will be looking behind at the BMW there of Rainer Talvar, trying to figure out a way to go through. They've got that 97 Apex Racing Academy car who is laps down. That's Lewis Barlow behind the wheel, and they'll go through. And we've also got this going on for P13 out there at this stage. So this is Gabby Montoro, Sven Horser, who's just come out of the pits, and Lorenzo Manfredotti, who's new into the car. He graces himself very nicely to Sven Horser, gives him a tap on the right rear to say, hey, how you doing? I quite like that place. Horser defends the line going through here into campus. That will open the door up on the exit. Oh, as easy as that. Manfredotti gets the move.
And like we said, just fresh out of the pit, so no surprise that traffic a little bit faster for Haas's competitors. But I think once Haas gets up to speed, he'll want that 14th place back. And he's still trying on Manfredotti going through the through Blanchimont, heading into the chicane, but still. Manfredotti able to get on those brakes just a little bit harder. So you got the battle for 4th, the battle for 14th going on. This is also an interesting battle as well. This looks like that battle for 18th. And indeed it is. Grabowski goes to the inside. Oh, and tries to go for the 2-for-1. That's Torres, that is, as Saavedra falling back. Actually, it should be, yeah, Grabowski now in position.
Kamil Grabowski is a driver who's been around the scene for a long time, but here comes moves up as Drago's 069 starts to make progress. Nicholas Rubilar goes down the inside of Alexander Davidson and gets it done. Now it's going to be a case of, well, I've got myself an Adidas Racing by WSR sandwich. The bread is Drago Racing. out there at this point. Alexander Davidson would love for Vlad Kimichev to also join and make that happen and to go on forward. I'm just looking at the times as well that are being set here by the leaders outright here. The number 20, Diogo Pinto, did a 2:16.5 on that last lap. It was a 16.6 from Enzo Benito. So Benito hasn't lost too much pace. He's really got away with one, but he'll have that crumple front bonnet, which will be affecting the aerodynamics over the car, and it will affect where they go. Augustin Bernier racing here today in the number 17. That's a name I haven't heard in a little while. He's racing for the Apex Racing Academy team now and jumping into the car. Here's someone who's won in the iRacing Grand Prix World Tour.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Benito. I think the longer the stint goes on, the worse that damage is going to get, because the air's just going to get up under that bonnet. It's really going to make things happen as Bernier comes out ahead of the number 909 of Marley Jaffe. So a couple laps down, but nonetheless, Dino Lombardi into the pits as well. So looks like that the gridandgo.com drivers have found something in the pit stops to be able to stretch their stint just a little bit longer.
Remember that Dino Lombardi had that spin at the end of the last pit stop range, and so that brought troubles. Voracious here and Fernando Borda trying to attack Bernier straight out of the pits. Cold tyres, so looking for a way through. Light flash there, trying every which way here to try and make this move. He'll look left, he'll look right, he'll look up, he'll look down, he'll look slantways even, if he looks to try and use the great glass elevator from Charlie's Chocolate Factory. Not finding any way of getting that pass done at the moment, but Fernando Borda can sit and watch.
For those of us just joining us, you know, you wonder, where's Williams? Where's some of my other drivers? There was a bunch of cars that were involved in a earlier crash through coming out of Eau Rouge. Took out a bunch of front runners, and you know, look, 9 drivers who were involved in that at least 16 car crash are out. All the Williams cars out. A couple of Solpaks, Grid and Go out of the race. Fiercely Forward Gold out, but of course that was also part and parcel due to engine failure in that number 13. So 45 cars running at the moment. Actually 46, is at least one of those cars is in the pits.
Yeah, so with a couple cars then in the pits and finding themselves with a bit of trouble here and a bit of trouble there. You just got to make sure that you find survival first and foremost as we focus with Alexander Davidson here at this moment. Track conditions here in sim time now, 7:20 in the afternoon. I think we're still about a couple of hours away before we hit sundown here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, but we are moving into the twilight zone at this point in time. So the track will slowly start to cool. The headlights are going to become more and more important, and they will know they are in for action here in the night and will try and do what they can to go and make some progress. 17:19 now down into the pits. That's Manatee Racing White, who are 2 laps down. Ryan van der Grij, I believe, has just jumped out of the car, and Sim Heisberg is going to jump in for the number 17-19. It is 3 Dutch drivers for them and 1 Italian. Julian von Buhl is there for them too, and Davide Lanzani will be the other one. Close again as it measures, and it's now Diogo Pinto who has moved to the front. So Luke McEwen now is going to spend a stint behind, because Diogo Pinto has moved that number 20 Team Redline car from 10th on the grid, now in just 2¼ hours to the race lead.
No surprise, we saw how good Pinto was moving his way through the field. And of course, look behind them. You have all 3 Drago Racing Ferraris sitting there in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Kimichev able to get around Davidson for that 5th spot. So now we'll see how long it takes Drago Racing to hook up and catch up to the 2 BMW Team Redline BMWs, as it's just been one assault after the other with Drago. They've been trying to keep up with these Team Redline cars, and they really have. They just haven't been able to really catch up here after this stint.
Diogo Pinto then leading out there for BMW M Team Redline and making up those 9 places gained. Heavy over the curb there, going through the double gauche and over towards the Fania chicane out there, the right and left. Elongated chicane, I would say. It's a long 90-degree right, followed by, again, another long 90-degree left that effectively just slices through the final sections they go through. Wonderful campus there for technology and all of that in when it comes to action here in the Belgian region. And you actually can train to be a bus driver there as they pass. On the inside of the circuit there, the miniature karting course that they have at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps as well. I know that on many a red flagged occasions, it's been very interesting to see can drivers keep it on the road in the wet when they've got the go-karts out.
It's always fun. It's always fun to see because you see them sitting there driving. Meanwhile, on the big track, you see cars just sliding off all over the place. But yeah, this is going to be interesting to see if we do get rain, which it's not predicted, but anything can happen. We know how weather is around Spa, but so far everybody looking pretty good in the dry, and it's interesting to see Drago Racing just all strung out so far, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, because Davidson's still able to keep up. And of course, also you have Tristan Iglesias, your early race leader, sitting there in 7th place as well.
You do, so they're all still there, and they're all within, I would say, about 5 seconds off of the race lead. But Diogo Pinto, that last time by, took 2/10 out of Alexander Spets. That gap now 1.8 between Drago Racing and the BMW M Team Redline number 21 out there at this point. So Alexander Spets is really going to have to work hard to bring himself back. 14th continues to be a good one. A Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports look at Grid and Go. Have got the tyres back into a window and they want to attack. Also with the earlier pit stop, Daniel Lafuente has got in now for Veloce Thrustmaster, and they will certainly look to try and make some progress out there. Veloce, team that came in with a lot of buzz and a lot of hype out there. They've been wonderful in terms of bringing together some great sim racers in and amongst their team. But I look around at them, of course, with back, we've seen Christensen due to come into the car at some point, and Cody Deek, who will be very good for the late night hours from Australia. Daniel Lafuente here is going to look to try and put in a couple of hard stints here to try and move them up and see whether they can chase down that 10-second gap to the top 10.
And of course, that's always tough to do, especially early on, but still, it's plenty of time left to make something happen. Get the fast drivers in early on, and that's when you get yourself set for the nighttime hours. Of course, you see with the cloud cover in, it's just a little dark, but its drivers are ready for the nighttime hours as Lafuente doing his best to move up through the field. You also see this battle for 4th place with Rubilar and Kimichev and the Drago Racing Ferraris, and Davidson sitting there in the FS Racing by WSR BMW. Sitting there as the interested spectator. Also Tristan Iglesias, Coanda Esports. Kind of weird to see them near the bottom half of the top 10 with Vyron and Johansson sitting there in 11th and 12th, because you normally see them up near the front, but when you have Team Redline here, it just means you got to work just a little bit harder.
Coanda are one of those teams that about 6 or 7 years ago, everything they touched turned to gold. Right now, they are needing to find enough lead to transmutate into gold, is the way I would describe it right now. Still really good, but they're needing materials because they're scarce and they don't want to transition to paper money the same way that John Law managed to make that happen for the French economy in the 18th century. A little bit of history there for you, ladies and gentlemen. But at least right now, it's a case of the top 2 running where they need to right now, and Drago have got to come up with a plan here, and this is going to be one where I would say the first thing they've got to do, even if it means they've got to sacrifice a car to do it, they've got to find a way to disrupt those 2 cars in front. And if it means taking a short stint earlier on in the race to give themselves the track position, I would say that would be beneficial at this point, because if they let it string out and get too far out of hand with the pushing, they're losing 0.2 of a second a lap at this moment by the fact that McEwen is very happily pushing Diogo Pinto along. I would say they could very easily lose a lot of time by the length of how long it's going to take. So by that next pit stop in about 40 minutes, I reckon you're going to have to underfill the car a little bit to give yourself the track position, even if it's by 3-4 laps, so you can try and gather that back again at the end of the race.
Yeah, trying to think of that one. Do you underfill or do you double stint your tires? That's the next question I have to ask. I'd imagine in the middle of the night you're going to see some double stinting of the tires because it's not going to be as hot. You know, granted, right now we're still running cool by, you know, racing standards right now on the circuit. Still, you got to figure out how you're going to cut time in these pit stops because you're seeing, you know, teams running 1-2 laps longer than what we've seen Redline, Drago, and the rest of the field running. I mean, the Grid and Go guys, they figured it out how to run 2 laps longer than everybody else. So you got to figure out, okay, how are we going to thwart this attempt to keep them behind us? That's the big question of the day.
Yeah, that is a really strong question, and you can see here your manufacturers on the right-hand side of your timing tower. 3 manufacturers then through the top 12 out there at the moment. A mix of BMWs, of Ferraris, and of Porsches out there, but the main Porsche challenges come from the team that is so closely associated with Porsche and AO Racing, Coanda Esports, 7th, 11th, and 12th. They find themselves with at the moment, trying to make that challenge. We have seen a Lamborghini over the course of racing. We saw it without its rear wing though, which was definitely not what the doctor ordered, but it looks like the top very much have a strategy in play. Lion GP Fenster.com, by the way, in an AMG Mercedes.
It's interesting because you saw a couple years ago the Mercedes was the hot car, and now you're seeing the BMWs and the Ferraris. It's the hot cars. I mean, Porsche has always been the hot car in GT3 competition, but yeah, so few AMGs in this field. You know, you don't see the Mustang out here, which is kind of interesting, but you know, that's a newer car that's still being sorted out. A couple other manufacturers that are in the iRacing platform you're not seeing this weekend. You've seen a lot of Bavarian and Italian cars in the mix.
You do, and speaking of out there, drivers trying to push and challenge, I do want to put a little bit of attention to what is going on through this field, because now we're starting to get a couple of 2-car battles out there a little bit further down. Still some of the groups together around and hoping to hold themselves in play, but it is starting to intersperse just a little bit more out there at the moment. So Manfredotti's group holds. Saavedra now at the front of the group with Manuel Kubo Torres, Kamil Grabowski, and the lap down car of Baptiste Jimenez for TC Esports, who find themselves wrong place, wrong time. But this is where you are now starting to reassess this race, as in comes the 429 car, Luca Nadio, then jumping into the pits for Scuderia Volpe, making their stop.
But off strategy, interesting to note, is this battle for 18th between SCR Sim Racing, Simify Esports, WSR Red, and Fiercely Forward Yellow. Really looking pretty good. Of course, we've seen these guys run nose to tail most of this race, so no surprise here. Of course, a lot of these drivers triple sitting. We saw Saavedra take the start, Torres, Grabowski. They've been in most of the race, but Peregrino, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, I think Peregrino got in the car this last pit stop.
That would be on the element of correct. So as you look around, SDR Sim Racing right now have Saavedra, he's still there. Mano Kubo Torres still there. Kamil Grabowski has taken over for Lucas Lindqvist. So, sorry, Mano Kubo Torres has jumped in for Mark Perez. So it's a case of 3 still there. Abel Torres has come out of the car for Baptiste Jimenez, who's just trying to run his own race at the moment on the back of this group. So it is becoming a case of, well, where are you going to find those opportunities to jump through? And really has been a little issue here and a little issue there, which has caused the dramas to befall. We've still got 47 cars, I believe, still piloting. The 429, though, I believe has just pulled the car into the pits. Nobody then in the 429 team is going to jump back out in that car. So it looks like for Scuderia Volpe, they may have just pulled it behind, which means 46 cars still running in this race from a starting quota of 59 drivers out there at this point. So it looks like we've lost 13 cars overall, but for the moment Saavedra, who we focused on for about the last lap or so, there has done a really good job actually of running here at the front of this group. And just looking at the time, so let's say Diogo Pinto's doing 2:59s right now. What's the difference when you go a little bit further down the order and start seeing these battles a little bit further down? You will now start wondering, well, what sort of times are you managing by comparison? Saavedra, 2:16.4, so only half a second a lap slower.
Yeah, but half a second lap slower, you know, that could mean the difference of several laps over a course of a stint here, because half a second just means so much different here than like a shorter track like, for example, your Brands Hatches. So that's almost nothing here as we're watching the battle up top. Now we got the battle with the Drago cars. They are now in line of stern, heading through No Name, and that's what they need. Now they just need to separate themselves from the rest of the field. You've got Davidson, Iglesias, and Talvar, who want to get up in front of the Drago cars, but not going to be able to if they're still nose to tail. Oh, there we go. Now we see Davidson getting a little bit off course, and that should give the Drago cars a bit of a chance to start inching up forward.
Well, here's the thing. It's Alexander Spets going backwards because he's actually dropped the position now to Nicholas Rubilar with a pass going through into Les Combes. So Alexander Spets may have just gone setting off like a whippet, but he's realised that he needs the endurance to go out there right now, very much like a Spaniel. So it's been very tough for Alexander Spets on this stint, and now he's starting to fall back into line, trying to save a bit of fuel. Looking then from a driver's eyes perspective here with Rainer Talvar at the moment, who pushes on through and looking for a great amount of drive into this final chicane. He's on the back of this group, and sometimes being unsuspecting in a group like this is the best way to go quicker. Slow is fast, so they say, but so is being unassuming, saving the fuel, saving the tyres, giving yourself a platform to attack later on in the race.
Yeah, with it being so early in this race, relatively early, you don't want to, we lost a little signal there, but don't want to really worry too much about making those moves yet. We might see those with 6 hours to go when things get a little bit more frantic, but now just preserve the equipment, stay out front, do the best you can. If you have an issue like we saw with Bonito, damage control. You know, Bonito, he had that crash to Blanchimont, but he's still in the top 10, sitting in 9th place, and not too many battles. So he's just sitting there biding his time. But that's what you want to do in these early stages. Get yourself a chance to compete for later on in the race.
Well, here's the issue for the 22 team right now. 9th place, yeah, that's fine, but running times that are 0.3 of a second a lap slower than the group in front, and half a second a lap slower than the Marla Racing Team car of Ruben Bonga, who is behind, and by the way is now within 2 seconds of them.
It just goes to show that damage is starting to rear its ugly head a lot sooner than we thought it would. You know, we're halfway through this stint when, you know, I thought, okay, maybe near the end of the stint we'd start to see it. No, we're starting to see it now. So I fear that the BMW M Team Redline 22, they're going to have to take some time for repairs for this next pit stop.
Yep. So there might be a case of hold yourself steady, keep yourself poised and set for action. But right now, you are really having to do quite a fair bit of work to try and keep yourself just somewhat competitive. And that 22 M-Team Redline car, the one quantum of solace they can hold on to is the fact that that car will get better as they go, and they can get back into the racing speeds they were seeing earlier. Manfredotti starting to pull away here with Sven Horser on the defence. Daniel Lafuente trying to figure out which way am I going to go to make some moves points here. This would be to jump up to 15th position out there on track. So thinking, oh, that's a huge lift from Daniel Lafuente. He lifts and coasts about 150 meters because he wasn't near enough alongside to make the lunge.
Look at that view that Lafuente has behind him, trying to hold off for position. Of course, we're also watching the Drago Racing 3 try not lose too much ground to BMW M Team Redline, but they're just way too strong, as now that gap is 4 seconds from the 21 to the 069. As yeah, this draft here just not able to keep up with the fast drivers. A little bit of an off there.
Alexander Spets having to catch the car going through the gravel, and he lost it halfway before hitting the curb, and so it's showing actually that he's really struggling with that car at the moment. One of the things you got to remember out there is that you're not building a car for one, you're building a car for 3, 4, 5, 6 different people out there over the course of this race. Everyone has got to gel with this setup.
You know, one thing I like to tell new fans to endurance racing, if you get a chance, watch the Audi documentary. I can't remember the name of it, but it's the first one that they did for the 24 hours, and it talks, you know, you get obviously Alan McNish, Tom Christensen, and there's a couple of drivers that they bring in that year, Race for 24, where they talk about how, you know, getting used to sharing a car, because in racing, that's not something that you're used to, especially coming up through the ranks, unless you do, you know, like a touring car sort of setting, a touring car endurance sort of setting. You have to set, it's basically a baseline setup, and every driver has to adapt to it. And it's just so unnatural, and I think we're really starting to see that with Spets just going, you know, having some issues off and on, and there's a replay. Yeah, little wiggle there on the rumble strips, and that's what causes him to lose a little bit gap from Rubelar, not something that the Drago team needed.
Little bit, Jeremy. He was full opposite lock.
I'm being kind, okay? Being kind to the guys. It's still early. Later on in the race, maybe a little bit more aggressive, but
he's still in the race. That's all that matters at the moment, and so is the 169 Drago Racing team, which find themselves in order at the moment. So now the question becomes, what do you do at Kawanda? What do you do at WSR? And what do you do at Burası? Watching what's going on and how quickly Redline are jumping down the horizon. So that will be a lot to work with, as the TC Esports team now will come down the pits. Either come down the pits or find themselves stuck in it. Looks like they have come down the pits with Baptiste Jimenez at this point. So now it'll be a case of making sure to keep themselves in play at the moment, as this is Zain Khan in 26th position, then for Mag Performance, who, sorry, 25th, and Zain Khan for Altitude Frame Esports trying to get by Mark Calvo, who's been in the car the entire way so far, looking for that move. It's going to be a case of left or right, left or right. No, I'm just going to bump you. I don't want to make this move. I am just going to bump you along the straight because I don't want to make the pass.
We've seen a little bit of bumping, nothing too aggressive, because that's what you can do in these Fender cars. You can do a little bump, 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 and, you know, just tell somebody you're there, or say, hey, I didn't like that. And it's okay, everybody's fine. Here's a look at Marco Saavedra on the bottom part of your screen. That number 4 BMW holding off Manuel Cubo Torres and Kamil Grabowski once again. We see Peregrina falling back just a little bit, 3.5 seconds in arrears to that battle for 20th, but still Grabowski in that BMW WSR Esports Red on the side of it. Trying to see if he can make a 2-for-1 special, but Saavedra has been making some nice defensive moves there to stay in that 18th spot for the time being, but at the same time, this caused the two behind him to be 11 seconds behind that 17th place driver and the battle for 14th as well. So I would imagine that Torres wants to get around Saavedra as quickly as he can.
Yep, so progress to make the passes is of, I would say, critical importance here. So as they are starting to figure out, right, okay, we've got to start moving about, we've got to start making some progress here. They are in this sort of holding cycle at the moment, which we see quite a bit of in endurance racing, where they're not quick enough to get to the group in front. That's about 11 seconds down the road to PGZ XP1 Dots at the moment, but they're also going quick enough where Alexander Peregrina isn't really making massive inroads. Maybe a 10th here or a 10th there is the case. La Fuente keeping on this medium group battle right now with Leandro Anderuti, trying to bring himself back into position and run up through the train, going through at Lake Coop once more and over the top of the crest, then at Malmedy corner to go back down the hill again towards Bruxelles. So it's a bit of a holding pattern here. Everyone's settling down, finding a rhythm. And the good news for these drivers about not really pushing so hard is they're not really going to find too many more incidents out there over the course of this stint. These are some of the best sim racers in the world who know how to drive this car and track, because pretty much every time you look at it, Spa is one of those circuits which goes into the same category as the likes of Road America and Monza, as those tracks that everybody wants to drive, so always finds a way to get on the calendar.
That's why you have so many cars in this top split, is because you want to race here. And you take a look at the rumble strips, it almost does remind me of Road America. Obviously spending so much time in the commentary booth there, it's like, oh, you know, you kind of got to go from, you know, we go from one weekend in real life Road America to another weekend in the Spa Sim, as we got a pass for position there for 7th place. Tolver gets around to Glacius. So Glacius, it seems like that Coanda Esports 08 starts to fall off in the fourth quarter of the stint. So move Tolvar in the BMW up to 7th place. A nice little pass there.
I wonder if it's chewing its tyres up or something there over at Coanda, as that's Ruben Bonga down the inside. Whew, not much clearance space there. Fit a piece of paper between them. Enzo Benito losing out then for the BMW M Team Redline 22, the wounded one out there at the moment, now back into 10th. But the good news for Enzo is he can hold in the slipstream, hopefully, and not fall prey to the two Coanda cards of Elliot Veyron and Melte Johansson, who are trying to bring themselves into play. So it could be a blessing in disguise as the Drago Racing cars continue to stay as they are at now 4.6 seconds back of the lead when they last crossed the line, doing 15.8 at the front here. Diogo Pinto and Luke McEwen, they are driving wonderfully. And from what I've heard about Redline setups is that they drive completely differently to everything else. In terms of if you build a setup how you would a normal race car, I would say that Redline setups, I haven't seen one in a couple years or so, or in a very long time, but they traditionally are very much there and use maybe all of the tricks of the trade that iRacing has to gain as much of a benefit as they can. I would say if you tried to put a Redline setup in a real world car, you'd start to struggle.
Yeah, exactly, because it looks like that they're just so darn good. I was actually, speaking of Redline, I was looking at Bonito's time, and last time by, he ran about a second slower than Bonga, so no surprise there that they were able to get that. But looking at the two up front, Pinto and McEwen, they've been running close, if not almost on their fastest lap times each and every lap. 15.6s for both of those drivers. Last time by Pinto, 15.8. McEwen, 15.7.
Yeah, and so for Luke McEwen, he's really doing a great job of playing that effective teammate role to the number 20 team. These two have got to work together. It was going to be 3 clear at the front, but ultimately it becomes a little bit more troublesome. That's the car that they've got to lap next, which is the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal machine of Maddox Max Schneider, or Max Schneider as I think I'm going to call him for the rest of this one. Alexander Thebe and Jamie Christian is the team that goes with. And Alexander Thebe, absolutely wonderful driver. I have never seen a driver like Alexander Thebe, Jeremy, make so many overtakes off camera.
And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of these overtakes off camera, but there's just so much action going on in the circuit. There's no surprise that we're not going to catch everything. It is what it is. That's just broadcasting, and that's. I wish people would get that. It's like, yeah, being at the track's great because you can see everything. Being at home watching this is great too because you can see what we see and you don't have to pay, an arm and a leg for fish and chips or some sort of drink. But Davidson holding off Talvar trying to make his way around to that top 5 spot. He's got to get around at least one other BMW. Then, yeah, good luck trying to get around the Drago Ferraris as they're just holding nose to tail coming out of No Name.
Well, now you've done it here because you started to talk food right now and we're into the middle of afternoon for me. Do you know of any good fish and chip shop in Wisconsin?
I know plenty. I actually know plenty of good fish and chips place there. If you've ever been to Road America, obviously there's a lot of good stuff at Elkhart Lake, but when my wife and I go up there when I do have work or we decide to go play spectator at Road America, we go to a supper club about 20 minutes north. It's called, not Sobelman's, no, that's in Milwaukee. I can picture it now, but it's just so good. If you can get to an old-time supper club up in Wisconsin, I highly, highly recommend it. Of course, I got our break here shortly, so I got to go grab something to eat before I get too hungry.
If anyone can @Rainbolt from all of the GeoGuessr World Cup stuff, I'm sure we can find that in about 5 minutes for you. But I am sure we are in for some amazing, great racing that we'll go through. I'm sure that wherever you are around the world, be it morning, noon, and night, you've got to love a little bit of food. It always is. We always talk about it when it comes to the 24-hour races that bring themselves into play. Focusing on Alexander Davidson in 6th position, number 97 car there on the top of your screen. The battle continuing on for 14th place. Down on the bottom with Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, Lorenzo Manfredotti is agonizingly 1.1 seconds back here of Gabby Montoro and that Simify Esports 22. They would love to jump up past the Spanish-based team.
They really would, and here's what's interesting. Sven Haase, who's 2 laps to the good of everybody, it's interesting seeing him back in 15th. We've seen him, run around 13th, but Montoro sitting there in that number 22 Ferrari. That is quite interesting to see that Sven Haase has lost a couple of spots. Oh, by the way, Schwartz is the name of that supper club just north of Road America. Trust me, old school. You'll thank me for it later. But yeah, this battle for 14th with Manfredotti, Haase, and La Fuente looking nice and tight, but I think Haase just trying his best to bide his time. I'm wondering if the gridandgo.com cars are just going to wait till the second half of the race to really unleash, or if they're just running this plot to do one fewer pit stop than everybody else, which really is pretty smart.
I'd say one fewer pit stop. I don't think it's going to be that dramatic, one fewer, but I think it's splash and dash sort of territory. And especially if you're getting to that sort of stage, Jeremy, you're sort of thinking, well, it's they're going to save 23 laps is their plan over the course of racing. It's 27 laps that we're seeing for a pit stop. So they're going to try and go, 3-4 laps for their final stint if everything plays nice and clean and it stays dry the entire way. So they wouldn't even need to change tyres at their last stop. They just need to sup a little bit of fuel and go again. So I would say they'd have a really short final stop that's getting set and ready for them.
And that's what you need here, especially in these closing stages, as he's got to outsmart everybody in the pits. One last thing on food. I'm sorry. I saw this and it made me chuckle. Thomas F., speaking of Road America, makes me want a bratwurst with eggs for breakfast. There's nothing better than starting your morning at a racetrack than an egger and RGPs from the Gearbox. I'm glad that they finally upgraded their food, but still nothing better than the Gearbox at the top of the hill.
Oh, you got to love it here. Every time you go to a place, there is so much amazing elements out there that bring itself together. But at least for right now, this becomes an interesting port of call to go with, because this is the 3-car train for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. 6-car train even, I will say. This is a train that is starting to lose time because the coordination between the 2 Team Redline cars compared to the coordination of the Drago cars are very, very different. I look around at BMW M Team Redline, they are pushing and bump drafting on every straight they can manage. It's a little bit more princessy to say from Drago Racing at the moment. They don't want to get the fronts of their cars all sullied and dirty at this moment in time. They don't want to do that bump drafting. I think it's a much tougher prospect for them at the moment, and so they can't go to the same level as what Redline are doing at the moment, Jeremy.
Well, I think it's also a matter of those who are behind the wheel BMWs feel they can get a little bit more aggressive. They lean on their cars a little bit against other cars, and they won't have as much damage. Whereas the Ferrari drivers, those cars, those are so nimble, and they're absolute machines, and they don't want to ruin any little bit of aerodynamic advantage that these new GT3s have. So no surprise here as we see Nicholas Last at the bottom try and hold off Triantopoulos for that 32nd spot. And yeah, we were mentioning earlier, it's just, there's so many good races. I think this is the first time that we've seen a battle involving something other than a Ferrari, Porsche, or a BMW.
Well, that's because this is the only other car running that is not a Ferrari, a Porsche, or a BMW out there at this stage. George Triantopoulos right now for Lions GP bringing itself through in 32nd position. I didn't know it was actually called BMW until, believe it or not, this morning out there, because I find a lot of random things that come across me in terms of what comes through your social feed, and Ina Lotta is what came across my feed, German VTuber, who made a very lovely short about BMWs out there, and so she's just tweeted out that can you say something nice because she's feeling a bit down today. So go tell us something nice that the crew over at iRacing here in RaceSpot actually learned something today. They've been using it and applying it in the course of the show.
Well, something that I learned early on in my marshalling career, I used to be quarter marshal myself in real life, is a Bimmer is the four-wheel BMW, a Beamer is the two-wheel version.
So that's why we see the Jimmer Bimmer that goes out then and races with Jimmy Broadbent, for example. But ultimately, if Jimmy Broadbent ever decided to go on bikes, he would be in a Jimmer Beamer.
He would be the Jimmer Beamer. And of course, I first heard that from my friends over at Bimmer World, too. It's like, thought about it, I'm like, actually, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, so yeah, if Broadbent ends up doing two wheels, we can call him the Jimmer Beamer.
Yes, we can, and I'm sure that is going to be magical and fantastic to see if we ever see Jimmy Broadbent go from four wheels over to two at any given point out there. And so, ladies and gentlemen, mark one off your bingo card. We've made mention of Jimmy Broadbent on this stream as well, so we are getting through them here in this 24-hour, and we're not even 3 hours in. You love to hear it at this moment. Again, close goes the Adidas Racing by WSR car, but now down the inside, from a mile back. Look at that. Rainer Talvar's come to race and has decided, you know what, I'm done waiting. Bürosud, which in German translates to Office South Plus Racing, Office South Plus competition, they have just made the move. That's Florian Hasper's team making great progress there with Rainer Talvar.
That was a fantastic move there for position, and now we're seeing what Talvar can do if he's going to try and battle with these Drago Racing Ferraris, if he can catch up to them, or if they're going to try, if the three variant German-made cars can all catch up. And I know those at Stuttgart are like, come on. One of our old guys couldn't have made that reference together.
Yeah, and so, come on, here comes another chance then to go and jump up and gain another. Talvar now, after that pass, got to try and stay with Vlad Kimichev to go and jump that position and gain that place. But for the moment, Alexander Davidson will lose out and fall back to 7th, and the Coanda Esports 08 will now try and hold on to the rear in that 8th place overall. It's been stable as well for ninth. We'll take another look at the Reiner Talvar pass here, as this is how it happened. Down the inside, committed as anything can be. Had to push there through the middle of the apex, and that's where the time started to fall away from that group in front. So a very good move, but again, it's going to take a couple laps to get onto the back of the 3 Drago cars right now, which is looking very much like a Cerberus of dragons.
And they're starting to open up just a little bit of a gap. And yeah, if you want to make a pass there in the chicane, we've seen all day long, you got to kind of choke off that inner line to get that move done. And usually smooth as butter until you really hop those sausage curbs, I should say. Wow, 5 seconds. So far, the BMW M Team Redline drivers in first and second place have basically opened up a pretty sizable gap. Not sure if that's a equation to their setups or if Drago Racing just doesn't have it as of yet. We'll see how the setups are once the sun goes down, but still, I'd say we're probably about 5 to 10 minutes away from another round of pit stops, and that's going to be interesting to see who gets in the cars here, because a lot of these drivers in the top 10, Jake, as we know, have not swapped drivers as of yet. So a lot of these drivers in have a good grasp on the conditions. We'll see what the second driver has here in the coming minutes.
Of your top 10, first and second have yet to make a driver change. Neither has 5th position out there in this race. Reiner Talvar has stayed in the car the entire way, so 6th needs to make moves. So too will 8th place Coanda Esports, and then it will be 10th place with Enzo Benito will also need a change. Pushing on the back then goes Tristan Iglesias up the Kemmel Straight and in towards Les Combes. And Les Combes is going to look like a little bit of a Belgian paradise. Then I'd stick my parasol and my sunscreen on if I was there right now, because with all that gravel, you could definitely confuse it for a beach, including the race circuit, by the time that this race finds itself to a conclusion.
Yeah, I just don't want the water to be involved in it, because then that's going to make life a lot harder for a lot of these drivers, although you can tactically say that there are some boats in the field that might be able to make their way around. And of course, we see Coanda Esports 08, Iglesias catching up to Davidson. Davidson's lost 2 positions so far this stint, so not a net positive for him, but trying to keep Iglesias, our early race leader, up near the back. And we keep saying that because there really have only been a handful of race leaders in this 24-hour race. With as stout as it has been, it's been kind of interesting to see the lack of race leaders. There's been, what, 3 drivers who've really sniffed the front so far. So it's still a competitive race thus far in the early quarter that we've seen.
Oh, it's by no means out of line, as I've decided that I've forgotten how to breathe here in this 24-hour race. But at least right now, Luke McEwen here and Diogo Pinto, yeah, 5 seconds down the road. It sounds like a lot. This would be a lot if it were a 1-hour race, for example, or a 2-hour race. But it's a 24-hour race. 5 seconds is manageable. All it takes is one mistake or traffic to become more of a factor later on, which it isn't at the moment, and you get a much different picture to where you are right now. This is still very manageable and very much a case of a race that finds itself in stasis at this point in time. And so we are getting to see here that certain teams and certain drivers might have a really nice start to this race, but there will be chances when you start getting to sundown. And another push on the back then of Alexander Davidson from Tristan Iglesias. Davidson here in the Adidas Racing by WSR team, they are really struggling to hold the pace being kept up here by Talvar, Kimachev, Spets and Rubila.
And that's an interesting battle in and of itself. We've seen that battle really heat up. This battle, in spite of not much position change, has been really, really good. I've enjoyed watching Talvar really inch up on the competition. Of course, Drago Racing doing all they can to try and stay line astern, as we've mentioned, but they'll have to pit here shortly, so we'll see if they try and go for the undercut or the overcut. There we go. We start to see our first pit stops of this stint with number 19, Triantafylopoulos, into the pits.
Yeah, so that is going to be one of your first takers in. That is the number 19 car, and of course that Mercedes is maybe a little bit more, I would say, gas guzzling, so to speak, out there, deciding to make that call and dive down into the pit. So doing so 8 minutes short of the magical number is a little bit concerning for them out there in terms of how they go. They made the swap on lap 50, so they're doing 25 lap stints as they go through. Now the leaders are doing 26 consistently, and Grid and Go 001 are doing 27 consistently. So we are seeing a huge difference being found out there by the various teams working out what they need to do, where they need to find the abilities to go and make the fuel save work. 40 seconds in the box. Now this is Marcos Saavedra, who is currently in 23rd position. And that's why. That is why. Getting caught out on the exit of Bruchel. Oh, and go careful on the rejoin.
Yeah, a rare mistake out of Saavedra as, just lose. We talked about Bruchel and how easy it is to lose it through there. And, of course, it's even easier to lose it when you back into somebody. But, yeah, losing so many spots now, that's given Torres and Grabowski a chance to kind of close up that 13.6-second gap that the two of them have to Anderudi for the 17th spot.
Yeah, so very easily done as they all look to push through and say, right, where was I? How was I able to go and make that move? And where did the troubles all start out there? It's very tough going through, and he was losing it halfway through the corner on the curb. So the car just naturally moved on out there at that section of road. And really, when you're sitting down and you're looking at an incident like that for Saavedra, that is one of the scariest moments, because you're going down the hill and you expect the car to just continue rotating. The moment you spin it that early, the inertia going through the corner is going to throw it out, as in comes Chick Hicks Racing and Pablo Espes. That's not damage on the front, that's just the mustache there on the hood.
Yeah, exactly. Ka-chow, ka-chow. Oh, wait, no, that's not what he says. He does it to mock Lightning McQueen. We don't have Lightning McQueen in the field, which is interesting. But Pablo Espes going away 40.9 seconds. The pit stop, now the long run down the endurance pits as we see the Coanda Esports OA trying to keep up with the rest of the field. And yeah, I wonder, Jake, if that Porsche is just burning up tires, because we saw a couple of laps ago he was on the back of that 97 Davidson, and now he's fallen further back and starting to lose grasp of that train.
Well, he did all the work to get back to Alexander Davidson, and to give credit to Alexander Davidson, he did the work to get back to Rainer Talvar. So I don't think it's a case that the Porsche is struggling at this stage of Coanda Esports. I think it's more a different case of an issue to be had, as into the pits comes the Marla Racing team, which unleashes Enzo Benito into 9th position. So Ruben Bonga from 10th in, and that will also throw in Veloce Thrustmaster and Daniel Lafuente.
So yeah, now we're starting to see the pit stops take place, and it's going to be interesting when Benito goes into the pits, how long that the damage repair goes on, because I would imagine that they would have to fix whatever damage was caused in that shunt that he had there through Blanchemont, because there's gotta be something, because we're not seeing him move up through the front like we thought we would.
No, and ultimately it's a case of we're not seeing that much great progress out there, but what we are seeing are great opportunities out there to make that movement and that progress. And yes, the 10 car has fallen off the gap at the moment, but they do have a chance to gather it back in the remaining 21 hours and 4 minutes then of this race. So there are still opportunities to be had, but I would say that we are very close to that moment where everyone's going to jump. The question will be, at what moment do drivers pivot off their main strategy? If everyone does the same strategy over and over and over again, it's the first sign of madness. At what point does someone pivot?
That's a good question. I would not be surprised to see the first big pivot to happen in the next couple of pit stops to try and, like I said, I think we're going to try and see either the overcut or the undercut really work. I mean, we're seeing the overcut try and work with Sven Hasse in the gridandgo.com esports double out one. But who tries the undercut out of the front? I have to wonder if we're going to see it here in the next couple laps. Oh, Chick Hicks getting in the way as now we're starting to see that battle really heat up for the 6th and 7th spot.
Look at what it's done. It's thrown Spets and Rubelar away from Vlad Kimichev, who is stuck back there now in 5th position. At a second back, the 081 Commander esports car of Melte Johansson will jump into the pit. But this is tough because one piece of traffic, 1 second becomes the gap, and suddenly Kimichev's going to have to defend on his own here. Rainer Talvar, if I was sitting at Burosud, you go now, you go and make that move. He's really trying to close on in, try and find that pass, moves over to the right-hand side to get alongside, and Kimichev here, the opportunity knocks. He'll have to fight this one through the mid part of the corner here, really battling hard as they go to Malmedy. Move made, brilliant stuff by Talvar. Davidson tries to find a move, huge block, got to throw down the inside to Bruxelles. Move made, what a pass.
Well, these guys know that that is game over for the Drago Racing Snake right now, because we've seen Kimichev have some issues here and there, try and control the car, but nonetheless, Kimichev, he's not done with Talvar yet. Talvar has just been too good this stint. This has been a great stint for that BMW driver, as now the 2 Drago Racing cars of Rubelar and Spets, they've opened up a huge gap because they don't have to worry about having that 3rd car behind them. But now Kimichev has to worry about Davidson as we're getting ready to go into pit stops.
Yeah, and it will be that 3rd round of pit stops. I know, Jeremy, that you are very close to running off for a little bit before you come back for stints going on in about hour 5 or so. So from your first 3 hours worth of racing, what's your big takeaways?
God, this has just been fantastic, and trying to stop BMW M Team Redline is going to be difficult, but if there's any team that's going to do it, I think it's going to be Drago Racing, as Alexander Davidson's all over the back of Kimichev through Blanchemont. Does he get a move here into the bus stop? And I know I'm dating myself saying bus stop, but no, not going to happen.
No, and in comes everybody, and when I say everybody, I mean everybody at the front of this field is jumping in. Redline are in, Drago are in, Burosud Plus are in. You got the likes of WSR, Coanda, all in the pits at the same time, and the 3rd round of pit stops now bring themselves into full fruition. 21 hours and 15 seconds remaining at this moment in time, as the 001 gridandgo.com esports team will, no surprises, stay out and extend the stint to maybe 3 laps longer than where we are right now. We say goodbye to Jeremy Scott, and we will say hello to Ron Mones, who has come into play on what has been a very interesting first 3 hours of racing.
It has been an action-packed race. It's Spa. You can't really expect anything else. This track is absolutely fantastic. This race puts on some good racing action as well, as that's a pretty big miss on the pit stop from the Ferrari. I feel like I've been thrown to the wolves or thrown under a train that's about to come by on the tracks. We've got the pit stops, and these are going to be such a critical part of doing well in this race for these drivers, so they have to ace this as well as they can.
It was Vlad Kimichev who missed the box on the front, which will not be ideal for Thibaut Prevost to jump into the car with, and it will drop another second. That was the car in 3rd position. Sander Reed jumps in over at Coanda 08. Gianni Vecchio in at M Team Redline number 22. You've got then some Keiter in 21 who jumps. Look at the jumps on the stops. Oh, they've all come together. The driver change has come back. So Alexander Spets is right there now with Chris Lullum and co, who are there. Lullum in on the 20, Keiter in on the 21's got the jump, and Felix Kirnbach now for Burosud Plus competition gets there, as some drivers think of an underfill to try and shake them off. Now it's about getting tyre temperature up into play. Some big decisive weaves, and Alexander Spets cannot make a move with how aggressive the weaving is.
Yeah, you can see that crazy weaving as they head their way down the Kemmel straightaway off into the Lacombe chicane. Now we're off through the mid-sector. You swap out that straight line speed for some good cornering performance, and these racers on their cold tires, they're going to be skating around here on this out lap. Let's see who's going to be able to build up the tire temperature the quickest, whether or not these drivers will be able to do that well, and whether or not they will be able to light up their tires and just leapfrog over some drivers who have their struggles. Let's just wait and see. Now we begin to see the quirks and features of these cars. Which one of these cars is best on these outlaps? It may not seem like much. It's a very small part of this race, but the outlaps can be a true detriment, really. You can gain or lose a heck of a lot of time just in that run coming out of pit lane.
Yeah, and we saw it earlier on that last stint with Enzo Benito going around in the number 22 BMWM Team Redline number 22 car. So that really did prove to be a huge difference maker. Voracious in the pits. The 909 effect simulations are down in the lane as well at 2 laps down. But now it becomes a really interesting moment for this race because Spets has done well to hold on. Now he's got to keep the pace of Lolum and Keiter, who are new to the car, have an understanding of what it might be, but what it will be. It's already been a full stint for Alexander Spets, so he can go right to work. He knows exactly what to expect out of the conditions here, and he will want to, in this twilight, find a way to move on by and gain places. In comes Jürgen Frank from Sim RC, which means there's just one. This is Nicholas Rubila. Oh, he tagged the wall off the exit. He tagged some of those barriers, and there was nowhere to go for the WSI Esports car. Wow, that's a huge moment off the exit.
It was a dink-doink into both of the barriers there as well, and even though the first one's made out of plastic, it's iRacing, even the tire barriers are made out of the matter of white dwarf stars. That's a huge hit there. I wonder what sort of damage may be riding in that 069 Drago racing car. That Ferrari has to be a little bit wounded. I'm not sure what the damage will be. If there's a meatball flag for that racer, you gotta imagine they'll have to come down pit lane yet again, and that'll be a huge setback at this point of the race. You think about the early stages of these 24-hour long races, lots to gain and lots to lose, but when it comes to the strategy content as well, it can really set the tone for how the remaining 20 hours go for some of these teams. If you have a strategy that goes a little bit awry in the earlier stages, it just becomes a snowball effect. You have to come in a couple laps earlier on than you should have. That just snowballs from there, and eventually have to shoehorn a brand new pit stop in that your competitors won't have to. If that 069 car has some major damage, and even if they don't have a meatball flag, if it's just slowing him down enough that he can't really maintain competitive speed, that's going to be a huge setback for that team. You can see how much that 069 team has lost to the number 89 a little bit farther up the road. That BMW has been able to gap that Ferrari by a matter of 0.8 of a second as they head their way up through Fagnes of 12 and 13. So I gotta wonder if that 069 car really has some damage. That was not a soft hit into either of those walls. The first one certainly harder than the second, but there's got to be some damage on that race car, whether it be suspension causing that car to handle poorly, or whether it be aerodynamic where it feels like he's dragging an anchor through asphalt down the straights. Not really sure about that yet, but there's got to be something sour on that race car.
Well, Nicholas Rubilar isn't really showing it at the moment, has to be said, but it has completely shaken up the order right now as Thibaut Prevost went through on Alexander Davidson, and so Adidas Racing by WSR 97 now dropped the place. So that is going to be a very tough moment as in is the 788 of Yannick Lapchin. So that's another look. So Rubilar on the exit, bang one, bang two, nowhere to go. You can't go to the grass and around. It will be an unsafe pit exit there otherwise, so was just about able to scamper away, but that is one moment off of the pitch. You don't think about it, but enough to make the difference. Now expect the bump draft on the straight to come from Lolum and Keiter. They'll play exactly the same game that we saw earlier on from them in the opening couple of hours from Pinto and McEwen, but this time they've got company. Alexander Spets will watch on as a third wheel and go, yeah, you continue. I'll just be here. I'll look around at the scenery.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that I will raise talking about this as we ride on board with him a little bit of a trip through the gravel as he heads his way out of Malmedy, we may end up seeing him decide, you know what, I'm happy about this spot. I don't want to risk any sort of damage. I've already seen my teammate run into some difficulties right behind me, even exiting the pits. I just want to keep a clean race car. I want to run smooth in this race. Get into that section where you just want to be in a groove, settle into a nice sort of vibe in one of these races, and not have to worry about constantly throwing haymakers at your competitors. As look at this, Grabowski involved in a battle. This for PAT at the present moment, down into the Lacombe chicane, and looks like he's going to lose out on that spot, rather uncontested down into the turn. Manuel Cuba Torres going to get that move done, the 9 Ferrari, to jump his way up another spot.
It now means it's only plus 14 for WSR Esports Red out there at the moment. Manel Kubo Torres, then for Simify Esports, moves up into that 18th position and is -1 for the day so far. So that gives you a little indication of the different contrasting fortunes that we have seen of various drivers. Traffic in front, though, for Redline and for Drago here, and that just getting out of the way was the voracious 315 that stays out of trouble, but also trying to join is Felix Kirnbach here for the BMW M-Team Burasud Plus competition team, the number 89. And if they get involved in this, this is going to be a very interesting race, because it's one thing to say, oh, there's 3 Drago cars and one of them's up there. You throw in a third team and suddenly the mix starts to spoil.
Yeah, that's an absolutely fantastic point that you raised there. You get into a situation where you see more teams get involved in this, and that's where it starts to get really hair-raising. You know, if you have, in the case that we've got right now with these 3 drivers now running P1, P2, and P3, the other 2 Redline BMWs running right in front, and you've got that Drago Racing Ferrari right in tow, you kind of don't have to worry about it getting too hairy. Then we've got more teams involved in that. That one gets a bit crazy. That's the 001, I should say, of Jarno Koch heading his way out of the pits. The Grid and Go Esports driver just came down into the pit lane the last time by, so he's out and away. Augustine Berner is currently in the pits in the number 17 machine, currently down at 41st at the present moment. Still seeing those pit stops continue on, but it's far from the torrential flood that we saw a matter of a couple laps ago.
Yeah, Jarno Kirk then in the middle of Melte Johansson for Coanda and Simify Esports. Well done in terms of that. But there is Alexander Peregrina in 20th position, fiercely forward yellow, in a bit of a defensive pact at the moment. Maxence Godinho and Julian Reimer are there for Share Esports and the Apex Racing team. The 99 in the middle in the Ferrari, the BMW of Share Esports there, and effectively the BMW of Peregrina will be looking in the mirrors down the hill, then going through what is known as either the no-name corner, the speaker's corner, Jackie X corner. It's got a name, but it's also not got a name. It's very weird out there through double gauche, the double-sided left-hander, double apex I should say, going through and really trying to run away. And speaking of running away, try and hold on if you are Drago Racing at this point, and keeping station very much as is for the time being.
And you know, as we saw those racers heading their way off through the mid-sector of this track, I do have an interesting note to raise about all that. Turn 9, no names, speakers, whatever it may be. I find it interesting that a corner named No Name actually has 3 names.
Yeah, it's like saying that Pocono is a 5-turn, 3-turn, 4-turn circuit.
I remember one time I was doing a broadcast of Pocono and someone shared an image of Pocono somehow having 6 turns. I say this as someone whose hometown track is really Pocono. It's a mix between that and Dover. I'm about right slapdash in the middle of the two. But I've been to Pocono far more often than Dover, so whenever I hear someone say that it has more than 3 turns in reference to anything other than the infield road course, I start to get a bit wary, as that was a 97 who I think just got abducted by a UFO.
Uh-oh, that's not good. And suddenly, WSR completely out of the lead battle by that bit of misfortune. They're going to need someone to jump into the car very quickly in the 97, and the only driver who can of their team is Martin Kadlacik, who's going to have to jump in early and take over unless they wait for Alexander Davidson here to get back in, and that will lose them 2 laps at least. So for Kadlacik here, he might have to jump in. This is a critical moment in WSR's race, and you hate that it happens just like that.
Yeah, that is such a shame. You know, it's part of sim racing. You got mechanical failures that happen in real life, and you can have that happen in the sim, but it's those technical issues that will always be a bit of a bugbear. It's unfortunate to have that moment as he headed his way down into the chicane. It's tough. Internet issues, you never want to see that happen to a racer, doubly so for a team that's been running so well, and doubly so for it to happen at this point in the race. You know, if it happened right towards the end, that would definitely be a big kick in the shins, but to have something like that happen as we're just a tick over 3 hours into this 24-hour long race, it's not completely day done, set and match for that team, but just enough of a setback whereby it is going to be a super demoralizing 20 and a half hours that lie ahead.
Yeah, so they've got a long, long road in front of them to try and get back to any form of semblance and position. It promotes the likes of Drago now to be up into 3rd, 5th and 6th. Coanda now up to 7th. And Gianni Vecchio, who's got the bonnet taped down now, is the right way to say it. Either that or they've got the panel beater out and they've gone and basically just done one massive Gallagher smash on the top of the front bonnet. There has got himself now with Ruben Bonga working together to try and catch Sander Reed, who has dropped off the back in 8th place. Traffic out the way then is Kevin Hayes for SCK Racing out there at the moment. Haven't really talked too much about them as a team which is there right now, but Kevin Hayes, it's an all-German outfit. Frank Schlossmann has been in the car already, and they're expecting Timo Schmidt to be in there at some point during the course of racing.
And you know, one thing that has really popped up in my mind as we see these racers run around this track still with over 20 hours and 45 minutes left to go on the clock, we're starting to see that sun slowly but surely dip below the horizon. These headlights are growing brighter and brighter on these race cars with every passing lap. The action's certainly getting more intense as the sun begins to dip down, but we also have to wonder what sort of evolution will go on when it comes to the track conditions for these racers as well. Current ambient temperature is about 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 Celsius. Track temperatures aren't much higher at 24 Celsius and 76 Fahrenheit. So that is not too hot. It's pretty all right, the current conditions. It's just warm enough whereby these tires won't be freezing cold, but just cool enough whereby these engines will be developing a lot of power. So we've got a good mix at the present moment, but with that sun dipping below the horizon, I wonder what sort of evolution we'll see when it comes to the track conditions here over the night.
Something's happened to Ganoso Tazdelen for gridandgo.com esports 002. They're down in the pits, and I saw them in the gravel around the Fania chicane. So something's gone wrong for the 002. They're down in pits, and I think they're done. Kadlacik, by the way, back out and away for Adidas Racing by WSR Esports, and I think they've dropped about the lap at the moment. I've got them down in 33rd position, I believe, at the moment. So they've actually held the lead lap, which is critical, but they're now a minute 40 down at this moment in time with a lot of work to do. So I wonder if we can get what happened to the 002 on screen. We get a look at it, but for the moment, it is about this going on in 8th and 9th. And this is Jarno Cook currently in 12th. So that's the 001. Currently having a good run of things at the moment, up to speed now, but with Simify Esports. Here comes Marla making the move then as Ruben Bonga will go to the outside of Gianni Vecchio, looking for the pass. Vecchio holding his nerve around the outside. He'll have the inside for Malmedy. Look at the way he pinches off the road. Bonga had to open the steering.
Yeah, and that could have ended in disaster as they headed their way off through that series of corners. Good to go side by side through, but there comes that point where you just have to back out of it, take the high road. These drivers, as much as the red mist can certainly ring true throughout one of these races in the heat of battle, battling for a lot. You got sponsors, you got money on the line. These drivers have spent a lot of time. These teams have spent a lot of time preparing for this race. So as much as the red mist can certainly get brought out of these races, you do have to remember as well the fact that we still have over 20 and a half hours left to go from this race. So plenty of time left to roll. If you lose a spot every now and then, it's not the end of the world. However, if you find yourself in a real bit of heartbreak, you're not going to be in a good spot, period. So I think these drivers really need to realize the give and take game, even with the red mist going on for some of these racers. They need to realize that sometimes it's just better to take it up the cheek, so to speak.
Yeah, you got to take it on the chin and realise that this is going to be a very long race and you're not going to be 100% perfect, but you're going to do everything you can to be as close to it as possible out there as we focus on 4th and 5th now. Felix Kimbach under pressure. He couldn't stay with Drago Racing. He's had to fall back to Nicolas Rubilar, who of course had that pinball moment down there in the pits. We were talking earlier that the snake of Drago Racing has been brick broken, so to speak, by Felix Kimbach. So this is Gnonso Tazdelen's moment out there. Back steps out massively, going through double ghost, bang, side contact into the wall, and that's why the 002 in trouble and effectively out.
Yeah, that car already looking rather sour, but a big sideways snap, and well done to him trying to get out of harm's way with those cars approaching right behind him as he heads his way down to 12 and 13. Gets out of harm's way there, but a big moment for the GridandGo.com esports car. Goes off the track yet again. Some major damage on that race car for sure. We can hold on this shot for a little bit as he heads his way down the stretch. You can see massively right hand down. Some major suspension damage on that car, and another sideways snap as he heads his way all through there. That 002 car is incredibly sour at the present moment. That will be a probably lengthy run down pit lane to fix that car. Tough break for him, running all right. That GridandGo.com esports stable has some very good drivers who have gotten the opportunity to cover myself here on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing esports network. But big moment heading through one of the toughest turns around this track and an end in disaster.
It's one of the most loaded sections, so the moment that the car unloads, you are very much a passenger at that point, and Tajdelen finds that out difficultly then and will join the 004 and 003 GridandGo.com cars that are out of the race. So that is trouble with a capital T. There are your drivers right now, 0.8 of a second back consistently for Alexander Spett. Chris Lulham working hard with some Kiter at this point in time and thinking about, well, can I get a square tap on the car in front going into this final chicane? Spett's doing a great job of closing up in the braking zones to keep himself honest out there with these drivers in front. He's got to do something to keep himself in range, and I wonder whether he's short-filled by a couple laps in order to do so.
And we go back to that strategy discussion. Super important as we jump back a little bit further in the back. That's Rago at the moment, heading his way through turn 15. A quick trip into the gravel. Bit of a hair-raising moment to be sure. Got to lose out on some time in a spot to that Porsche who sweeps around the outside of him down into turn 16. Easy mistake to make, though, to be sure around this track with that sun dipping below the horizon. I will continue to keep tabs on the evolution of this track. But I'm rather impressed by the speed out of these Ferraris that we're seeing up and down the grid. I was hearing a lot throughout this week how those front engine cars were probably going to be the ones to beat here this week for this special event. I mean, they certainly have been quick. We got BMW 1-2 at the moment with those two redline cars working together and still bump drafting like a NASCAR race from 2011 instead of a GT3 race here at Spa. But those Ferraris and the pace that they have shown has also been rather interesting for me to follow as well. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Yep, so we are now down to 45 cars now running in this race with the loss of the 002 Grid and Go team. If you're wondering where Williams Esports are here, and Ron, I think this is actually the story of the day so far. All four Williams Esports cars, both Academy and Gaming Club and Chill Blast, out of the race within the opening 15 laps.
And that is a giant, I can't even say that's a kick in the shins, that's a kick in the gonads right to start this race off in the first 15 laps to have your entire stable get wiped out. A lot of that damage was done early on with that big stack up on lap 1 as they headed their way off through Rouge and Radion for the very first time. It's tough to have that stuff happen, but again, it's racing. You'll have that drama go on every now and then. It's tough for those racers to be sure, but you gotta move on with it. It's so tough to have that sort of drama go on, but again, you don't really do yourself any favors staying focused on the bad stuff. I'm sure that stable will just try and dust themselves off as best as they possibly can and look ahead to the remaining special events that we've got here in 2025. I'm sure that team will come back in future events, but here for the Spot 24 has to be a major disappointment for things to go the way they have thus far.
Yeah, it was effectively, they were here for a cup of coffee and then they've gone off and they've not got anything to say for out of the racing event that we have seen. So a very, very tough run for them as far as it has gone. Kirnbach now, that's a great indicator here. For the first time we show the split times through the sectors. So a couple tenths for Rubilar gained in the opening sector, drops it all back through the middle sector and then gains a little bit through the final sector. Not surprising to see when the Kemmel straight, that uphill climb to try and follow in the toe is so powerful, even in GT3 spec.
Yeah, you can see them as they head their way through the Lake Colm chicane, how tightly packed those cars were as they headed down the Kemmel straight. The draft super, super vital, and doubly so coming off the back of that BMW, which, let's face it, that car is not like a small little insect running around the racetrack. It is a big, big car. Jake, I'm sure you can attest to this just as much as I can. Back in the old GTE days, both in real life and in the sim, the memes that were created of the old BMW M8 just coming over the top of the hill at Laguna Seca, taking up just a massive amount of space. I feel like even though we've moved off into the GT3 spec, that BMW still a rather massive car. I think there's only one that can hold a light to it, that being the Mustang, which proud Americans say that the Mustang is also a giant car here in the GT3 world. But those BMWs, they punch a rather big hole in the air running around this racetrack. But despite to some extent having the aerodynamic properties of a brick, they're quite quick here today.
They very much are, and they punch a very big hole in the air, and they've got a very big engine underneath them, and it's that very big engine that is propelling them right up to the front of the field. So doing a great job out there. Kamil Grabowski in 18th position right now for WSR Esports Red. Not giving up here on Manuel Cubo Torres for 17th position, so still certainly time to be found. They've got a good 3 seconds over Maxence Godinho and the Apex Racing team, that group with Fiercely Forward Yellow and Share Esports. That's been a change recently over the last couple of laps, but it is a full 15 seconds to PGZ, XP1 Docs and Oskar Karkinen out there at the moment. Still got your top 15 within half a minute after 3.5 hours worth of racing. I'd call that a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, that is a very good achievement. I gotta say, when it comes to the realm of endurance races, all of the big 24-hour races have their own unique challenges. You got Daytona, you got Le Mans, you got the Nürburgring, and you got the Spa 24. I would say it is a menacing track. It's not anywhere near as gut-wrenchingly terrifying and unsafe as the old street track was many, many moons ago, back before the Lake Colm chicane, back before most of this track was even in existence when they were running through the towns. It is still a fearsome track, and even with the massive amounts of runoff area they added in and brought into the sim a couple of seasons ago as well at this point, it is still a fearsome track. So to be here at this point of the race and to get to the end is just as big of an achievement as getting a good result. If you can manage this race, be there at the end, and avoid those falling anvils coming down on you here in the mountains, you're going to be quite proud about yourself. I think these drivers and these teams, if they can make it to the end, have all the right in the world to be proud about just being there at the finish.
Yeah, and you start looking around and saying, well, this circuit is still very fearsome, and you only need to look back 5 or 6 years to see how fearsome this circuit has been, losing the likes of Antoine Hubert, for example, in Formula 2, and the amount of damage that was done to Juan Manuel Correa in that instant as well. Diano Vanterhoff comes to mind as well in 2023. I know my good friend George Morgan was on the commentary call for that, and would have been a very scary moment for him doing his job, and of course for everyone who was watching of what happened. Jack Aitken fractured his collarbone and had issues in the Spa 24-hour. Pietro Fittipaldi had issues in the World Endurance Championship, broke both his legs. You know, this is a circuit that is still, even though it is, you know, we're in a modern sporting world where everything is so safe and everyone prioritizes safety first. And we're always driving as a motorsport in the community to make sure that safety is the #1 priority. It is still racing and people still get hurt, and you know, nobody wants to be in a position where they get into trouble. But this is a Spa-Francorchamps circuit where what they've done actually at Erosion Radion to improve the sight lines, to improve where you can go when an incident happens, you know, they are making as much effort as they can within, you know, the realms of possibility that they've got to make this circuit as safe as possible. This has been the one circuit that throughout its life as a racetrack has been the one you always look at when safety concerns are brought up. That and the Nürburgring are always the two that get mentioned.
And you know, when I think of danger in the world of motorsports, as someone who spent a decent amount of time in the world of karting with the Sports Car Club of America, we've unfortunately had our own bouts of tragedy here in the States as well. Racing is not a safe sport, as safe as it is now compared to what it once was. Seeing drivers who 20, 30, 40 years ago would have been horrifically injured or possibly even worse walk away from frightening accidents year after year. We just saw it here in the States about 1 week ago at this point now with that terrifying crash we had in the Indy Lights race in Mid-Ohio a couple of weeks ago, a track that I've gotten the opportunity to visit myself in real life. It's still a dangerous game, this. There's a very good reason why throughout my karting days, I always had to sign a sheet saying, hey, if I picked up an injury, if something happened to me, I wouldn't take legal action, I wouldn't sue. It's a dangerous sport, this. As a kid in karts, I had to accept that danger, and as someone who's gotten the opportunity to cover racing, it's just something you get to learn either the hard way with myself. I know I've had some pretty severe injuries, got taken out of karts myself because of a pretty bad back whack that I had back in 2023. So the world of racing is not a very safe one, but this track, they have done wonders with this place to make it the safer facility that is now. I'm not saying it's 100% totally, completely safe. There is no chance of getting hurt around here at all, but this track, compared to what once was, they have done marvels with this place. I personally think it's a bit of a shame that it looks like F1 is probably going to turn this place into an on-again, off-again sort of track, not going to be racing here in 2027. I think that's a shame, because this track has the sort of character that he can't replicate nowadays. Even if you throw billions of dollars at a track to put in brand new fancy architecture with flashing lights and everything around it, or you build a street track in one of the biggest cities in the world, there's nothing that can really capture the same vibe and spirit of an old school sports car racing track like this, like Sebring, like the Daytona Road Course, like Road Atlanta, for instance. There are so many of these old sports car tracks that just have such a good vibe to them, whether you're commentating a race with them or driving in the race itself. I personally absolutely adore Spa. It's one of my favorite tracks in the whole wide world, and I'm just keeping my fingers crossed and we won't see this track get shown the door in the world of racing, because it would be sorely missed if we ended up seeing this track fall into the history books.
Change of position then between Altitude Frame Esports and 07 Racing X Sim Race Lab. There on the bottom of your screen, we go on board with Zain Khan looking to get back at Alessio Bonino for position here along the Kemmel Straight, up over the top, trying to climb up and make that move and just not being able to find it. Fourth continuing to be a close battle on the top of your screen between Felix Kirnbach and Nicolas Rubilar for position, the 069 car, which is there at the moment. The Chilean giving a good amount of chase at the moment with two Spaniards, Nicolas Mateo, who's been in the car, and Ricardo Rico, who has not yet been in the car at this moment. Do want to talk about your front three, though, at the moment. Sam Kiter leading, Alexander Spetz in third, but Chris Lullum in the BMW M Team Redline 20 has been very, very good over the the course of this year, making his GT debuts out there overall when it came to the likes of the GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup. He's been running with Emil Frey Racing this season. He's got 2 wins and 2 poles, 4 times on the podium in Gold Cup, and so leading that category and 10th overall. I would say job absolutely perfectly done when it has come to those results. You know, racing about first full year of racing. You know, he's had a little bit of off and on with the British F4, ran a little bit last year as well with the Radical Cup UK with an SR3 and won the championship. So I'd say that this is for Chris Lullum a chance to really show what sim racers are all about as he works hard in the GT space here with the help of Verstappen.com as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome to see that sim to real life transfer. You see these racers up and down this grid either get the opportunities as sim racers to run racing in real life, or you see some real life racers just decide to have some fun in the sim, let their hair down, relax, and just have a fun race while they can't do one in real life. It's wonderful to see that on iRacing. I remember, I'm sure as you do, Jake, I mean, your perspective is probably a little bit different on this because you were commentating at the time. I was still about 3 or 4 years away from that during the pandemic when you saw a whole lot of racers run in the sim, real life racers make that transfer over to sim racing and just run there a whole lot. Actually, one of my favorite stories about that sort of in real life driver to sim racer stories actually took place here at this exact same track. I remember joining a random Dallara F3 practice session here at Spa. There was only one other person loaded into the session, and the only other person in there was 2000 NASCAR Cup Series champion Bobby Labonte. I kid you not. I looked everything up. I tried to figure out, because this is back when we saw the clubs in iRacing. I was like, North Carolina, okay, so that is actually him. I got to run side by side with him for a little bit. He spun heading off through turn number 12, then left the session, and I was all by my lonesome. So you love to see, even from my goofy story, it kind of connects in an odd way, just to see the wonderful conversion of sim racers getting to run in real life and real life racers running in the sim and having some fun all together.
I still believe a Greg Biffle AI race is the best thing that iRacing has ever created out there. That was certainly something that was a lot of fun during that sort of era as they go. But your top 3 now 4 seconds clear of Kirnbach in 4th position, starting to walk away. But I expect this Drago racing car will have to come in a little bit earlier because it's having to save. This is Andrew Dawson, Effect Simulations 909, coming through Campus Corner, just a little too aggressive on entry. Tank slapper, and somehow keeps it out of the barriers there. Very, very lucky. And speaking of those needing luck, Aiden Young in the number 6 car down in the pits, a lap down. So that is a little bit off cycle compared to everybody else. So WSR Esports Black now making a call to be half a lap, or half a stint off compared to everyone else.
And unfortunate to see Aiden Young a little bit farther in the back. Of course, that different strategy could be part of the reason why that is the case. But Aiden Young, a very, very talented racer here in the sim. Jake, we both got the opportunity to cover him a matter of less than a week ago at this point here on the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. He's a very good racer, and we'll have to wait and see what he can do in that 6th machine. I believe he has now exited pit lane, so we'll be rejoining this race just barely outside the top 30 as we take a look with the split screen of the 2 Team Redline teammates working together. That bump drafting game that they're still playing, probably getting some fantastic fuel mileage in those Beamers as well. And you can also see on the bottom of your screen Alessio Bonino and that 07 car, currently classed down in P24. He's got a car right behind him. May end up seeing this battle flare up here soon.
Yeah, also saw Aiden Young racing a couple of days ago now with the Skip Barber Formula iRacing Series along with Victor Wolfsohn over at Lime Rock Park. Was looking to try and get a $500,000 seat in with Skip Barber to run for the season. It's an absolutely wonderful initiative if you haven't had the chance to go and run with it already, Ron, because as far as it's gone, previous champions of that series, at least 2 of them have come in the last 3 or 4 years from iRacing in the form of Elvis Rankin and the son of Dan Weldon, Sebastian.
That's pretty awesome. That is really, really awesome to see. The Skip Barber Racing School, an absolute powerhouse here in the U.S. when it comes to giving motorsports opportunities to everybody, and really a really nice thing that they've got going on for yet another year here in the sim. But we follow a battle now for P8 at the moment, involving one of the other Team Redline cars. It's a number 22 car currently being hounded by the number 10 Mala Racing Team BMW. You can see those two running nose to tail, about a tenth and a half between the two, heading their way off through the Lycombe chicane. You can see those drivers really taking liberties with the curbs. These drivers, what makes a really good sim racer in my book, albeit I may be a little bit biased because there's a very good reason why I'm behind the microphone instead of behind the wheel, folks. These drivers have utmost confidence in their machines, and they have the utmost confidence in the track limits as well. It was raised a little bit earlier on in this show. 100x the limit until these drivers pick up any sort of drive-through penalties here in this 24-hour long race. And you know, Spa used to have, I wouldn't say a reputation, but it was known as being one of those tracks that you could just absolutely farm those incident points. And Jake, I'll share a little bit of lore that you were a part of. One of the old runnings of Max Bance, I think it was like Max Bance 5 with the old Lotus Formula 1 cars running around here, where the incident limit was just 1x. This track is one, even with this new retool, where you can pick up those incident points and collect them like trading cards. These drivers will have to take it a little bit careful throughout this race to make sure they don't hit that 100x limit in the span of just a couple stints.
They have relaxed the limit since then. It was one of the most deadly track limit circuits out there. And just to add on to that story, because of all the Max Bances that I've run, I've done about 30 odd of them now. And for the first time since our inception, we are not going to have a Max Bance this week 13, it will be said. Which is a real shame, but there is stuff in the works with that. One of the big keys to this circuit is actually the Spa 24 hours of old, and how there used to be no instant point limit around here. So what you'd used to see is that drivers would extend everywhere they could around this track to pick up as much of an advantage as they could, knowing that, you know, they're going to pick up all these instant points. There's not much they can do. Some drivers, as we watch the Mala Racing Team car pushing along the straight here, Gianni Vecchio, to try and go quicker. What happened was, a lot of the time, you'd have the Spa 24-hour on, and then you would have the strongest ever Skip Barber rookie strength of fields that you have there, because all of the A-class drivers would suddenly have a D-class license.
Very well put. Very, very, very well put. I'm not entirely sure what to say to that, so I will swiftly and abruptly move on. This battle for P8 still looking rather intense. I gotta say as well, I think it was a bit of cloud cover, because this track is looking a lot brighter than it did a matter of about 25-ish minutes ago. Track temperatures still remaining about the same at 24 degrees C, 76 degrees Fahrenheit at the present moment. Still not too terribly far away from the ambient temperatures, which have remained about the same as they did not terribly long ago the last time we checked in on that. But it can certainly be said that as this sun dips below the horizon, as much as we don't have to worry about the track evolution just yet, I think the vision of these drivers may start to go a bit haywire. The glare coming off, whether it be the dust, which will just be a giant invisibility cloud that these drivers pick up. It's like a trick that you'd find in Mario Kart or something like that. Just an invisibility cloud blind all of the drivers around you if you dip a wheel off into the dirt. You got that. You got the sun glare as well. And you also have to worry about the conditions of the windshields on these race cars. You know, I'm more of an open wheel guy myself when it comes to driving, because I am not a very good sports car racer, mind you. I'm so used to just having a tear off where we can just wipe it off, be fine, no worries. If I could see a driver in real life figure out a way to tear off a windshield tear off from inside the cockpit as they're still driving the car, I would give them a million jelly beans.
You absolutely would. You may have just seen on your screen there, ladies and gentlemen, that live timing is available with us here with RaceSpotTV and iRacing coverage of the Falken Tyre 24 hours of Spa here, the virtual version that we have got going on right now. So there is an opportunity to follow with some drivers that you haven't quite seen. Fourth battle is on, and the reason why we were focusing on 8th and 9th is because they are catching 7th place out there, which is the Coanda Esports 08. They qualified absolutely brilliantly, but their race pace has started to falter here, with Sander Reed in behind the car at the moment, dropping a couple tenths. And speaking of, a move made then by Nicholas Rubilar a couple of laps ago. He's now through on Felix Kierenbach, and now that puts Burosud back into 5th position, and Drago now, it's red line 1-2, it's Drago 3-4.
Yeah, so yet again, the crew's back together, and I gotta say, the 069, that Drago racing car, the fact that Ferrari hasn't dropped down like a stone thrown into a pond is really surprising. Flash our minds back to when we saw that round of pit stops a matter of about 40 minutes ago. That double doink, as I called it at the time, of hitting 2 separate barriers coming out of the pits, and those weren't light taps either. It wasn't like he just grazed the wall a little bit. Those were pretty significant whacks at some odd angles as well. The other one plastic barrier that they have modeled in here in the sim on the pit exit of the full combined pits that we are running here at Spa, that was a rather jagged end, and I was worried that there was some sort of suspension damage on that race car. Some aero damage was probably going to tweak it up badly, but no, that 069 car has been able to stay on his own. That Ferrari has been running very, very strong. Haven't seen him lose out on a lot of space. So Nicholas Rubler right now, probably, I won't say the standout star from this race, but from the time that I've gotten to cover it thus far in the first 40 minutes I'll be on this show here this year, I gotta say, very well done, very well composed to keep that car running strong, keep it on the road, and not have any sort of damage on that race car affect you too badly.
Yeah, to not have damage, I think, is a minor miracle out there from what Nicholas Rubilar's been looking at. And there are your leaders right now, 1, 2, and 3. Sam Keitert leading for BMW M Team Redline 21. The 20 car of Chris Lullum playing pusher at the moment in 2nd position, who took over from Diogo Pinto, as it was a case of Sam Keitert taking over from Luke McEwen. So they've changed over here, and their strategy is push each other around, but they've got a little bit of baggage in the back in the form of Alexander Spets. The 169 Drago racing car has just been there at about 5/6 tenths of a second, just idly being there like, oh nothing, I'm letting you two do what you need to do, I'm just going to sit here and watch. It's a case for Alexander Spets of just trying to stay within that second, try and save the fuel. A great call to move himself up in the pit cycle, to stay close and to keep this race open and honest, because that gap was going to be about 5 seconds. Kamil Grabowski now again in a scrap, because back through comes Manuel Kubo Torres straight to the inside and gets that pass sorted. You can up and under to up and under to up and under, but Manuel Kubo Torres has got the run that he wants, and as such now has 17th.
Yeah, nice move there as we take a look at some action a little bit farther in the back involving Alessio Bonino in the 07 car. Still has this intense battle going on between himself running in that 07 car in P number 24 at the present moment. Right behind him currently, you can see Zane Khan in that Altitude Freedom Esports number 2 machine. That's a battle that has been very intense between those racers, but you look behind, they were alone, they are not anymore. You can see that BMW and the Ferrari, the 2 cars running right behind them. The Chick Hicks team car being driven by Pablo Espez at the moment, and Alfonso Molas involved in that battle as well. So it's gone from a 2-2 affair into a 4-car scrap, and now that we do have to worry about these pit stops potentially coming back here in the not too far off future, I wonder what sort of strategy these drivers will take in terms of their on-track battles. Will they take it easy and just worry about those pit stops? Or are they going to maybe try and push a little bit, get those pit stops, get those moves done before the pit stops, I should say, and really just turn up the wick right towards the end of this stint?
DR Hops Customs, the team on the back there, number 369, Alfonso Urrutia is there trying to make that progress, but we're now hitting a bit of the lapped traffic now, which I think is becoming interesting. Oh, we got a spin. It's Falken Sim Racing Tim Teal, and that's going to be right in front of this group on the bottom of your screen. So Maddox Max Schneider will be very upset at losing place on place on place on this lap, has dropped the lap now, and all of a sudden drops about 3 or 4 more spaces with the mistakes, and actually did tag the wall as well, returning back to circuit. So he's missing the rear spoiler, and you can see him now. He's going to be dealing with a massive drop in downforce levels on the rear of the car.
That car is going to be driving like a tin can on wheels. There's no doubt about that. A very costly moment. These next 14 and a half minutes before that next round of pit stops, it's going to be awful at best and torturous at its worst. That's not going to be a fun ride at all with a missing wing around here. I do not envy the position of that driver at the moment, as always. We take a look at the moment involving Maddox Max Schneider in the number 33 car. That's a move being put on him as he spins out of the turn. That, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, was one of the Apex cars, unless I'm very much mistaken. And then as he gets it turned back around, small little tap. And now that rear wing has been picked up by one of the iRacing marshals and is probably going to be put for sale on eBay in the span of the next 15 minutes.
I would say it would make a very nice table for anybody who wants a table out there. You see it quite a lot in the track meets where everyone sits on the rear bumper and decides, you know what, we got a nice little table here to make out of the spoiler. We can just have our food here and not have to worry too much about it. But it does mean that life gets very interesting a little bit further down. That was the Apex Racing Team 99 was that. There that was going through. No, I'll correct myself there. I think it was the Apex Academy car that's actually a lap down that they would have tangled with at that point, which would have been the 98 car of Corentin Lassine, who would have been with that contact there. But at least for the moment, 1, 2, and 3 as they are a line astern. 4 and 5 continue to remain as they are, and it's now turning into a bit of a lonely race for Thibaut Prevost and Drago Racing now at this point. So they've not really got much that they can do in this scenario here. But for now, it's a chance to save a bit of fuel. This is Kamil Grabowski, who is leading a huge train there still, as we were keeping an eye on it. 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th are all there. Fiercely Forward Yellow, and as well Dino Filippa for SDR Sim Racing after their spin they had a little bit earlier on.
As we continue to see these racers run around this track, a first 4 hours, which have really been chock full of action. We've seen some great racing, we've seen some awesome battling, but we've also seen some drivers learn the hard way that Spa is a troublesome racetrack if you look at some of these corners the wrong way, let alone drive some of them the wrong way. These racers have felt the burn here. It's been an incredible race up to this point, but we are starting to see these racers kind of try and settle into some sort of groove. Whether or not they do settle into that groove remains to be determined, but they certainly are trying to do it at the present moment. We're seeing these drivers, though, have some more mistakes. Those mistakes can pile up as this race goes on. I go back to the point that I raised briefly a little bit earlier on this hour, talking about the mental side of things. Trying to remain in the right frame of mind throughout your stint can be vital. I remember one time running an endurance kart race where I just let my mind get on focus on the fact that I couldn't even feel my legs being packed in a car that was so small. My knees were basically scraping against my ears. But when you get out of that groove mentally, when you lose that train of thought and discussion, that is when you start to see these mistakes begin to pile up. So for these racers who've potentially been in the car for multiple hours at this point, you gotta wonder exactly how they're feeling, not even behind the wheel, but behind that visor. How are they feeling mentally? How are they able to tackle the rest of this stint? And how are they able to tackle the rest of their time in this race? It's just as much of a test for these racers as it is for the cars as a move from Filippa potentially into the chicane.
Tried it, and now look at, oh, they're going to tangle. They're going to tangle off the exit of the corner there, and SDR run into Fiercely Forward Yellow and pick up the place. So Alexander Peregrina will be a little bit perturbed, and look at that, he gives him notice then going in towards La Source, giving him the lights to say, what was that all about, buddy?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that there's a fan picked up in all of that. Certainly some beef as they headed their way out of the chicane. That final chicane, you know, if I had one qualm to make about this track, it's the fact that that chicane is about as well for side-by-side racing as a scalding hot frying pan is for an ice cube. So really, going side by side and battling off through that section of the track, there's usually one way that ends, and it is at least one driver developing some hurt feelings. Understandably so, as a result of that messy incident as they headed their way through the final turn, but that was just ugly. There's no other way about it.
Well, it was bold and shocking. So there was a big defense initially as they go into the corner, but you know, you run a little bit wide, you're trying to hold the inside line. You know, he's up 2 wheels in the air over the anti-cut curb on that inside line. So there's always going to be contact because he doesn't have 4 contact patches to work with.
Yeah, you know, a BMW works good as a BMW. It doesn't necessarily work well when you've got the side tires up in the air and you're having to fly it around like a kite heading all through some of the turns. Those anti-cut curbs, I see so many people have different names for them. Some call them the anti-cut curbs, others call them the track limits curbs, others call them the croissant curbs, baguette curbs, sausage curbs. I usually call them the sleeping policeman. Yeah, I usually call them the overcooked sausage curbs because much like an overcooked sausage, you can chip your teeth on both.
Yes, and it's not just a measure to protect the likes of drivers from cutting the corners. It's also a measure out there to protect the circuit as well. So you'll find that a lot of areas that have those massive curbs, I look at Snetterton, for example, those curbs are there to protect the grass, to make sure that the grass doesn't just die off because everyone's trying to take a massive advantage as cut as Harris Metropolis then picks then from the number 19 team out there, which I believe is LionGPFenster.com, the Greek-based effort out there. But it is to protect the track as much as it is to protect the track limits.
I'm trying to think now what turn it is at Snetterton. I'm having to pull up the track map in live as this broadcast continuing on. I think it's Nelson right at the end of the backstretch on Snetterton with that massive anti-cut curb on the inside. I think I remember saying one time on a broadcast, nonetheless, that if the British ever wanted to get to the moon, they would use the curb on the inside of Nelson as a launching pad to send something up there. That is a massive, massive curb on the inside of there. Totally understandable. I wouldn't envy the back pain of drivers that run over some of those, however.
No, it is very much a case of you stare at it and you do not in any way, shape or form go and make it happen and go over the top of it. By the way, I want to look over not just at your leaders here right now who remain 1, 2 and 3, red line, Drago as it goes, but to the 08 Coanda car because they have been caught now by both the 22 BMW M Team Red Line and the 10 of Marla Racing Team. So this is now a critical moment in terms of where this race lies, 7th, 8th and 9th, and the recovery of that 22 after Enzo Benito spun it through Blanchimont and smashed the barriers with the front and got away with one. It's still close here, but at what point does Alexander Spets decide that he's tired of sitting and waiting and decides he wants to throw a move down the inside to get track position for the pit lane?
And that is the question that I'm sure he's probably asking in his head as well as we take a look at a moment involving Rago in the number 315 car. And oh, that is a huge hit into the wall. That curb on the outside coming out of that series of corners. It is a hop, skip, and a jump. And unfortunately, he skipped through the gravel trap, and it's a jump out of the car as a result of major damage on that. That was a huge hit into the outside wall.
If you catch the curb wrong coming out of double gauche, it will spit you up in the air. It is a massive curb there, and it's part of iRacing's curb updates that have come in over the last year or so, that you get some of these sawtooth style curbs that come in, or that they just profile a little bit differently instead of just being pancake flat everywhere. And it is a massive, massive hit then for them, and that will be another retiree out of this race in the opening 4 hours. You just don't want to risk it at all. If you just any shade of wide, you are putting yourself at risk. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that drivers want to run as low a ride height as possible.
Yeah, so a low ride height with a high curb when you run a little bit wide and hit it, that is a recipe for disaster. You're going to lose all the downforce. You're going to get popped up into the air as if there was a pogo stick that just spawned underneath your car and shot it up with the might of Zeus. That is, I mean, you don't need to be an engineer to realize that that is not a very good recipe for success in a race like this. Unfortunate that that has been a bit of trouble for some of these racers, but it's the yin with the yang. The cost with everything that these drivers want to throw at a race like this, these teams want to throw at a race like this as well, to try and get the max amount of pace, a max amount of performance, and you got to run that limit at certain points in time. Ride the wave, try and push these cars to the limit of adhesion, and sometimes you just need to tell these racers, like, hey, you may want to sneak up on this car a little bit, because if you even look at some of it the wrong way, it will probably throw you under its wheels and then mash the throttle down.
Marla into the pits with Ruben Bonga, and Coanda have lost the place now to Redline, and that one now puts Redline into 7th position with Gianni Vecchio. So Zander Reed, nothing could be done about it. Pass made and position gained, but now your top 3 run again. It's this next section. Now it gets interesting off the exit with the lap traffic there of Pablo Espes. Will there be a look back from Zander Reed, or is he going to push to try and get to the next car up, which is Thibaut Prevost, which I think would be a wise decision by Coanda. No move offered as they go through. I would suggest they are waiting for the pit stop and looking to work with Redline to get to Drago.
Yeah, so trying to work together at the moment as pseudo teammates, you can see that happen from time to time. It's like, you know what, we may be from completely different camps, but let's try and work together a little bit to try and help out our cause in this race. May end up seeing it from these two drivers on screen at the present moment. Maybe seeing it a lot throughout the next 20 hours of this race. It's been a good one up to this point, but now that we've got another round of pit stops nearing, potentially going to be a chance to gain a lot of time for some, throw something at the wall and see what sticks, is something that these other teams may try and do. We talked about this, or at least I mentioned it right as I was being dragged into the commentary booth, how important a race like this is when it comes to the strategy department as well. These teams, I'm sure, have crews of people working all the numbers behind the scenes, trying to figure out how exactly is the best strategy to go about one of these races, and let's just see who will be able to run that the best. Rasmus Christensen exiting the pits right now in that BMW and that bumpy run up the hill through the inside of Eau Rouge and Radion. Another thing to raise about the pit stops as well, Jake, how sketchy this pit exit truly is.
Yeah, you put right on the run up the Camel, so you need a lot of awareness on cars that are exiting the pits, especially with that massive uphill run, which is direct up the hill. You are going to have to be so switched on. No takers then jumping down into pit lane at this moment, with the exception of one. Melte Johansson is jumping in. There's the difference on that last lap of nearly a second. Gianni Vecchio and Zander Reed showing the big differences there between pace, and Vecchio here is driving 2:15.8 compared to the 15.7 set by Prevost, a 16.3 by Zander Reed, and over that last 3 laps, a full second lopped off.
And making those huge gains at the end of this. When we get to the end of these stints, Jakes, that's usually when we start to see these racers just, I wouldn't say throw caution to the wind, but really start to turn up the wick a lot. And doubly so considering the continuing evolution that's going on. This track far darker than it was an hour ago. Track temperatures have dipped down by a degree Fahrenheit, but still not a major swing. Not sure what sort of temperatures we'll see right in the middle of the night here at Spa, but I suspect that the weather conditions as well, the track conditions, going to be something else that runs in these drivers' heads. How's this stint going to feel coming up, and how's it going to be come time for an hour and a half down the line when we have more pit stops coming outside of the ones we're currently in the midst of right now?
Still going, no rear wing for Maddox Max Schneider. And this will be a case of just let me get to the pit stop. They've not thrown me in with a black and orange mechanical flag to say that you must come in. It's not undrivable. It's drivable at the moment, but it's just a little bit less downforce on the rear, which will be doing no favours, to say the very least. So down in P37 at the moment, which is a lap down, along with WSR Esports Black, who are trying to stay out of trouble. Fiercely Forward Yellow down in the pits right now, and they have Dylan Scrivens behind the wheel, who's getting in for his first stint. Also in is the Fiercely Forward Pink team with Ruben Palino right now. So there are teams thinking about where is the right time, but it has been an all-important run and stint to go on through. That'll be my 4 hours done, as in comes Gianni Vecchio to make his stop in and along. Sam Kiter, Chris Lala, Malsander Spets, everyone jumps in. Joining you now for the next hours or so, Mr. Jeremy Scott.
Thank you, Jake Sperry, and welcome to what is hour number 5 of the iRacing Spa 24, presented by Falken Tires. Ramon joins me alongside, and that was a nice little hour break, but now we're into pit stops to recap the past hour here in just a little bit. We see once again the strategy that Double Out One GridandGo.com Esports will run a little bit longer than the rest of the leaders. Drago Racing now with their pit stop. BMW M Team Redline 21, they're also in for their pit stop. Wow, you also see the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team trying to go at least one lap longer. Now the fun begins. Who gets out? Who gets in? As Coanda Esports takes their spot at the head of the grid. And Ron, I've got to say this, it's been very interesting to watch these pit strategies happen in the past couple of stops.
Oh, that it absolutely has. Trying to figure out what exactly these teams and drivers are cooking to make their way up towards the front. The strategy content can be huge as we see those drivers come out of the pits. Looks like it will be a split between the two red line cars. Interesting to see that as they head their way out of pit lane. Looks like one of those Drago cars has been able to snap in front, as that's a 33 of Maddox Max Schneider with that missing rear wing, and he could have been missing some more as he rejoined the racetrack in a cloud of dust and smoke. Nearly gets clipped by another BMW all through Fanye of 12 and 13. That could have ended in an absolute disaster. That car, oh yeah, by the way, Jeremy, he ran wide and lost to coming out of the bus stop a matter of about 5 laps ago, and he's just been missing a rear wing ever since. He's still going out there on the racetrack. However, I think there's more harm being done to that entry than good with him staying out this long.
Well, we'll see what happens here if he comes in the next couple of laps. But wow, I'm very interested in Dries Van Lagendonk up into what will effectively be second place once the GridandGo.com Esports Double Out One and the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, once they go into the pits for their 4th pit stop of the race. But we're looking at Lorenzo Manfredotti sitting in second place. 0.3 of a second separate he and Koch as your leaders thus far on the circuit, but it's only a matter of time, and we see Manfredotti go into the pits. So now that'll move your aggregate leaders up 1 position as pit stops are underway for the 4th time today. If you're just joining us, thank you for being a part of this. The big story that we're watching is at least 16 cars were involved in a pretty serious crash there just before the Camel Strap at the top of Radion, and it took out some pretty heavy hitters as well. We'll go through the recap here in just about an hour's time or so, or just about when we basically move over to part 2. But yeah, we've seen all the Williams Sim cars out of the race already. A couple of the GridandGo.com Esports drivers out of the race. You're seeing, let's see, Solpeck team, Falken Sim Racing Team Blue, WSR Esports. So that just kind of shows what's all been involved. So far, the track conditions have remained steady. 22 degrees Celsius, the air temperature, 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temperature about a couple off of that, 24 degrees Celsius, 75 degrees Fahrenheit. And of course, Ron, we're seeing the humidity start to go up just a little bit. We're up to 44% with mostly cloudy skies at a 9:12 p.m. sim time.
Yeah, it is a beautiful night here at Spa. A beautiful evening, I should say. Not quite there in the nighttime. And part of the reason why that is the case is down to the fact that we still have a little bit of sunlight peeking at. The headlights are on, though, on these race cars. They're shining bright around this racetrack. And track temperature is still looking very good at the present moment. These drivers basically in the sweet spot. These cars are feeling good with these temperatures. If it was a real-life race, these drivers would be feeling good when it comes to the temperatures. That, in my book, the mid to low 70s was always perfect whenever I was back in my karting days. It was just warm enough whereby you wouldn't have to worry for track temperature and tire temperature, but at the same time, you wouldn't be absolutely freezing cold in the sim. You wouldn't be burning hot either. It was just right. So I think these drivers quite happy about the conditions at the moment. These cars are running good. These drivers are feeling good. They're getting into a groove. And now that we've got this pit cycle going on at the moment, we now see how that front pack is shaken up. You can see that number 20 Team Redline car currently leading this pack at the moment. You can see a car a little bit farther up the road. That's a lap down Ferrari involved in this battle. That, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, is the Effects Simulations 909 car that's dropped down a little bit after some drama at the start. But the Drago Racing 169 actually splitting those two Redline BMWs, which is a very, very powerful move. It was just those two being the dynamic duo running P1 and P2. Those BMWs now have a Ferrari right in the middle of them.
So when we get Jarno Koch into the pits, your leader will be Chris Lulem in the number 20. So basically, as I'm counting, the top 7 will be BMW, Ferrari, BMW, Ferrari, BMW, Ferrari, BMW. So that's an interesting little split there as we see Van Langendonk try and get to the outside side by side through La Source hairpin, and I think they're going to be that way all the way down the pit straight. But here's the thing, you've got a teammate in Sam Coyert who will most likely draft off the back of Lulem, and indeed he does. We'll see who gets ahead of who. Langendonk gets that second position going into Eau Rouge. So now your second place driver is a 169 Drago Racing Van Langendonk, and he's already opening up a huge gap.
Yeah, all right, pulling a gap at the present moment. Let's see how he'll be able to manage that as we take a look at a potential move, a swap-a-roo between those two Redline cars. We saw it a little bit throughout the stint that immediately preceded this, Jeremy. These two working together, the teammates bump drafting down the straights, having a swap-a-roo between them as well. It's akin to the old NASCAR style of tandem drafting back in the early 2010s. Kind of seeing that, albeit we're turning left and right here at Spa for this running of the 24. However, if they start swapping around too much, they really start to see that 169, the Drago Racing car, start to pull away. These are your effective leaders, the 001 Grid and Go Esports car at the front of this field as we take a look at oh boy, okay, that's... you know, we hear a lot about the differences between things that happen in real life and things that happen in the sim. I'm not sure if I would want to see that happen in real life.
There's something, you know, that we Midwesterners say that Ron, it's hope. That happened.
There's something, see, when things like that happen, bizarre things happen like that in the city of Philadelphia, we say something as well, but because it's the city of Philadelphia, I cannot say that on the air without getting in a lot of trouble.
That is the, you know, so my Blackhawks played your Flyers years ago for the Stanley Cup, and I actually have a friend who went there, and he said that's the only group of people that could boo Santa Claus. Here comes Coyert to the inside, makes it look easy on Van Langendonk, so move BMW back to the front. We'll see if Lulem has anything for Van Langendonk as going down the Grand Prix pit straight, but I have a feeling that now the BMWs are starting to come back to life as Lulem looks to the inside and tries to take that position back, and looks like effectively he might be able to get that through Eau Rouge, but no, Van Langendonk able to shut the door on him, headed down the endurance pit straight. You're on board with Chris Lulem as they're working their way through Eau Rouge and Radion. So far so good, but you still have the draft. Not many drivers have made the pass going into going down the Kemmel Straight, but now we're going to see this battle for second base. Van Langendonk has it so far, but Coyert and Lulem, they have the draft going into Lacombe's. There you go. There's your aggregate 1 and 2 as Jarno Cox still your leader, but he has yet to pit.
And that right there is the downside for that Drago Racing team. After the moment for the 069 a little bit earlier on in this race hit the wall coming out of pit lane right after the last series of pit stops. Not the one we just had, the one before that over an hour ago at this point. He has lost out on a little bit of time, currently 4 seconds back of your P4 runner, his teammate. He can just barely see that red Ferrari in the back of shot, heading off through Speaker's turn, and that right there being turn number 9 around this racetrack. And unfortunately for the 069, not there to help out his teammates. That's part of the reason why having a teammate in a battle is such a good thing. Had no assistance there, didn't have the bump draft, didn't have anything of the sort, and those two BMWs working together, the teammates just powering through as we now have that leader, Cock, making that call to come down pit lane in that Gringo Esports 001.
Now we will see where Cock ends up in the pits as Kevin Hargis comes in as well. And we've seen that gridandgo.com esports Ferrari make its way around 13th, 14th once it got out of the pits. We'll see if that holds true. But I'll tell you what, their undercut really is working for them. I think that was, we'll call that about 2-3 laps this time that Jarno Cock held that lead from everybody else going into the pits. Actually, I would say more like 4 this time as Cock's car goes up onto the jacks. Get 4 fresh tires, stack full of energy or fuel, depending on where you sit on that conversion. And this could be a decent pit stop so far as the crew working their way around, but your battle for the lead, Coyer and Lolum now, they're drafted up against Langendock, but Langendock doesn't really have too much of help because behind the Ferrari actually now is 4 seconds back his teammate, the 069 of Rubilar.
And looking at how these races have shaken out as a result of these pit stops, we have had some movers and shakers throughout this field. At the front of the field, though, it's the case that it was before those stops. The 1-2 of those Team Redline cars, always seeing the questions in the YouTube chats and iRacing broadcast with Team Redline in the picture. Of course, we're getting a lot of questions about Max Verstappen. Max is not racing for Team Redline this weekend. He is not interested in the BMWs his team is running. Instead, he's looking at a Mercedes himself. But at the front of this field, those Redline cars, they've been the dynamic duo thus far in this race. And really, unless we see that 069 Drago Racing car running in P4, currently being run by Nicholas Rubilar as it has been through a decent chunk of this race, unless he can find something to really close up that gap or these drivers have any sort of drama, I have a feeling that it's advantage Team Redline at the front of the field at the moment.
What about Franz Herrmann? Do we know if he's in the field?
Oh, that is a very good question. I will have to hit the books and try and figure out that information myself.
Rasmus Christensen sitting in 16th, trying to hold off Oskar Kaikkonen in the 114 PGZ P1docs.com. I don't think that that 114 has headlights on that Porsche. Does not look like it. Oh, it doesn't. So, Ron, that's going to be a pretty dark stint if they can't get those headlights fixed. I would imagine that at some point the system is going to black flag up. None of the Porsches do.
Yeah, that is rather interesting. I'm not sure exactly what the deal is. These Porsches running off into the night. I'm not exactly sure what the deal is going to be here for those Porsches. You can certainly see some of the headlights on some of these cars. Definitely a bit less bright than the others, of Ferrari headlights. It just basically looks like a small little flashlight put on these race cars instead of actual headlights. As you can see, an off-track moment for a BMW. That's coming out of turn number 13. They were starting to see the gravel get dragged onto this racetrack more and more. I already saw some cars peppered with bits of rubber, bits of gravel, and everything to do with this racetrack. I have a feeling that come time for the end of this race coming up in over 19 and a half hours time, there are going to be certain turns around this track that'll look more like a rally special stage or a rally cross track than an actual racetrack.
Seeing some battles for position. This is a battle for Siratech as He is trying to go around Philippe, I believe, for position. Actually, no, that's going to be a lap down car that they're going to get around, and that is 30th place Adam Isaacson in the number 76 Sim RC Ferrari. Now, they were front runners, but they did run into some problems. Catalysic is into the pits. He was an earlier front runner as well in that ADAS Racing by WSR. Here's Oskar Kaikkonen, and I believe, yeah, that's the Porsche in question. Ron, I don't see any headlights on that Porsche.
Yeah, I'm sure they will probably come on soon. I think all these cars have their own program times to see those headlights properly come on. Don't think these drivers actually have headlight switches in the sim, even though they do have the flash button, which come time for the night, which I think, Jeremy, the both of us are going to be working firmly on this broadcast when these drivers are running off into the night. We keep a counter of the amount of headlight flashes we see, and even the lightest of discretion from some of these racers. I feel like we would probably run out of paper to mark down the ticks, but I think these racers running in these Porsches, I don't think it's affecting them too badly at the present moment, but this track is certainly a decent amount darker than it was at a point in time. Probably, I would have to say, about an hour, give or take. Probably once we get to this point in the next stint, we're going to start to see these racers now really start to struggle when it comes to visibility. I mentioned the glare a little bit earlier on, and I think we've seen pretty much every single cardinal direction as we were riding on board with that driver heading off through the mid to final sector of this lap. The glare not really existent at all anymore. So that sun has firmly dipped below that horizon. The sun is slowly starting to fade. The nighttime is creaking in. And once we start to see the headlights blare around here, it will be such a completely different racetrack than the one these drivers had to start some hours ago.
Okay, so we're hearing from our buddy Lorenzo, who'll be on with us later. The Porsches usually turn on their headlights during proper dusk, night scenario. It's fine, he says. It's fine. We don't need to worry about that. Something else that was brought to me as we watched Dries van Langendock make his way, and he's caught up to the BMW Team Redline drivers. Here's why he's so good. The kid's 14 years old. He's a kart champion. So no surprise here. Oh, by the way, he is a McLaren Driver Development Program recipient.
Yeah, so there you go. Talk about the talent pool that we have got here in this series. And I say in this series, in this race, here on iRacing, period. These drivers have got some very different backgrounds. Some have that real life to sim crossover. Others are just sim racers. Others are just real life racers looking to have some fun time here. But overall, just absolutely fantastic to see a diverse group of racers running strong in this event and putting on some pretty good racing as well. These drivers, they're here to win. They're here to have some fun as well. And I feel like outside the drivers who have been struck by falling anvils, the drivers and teams who have been struck by a falling anvil, which, let's face it, it's not necessarily a rare sight to see through the field that we've got here in this race, to see some drivers who have run into some difficulties. Everybody else, though, they're trying to have a good time and trying to keep it light. I think, though, we are starting to see a little bit of frustration brew with some of these races. We are seeing those mistakes begin to pile up. Talk about that 100x limit before these drivers pick up a drive-through. I wonder if we may end up seeing some more mistakes begin to brew as the sun dips below the horizon and the fatigue really sets in for some of these racers and teams.
Some drivers have double, triple stinted so far. We're watching the battle for 23rd place between Ruben Paulino and the number 12, Fiercely Forward Pink. The number 2, Altitude Free M Esports 111 of Matthias Pirinen, and the number 0707 Racing X Sim Race Lab of Alex Kaon. That's a 3-car battle for position. And yeah, we're getting to that point of the day. I mentioned earlier on, there are several points of the day where several landmarks you want to get to. Jake Sperry also said this too. You want to get to that first hour. You want to get to sunset. You want to get to sunrise. And those are the 3 big points. We're at big point number 2. So now you're going to start to see a little bit more aggression because drivers want to try, and they have a certain position that they want to be in for that sunset part of the day, because now that sets you up for the overnight period where that's how many headlights, how many floodlights there are around Spa, and they're not around most of the track.
Yeah, you know, this track is not one that is super well lit. So when we get towards the end, there will be a most certain sense of darkness for a lot of these racers running around this track, singing through the night. It's like driving down Old Country Road on a winter night and it just being completely pitch black, not a lot of headlights around it. If you're running in a calm part of this racetrack, not like the one that we've got right now heading off through Rouge and Radion as we see those cars buzz by, but if you find yourself in a spot where you don't really have too much headlight glare around you, it'll feel somewhat lonely in an odd way. But I think at the same time, finding a clean section of this racetrack where there is nobody around you is, I would say, between exceedingly rare and just about impossible to find, doubly so as this field continues to spread with these racers tackling this race ever still.
I drive on a country road every day. I'll tell you what, you talk about this, the winter. It reminds me sometimes with the snow. You know, if you're lucky enough to drive when it's snowing, it feels like you're in the Millennium Falcon, going through certain spaces. But yeah, you know, that makes a lot of sense. Ooh, a little bit of an off by Polino, one maybe two wheels off, but that we saw earlier. Pirinen with a great close up through the Camel Straight, but not able to make it happen. That's giving Kaon a chance to catch up to Pirinen in the number 07. Of course, look back behind there. You've got Verta and Espis also, both interested spectators. Verta in the 369 DR Hops Custom, and the Chick Hicks Racing Team as well, sitting back there in 26th and 27th place. Of course, with this being just one class of car, it makes things a little bit easier for us to announcers, because we're not like, okay, is this out of class? Is this in class? On board with Dino Filippa, it just makes it a lot easier because you know it's the same class. Everybody's mostly racing for a position unless you have a faster car that went a lap or two down due to some sort of circumstance.
I think the only thing we have to worry about when it comes to a GT3 race like this is the BOP situation, which we thankfully have all that information to us, and I will let you know, for those who are fans of Acuras and only like driving the Acura here in GT3, well, maybe the 2025 Spa 24-hour special event here on iRacing isn't the event for you. That Acura got whacked with a 15-kilogram weight penalty. It got its power adjusted down by 1.5%. The fuel was limited down to 97, which may not be the 100% worst. It's actually tied for the worst with the likes of the Corvette, which you're not really seeing too much of here in the field. The McLaren, which I don't think I've really seen one either, and the Mercedes, which I think I've seen a couple of. The only car that has 100% fuel is actually the Porsche 911 here, and I haven't really seen too many of those either, but the Acura absolutely got whacked when it comes to the BOP. Biggest weight penalty, biggest power adjustment, and had the highest of the fuel penalties, tied with 4 cars. So not very good of an event if you're running solely on Acura. That's part of the reason why I've seen so many drivers run in the BMWs that have the smallest weight penalty out of anybody, out of any of the cars here with the BOP. Only 5 kilograms added. That's actually tied with those Ferraris, which have been quick as well. Those Mercedes I mentioned earlier on, and the Porsches. The BMWs also only got a 0.5% down power adjustment compared to some of the others. Some cars, though, only got a 0.25% when it comes to that power adjustment. So the BMWs and the Ferraris seem to be that they've gotten the best end of it when it comes to the BOP penalties here. May not be the best of the best when it comes to the power, but when it comes to the weight and everything else, they average out to be rather all right. So that's part of the reason why they're the rather dominant car that we're seeing in this event up to this point.
Well, you saw it on the screen. Lucas Beidel with a long pit stop drops him down to 47th. You're looking out of the back of the number 99 Apex Racing Team Ferrari in that battle for 17th. And yeah, back to BOP. Really, other than, you know, BMW M Team Redline, I think it's been a fairly fair BOP. Of course, that's more based on setup, their experience with the car and with the track. And BMW, really, even when you look at it in the real life endurance world, I should say, they've really found something in the GT3s. Of course, they're still trying to find their way in the, like the GTP or the hypercar, as some may say. But BMW as a whole, I think, they've gotten their GT program down. I love this shot. I was I used to be a public relations manager for a small regional series, and we did brief little webcasts before everybody else did, you know, like the web recaps. We were kind of one of the first to do it. And we had this partner, this partner that was a competitor to GoPro. And my assistant goes to me, he goes, well, what if we put a camera on the door and have it facing the wheel? Easily one of my favorite shots across all motorsports. Second, though, to the wing cam that you saw in the car Champ Car days on ABC.
You know, when I think of very good cameras, I think there's a couple that pop into my mind, some from my own karting days and others from my opportunity to actually produce some iRacing shows over the past. Not the ones here on the iRacing Esports Network. I am not nearly to the level as a producer as Ramiro, who's doing an absolutely fine job working on the cameras and the graphics and the production hauler throughout the opening stint of this race. But one camera that I always like to fiddle with in the sim was the gyrosphere cam. If anyone's ever seen the iRacing replay system and see that gyro cam, what I would always do is I would lock it directly to the horizon, so all the pitch and everything would change. You'd see the car roll off into banked turns. You'd see it pitch down and pitch up through any sort of elevation change. I would always absolutely adore that camera. Every single time I've tried putting together a camera pack on iRacing, I have had to have that gyro cam exactly like that. And plus, it's a rather funny spectacle in the case of an incident. I remember producing a Formula 3 show, and someone got popped up into the air with that gyro cam. You could basically see inside their helmets. It was a freaky view to be sure, and my PC nearly exploded trying to render that replay of that incident. But I always like small little bits of camera experimentation in the sim. But my favorite real life camera that I ran back in my karting days was we had a camera that was angled back. So we had it on my helmet, but it was angled backwards, so it was looking behind me in the rain. So you could just see the spray and everything get kicked up when we built up the speed. It was absolutely fantastic. So I think those are my two mentions for favorite in-sim camera that I've kind of made myself, and my favorite real-life camera, because that was just such a cool shot, seeing these small little go-kart tires hiccup just probably about 7 feet of water and spray coming off the back of those carts.
So you mentioned the helmet cam. I think it's absolutely fantastic, especially with as lightweight as these cameras have gotten. That reminds me of another story. We were there, so I was lead commentator for a kart race at a kart track between our states. So that kind of narrows it down for you.
I think I may have been to that one.
Yeah, it's not too far.
I think I may have been to that one. Is it by Cincinnati by any chance, or?
No, it's not that one. It's closer to me than it is you. But anyway.
Gotcha.
So that narrows it down even further. I had who is now an Indy Next driver as my color commentator, and my partner and I, we came up with the idea to have the Indy Next driver on the course to give an on-track map. We would have him voice it over, and I've never seen a track official run at me. He can't do that. He can't do that. It's like I look at him, I go, look, I know what I'm doing. I am a track official. And it's like, okay. And we had the camera on like the up on top, and he was worried about the camera moving. I go, dude, it's a couple ounce camera. It's not the end of the world, but that would have been a cool shot too, was having the camera on top of the helmet looking down at the driver doing his thing. We're watching the battle for 8th place right now. Your early race leader, the 08, this time with Xander Reed behind the wheel, holding off the 10 of Lucas Herman. So it's Porsche holding off a BMW.
Yeah, and looking at those two drivers as they head their way all through Speaker's Corner. I mentioned this earlier on in the show. It's amazing how a corner that used to be called No Name actually now has 3 names to it. So I guess you could deduce that down by 2. So it's now 2 names heading off through turn number 9. But it's 2 drivers covered by just about nothing. A BMW and a Porsche running nose to tail. I'm not sure if they will really decide to just throw caution to the wind and start to battle. You got to pack a little bit farther up the road, but that's primarily with some lap down. You can see those Ferraris in the midst of all of that. In fact, from that Coanda 08 esports car, currently classed in P8 at the present moment, you have to go up about 2-ish seconds to find the other car a little bit farther up the road. It's 2 seconds and some change to the number 22 Team Redline BMW, currently classed in 7th. We got that lap traffic a little bit farther up the road. The lap traffic game super vital to play here as well in these endurance races. If you can manage to get those moves done smoothly here at Spa, you'll be golden. But if you get caught up in the red mist a little bit and go for a send that is ill-advised, to say the very least, that'll be when we see a GT3 car probably take flight here tonight.
We'll see that. There's no doubt in my mind. We'll see it at some point. You're looking on board with Sam Kuitert, and one thing that I love about trading paints is not only can you customize your wrap on your race car, but you can also customize the wrap on your helmet. So you know, if you're running an open wheel car, people can see that it's, you know, somebody different. Or, you know, you can have 500 Max Verstappen helmets, and, you know, even in spite of Max Verstappen not racing this race this weekend. But it's a very unique Dries van Langendock. That's your top 3 right now. Go 5 seconds back to Nicholas Rubilar, as there's Chris Lillum looking inside as well. Almost a James Hinchcliffe head helmet right there. But yeah, once again, BMW M Team Redline 1 and 2 as they've been for most of the race.
And seeing as well in the YouTube chat some questions about the 001 Grid and Go esports team, they have been the leaders of those late calls to come down pit lane. They've been running the off strategy compared to mostly everybody else at the front of the field as it stands at the present moment. That 001 team currently being driven still by Jarno Koch. He's slotted in lucky number P13 at the present moment. About 8 laps is the difference between himself and the drivers. All of the drivers currently running inside the top 8 have 12 laps currently in their stint. The Model Racing team, the number 10, currently being driven by Lucas Herman, actually came in earlier than mostly everybody else. Well, actually everybody else inside the top 10 was the latest of those pitters in that latest pit cycle. Currently 14 laps is the stint length compared to the 12 from everybody else, the 8 from that 001 Grid and Go esports team. And there is one team that's currently been at there for the past 13 laps, and that is the number 81 Coanda esports car being driven by Luis Belka at the present moment. So nice to see the different strategies play a role here in this race. We'll have to see how those varied strategies go throughout the rest of this race. But at the front of the field, all of these drivers lock steady in the exact same stint length, 12 laps apiece for the 21, the 20, and the 169 car. The Drago Racing team currently being driven by Dries van den Donk, currently still running all by himself, doesn't have any assistance from a teammate, and in fact that gap to himself and his teammate in the 069 car has increased quite a lot. And I said this earlier on, I will continue to say this, unless we see those 2 Drago Racing cars finally get united, I don't think we're going to see anyone really mount a fully successful challenge between those 2 Redline cars, because they're packed in right now. It's shake and bake between those 2 cars, and unless they can get separated or there's another pairing to keep them honest, I think they hold the control of this race at the moment.
Yeah, they really do, and it's going to be interesting to see if anybody can get up there. And I have a feeling that 169 Drago Racing with Dries van Langendock behind the wheel is there. He is the 2023 World Junior Champion. I'm trying to see which series it is, because you know as well as I do, there are multiple series that a driver could win. He actually was the OK Junior Champion at the FIA Karting World Championship back in 23. Finished second at the Champions of the Future OK Junior, and also the 2022 33rd Andrea Margheriti Trophy Mini titleist. So especially with him being in the McLaren program, that's going to mean a lot. I mean, there was a young driver who was a Carter in the McLaren program, made a good name for himself. Also happens to be driving a Ferrari right now as well.
Oh, as you can see, that's one of the red line cars running very wide, heading off through the final section. As we take a look at the onboard shot with the 169, I like this camera. Get to see the steering wheel on that Ferrari. Dries Van den Broek currently holding on to that P3 spot at the present moment. But yeah, saw that that BMW red line car run wide, heading through the final series of corners. They haven't really seen anyone be able to mount a challenge for them thus far in this stint, which is now over a half an hour long. I wonder if Drago Racing and this driver of Dries Van Langendonk will be able to mount any sort of fight. I think for now, though, those two cars, they're still playing that bump drifting game. They're getting that good fuel mileage as Aiden Young in that 6 car. He's come down pit lane. That current 33 class team, the WSR Esports Black entry, currently being driven by Aiden Young. They are quite significantly off everybody else's pit cycle. They've just come off a 27-lap stint themselves.
Which, knowing Aiden, I doubt that that's where he wants to be, but this car's 1 lap down, so anything could happen here. There's 4 cars 1 lap down, 3 cars 2 laps down. The last car on the lead lap right now, a little bit ahead of the leaders, the number 97 Aditus Racing by WSR BMW of Lucas Prada. So let's see here, that makes that 32 cars on the lead lap of this race. But right now we're watching your top 3 drivers: Sam Keitert, Chris Lolum, both BMW M Team Redline drivers, and Dries Van Langendonk in the 169 Drago. You got to go back about 5 seconds to his teammate Nicolas Rubilar in the 069 Ferrari. So yeah, right now your top 7 are all either BMWs or Ferraris. 8th place, Coanda Esports 08 of Xander Reed. That's a Porsche. As now Lucas Herman looks like that he's swap positions. It could be a timing glitch on my end, but nonetheless, now we're at the time, Ron, where it's more important, I think, to keep your car under you, get good position. Don't be stupid. That's the whole key right now with this race, as we're watching this number 10 car, 018. Oh yeah, my timing did glitch on me. This is the 8th place driver of Lucas Herman trying to hold off a Ferrari.
Now looking at those 3 cars, 3 different cars running nose to tail. You brought up a good point. These drivers can occasionally get caught up in the red mist, have some moments of drama that really set their mind off in a bad space. Trust me, as a driver in the past myself, I can firmly attest to the fact that the red mist can catch out just about anybody. When you get angry, you don't put in your best performances behind the wheel. But in a 24-hour long race like this, it's important at this stage to just keep that rolling. I always talk about the mid portion of a race. That's usually where the mistakes can be plentiful, but the mistakes also hurt the most. If you find yourself DNFing between the hours of about 20 to go and 4 to go, that midpoint of the race, it'll be so demoralizing running through the night and having to push through the damage on that race car if it's not enough to pick up a meatball, or having to completely alter the way the rest of the race is going to go for you if you do have any sort of meatball flag. At this point in the race, there's really not a lot in it for these racers to just throw caution to the wind and really go for these sends when they shouldn't. I think these racers know that. They have that experience, they have that expertise, they know what it takes to win a race like this, and they know that there is no real point in just going at it and just constantly throwing haymakers at each other. So I think we're starting to see these drivers take it a bit more easy at the present moment.
Yeah, those first couple of hours were mayhem, to say the least, but now things are starting to calm down. We're probably about 20 minutes away from our next pit stop, which we may see a ton of driver changes here. But Ron, unlike other series that we cover here on iRacing and RaceSpot, it doesn't look like that there's much of a time difference in the driver swap. It used to be we'd be able to see maybe a 10-15 second difference between a pit stop where there is a driver swap or not, but this race, it looks like it's just a seamless swap.
Yeah, it's looking to be that. I think these drivers will appreciate that quite a lot. Having a bit of ease at certain points in these races will certainly help out their cause quite some bit. And, you know, maybe it's down to the fact that the room that I broadcast in is about as well lit as an abandoned cave or an abandoned coal mine, which either way you look at it. But it is getting dark here at Spa. These headlights are growing ever brighter. Actually, looking at the track temperatures, they've still remained about the same, currently 24 degrees C, that's 75 degrees Fahrenheit, with ambient temperatures at 22 Celsius and 72 Fahrenheit. So not too cold. I think we've had one drop in Fahrenheit for the track temperature in the time that I've been on this show, but we are certainly starting to see these headlights grow brighter, this track grow darker, and we may end up seeing the converse effect with this track growing colder as well. And when we talk about the colder track conditions, it doesn't just mean that these drivers will be a bit more freezing if this race was held in real life. No, these cars can have a complete fundamental change. I'm not just talking about the setups. We may end up seeing some cars that we haven't really thought about thus far. Take, for instance, a car like the 08 Coanda Esports Porsche that we see in this camera shot right now. Haven't really seen a Porsche mount a hard charge up at the front of the field. In fact, I believe the Coanda cars are the top running of the Porsches at the present moment, with that 08 being the top running Porsche presently. But we may end up seeing those cars somehow get get a runner's wind, a breath of fresh air to them to be able to run strong in the night. We may end up seeing the whole dichotomy of this race change once that sun firmly dips below that horizon and this track starts to cool off a little bit. It may be a change of just a couple of degrees, but that can make a huge difference with these finely tuned race cars.
Xander Reed was able to dispatch a Fabrizio Belziti, I should say, who was at lap down car. Now he's trying to hold on to Lucas Herman in the number 10 Mali Racing Team BMV, as we've been so affectionately calling it. Not sure if you heard that discussion. We'll talk about that in a bit. Remember, the 08 was the early race leader, but once the BMW M Team Redline cars got up to speed, it was essentially game over for everybody else. We've seen Drago Racing lead for just a little bit, but most of this race has been at least the two BMW M Team Redlines. And you're wondering, well, what happened to the 22? Well, after one of the pit stops on the outlap, Colt Tires bit the car and it basically spun around in Blanchemont. Thankfully, the good news is that 22 Gianni Vecchio, who was behind the wheel, didn't suffer too much. Now, there was a little bit of damage. I think they may have gotten that fixed, but Vecchio trying to close in on some competitors. It's a lap down car ahead of him. I believe that is the 44th place driver of Zach Keithley in the number 11 TC Esports BMW. So a couple of like-minded manufacturers there, but we'll see what happens here. I mean, look, the 22 still has a fighting chance of possibly getting in the lead. This is still early on in the race as we look on board with Vecchio. You see how dark it is, but now, a lot can happen in the nighttime hours. A lot of strange stuff happens in the nighttime hours. The only thing that doesn't happen in the game is the odd animal deciding to come out and cross the track.
Yeah, you know, think about the things that have been brought out here on iRacing that have improved the realism quite a lot. We've had the weather overall, have rain, and just by the way, to anyone tuning into this broadcast, no chance of rain here for this running of the Spa 24. Maybe next year, we'll just have to wait and see. But don't have to worry about rain, although that is a part of the sim. We've seen the tire model get changed. The GT3 cars have had a massive refresh here for this season of iRacing. I don't know, come time for season 4 of 2027, we'll have the wildlife update where there's a random chance of you striking a deer during your stint, or a kangaroo in the case of the Bathurst 12. I'm not sure if we could air that, and I may have to take back what I just said a little bit later on once I'm done with this broadcast, but who knows, maybe iRacing will bring that out farther down the line. We'll just have to wait and see.
So for those in the iRacing who are employed by iRacing who are thinking about this, let's just, instead of calling kangaroos Joeys, let's call them all Rons. Let's just do that.
See, I've always wondered what sort of impact my broadcasting career would leave on the world around me. The Kangaroos being called Rons in the sim, specifically at Bathurst nonetheless. I'm not sure what sort of legacy that would leave me to have, but I would be quite happy with it.
Watching this battle around 25th spot right now as Kahan trying to get up to Pironin. Of course, Ruben Paulino still the engine of this train. It's Paulino in the 12, Pironin in the 2, Kahan in the 07, and now Kali Verda's joined the conversation, as well as Pablo Espes in the number 18 Chick Hicks Team BMV. As we see Verda trying to go around the outside, not going to make it happen. Still have the bus stop, or the chicane as it's more affectionately known. I'm still old enough to call it the bus stop. I do miss it there. That was such a fun part of the course, but nonetheless, everybody's still single file. Not the time to really push the envelope as of yet, Ron. But I would say, and I mentioned this with Jake, I think 6 hours ago, that's when you start to ramp up the intensity.
See, you know, I was going to say something after the other comments made a couple of moments ago, but I'll hold off on that point right now. But the intensity is really getting ramped up here as we slowly but surely encroach on yet another end of these stints. We're looking at around 26 to 28 laps, about an hour length. Just an hour straight, nothing more to say about than that. That's just about how long these stints are looking for these racers. And as we are getting to the end of this hour-long stint, we are starting to see these drivers turn up the wick a little bit, start to battle and dice and scrape and claw for every spot they can. It's getting intense all throughout this field. I wonder what sort of battles may flare up here soon. Will we see one flare up at the front? The two redline cars still have the stranglehold on this race that they have done throughout a decent chunk of it. About 3 to 4 tenths of a second separate those two, but they have a cushion between themselves and that Drago Racing 169 car. But this battle that we've got on screen right now, got some Ferraris in the midst and the BMWs running at the front and back of this choo-choo train as they head their way off through the mid sector. We are going to start to see these battles get intense and get hair-raising, and we may end up seeing someone fall victim to circumstances here as these battles get intense.
Well, for those of you racing, I'm glad you decided to choose us for your daytime entertainment, as this race here for position is entertaining. Again, it's 23rd on back to about, we'll call that 27th, where the Chick Hicks Racing team looking for Lightning McQueen to try and make some sort of position, but they're falling back because Verda still all over the back of Kahan through Blanchemont. Actually approaching Blanchemont. Here comes the 07 of Kahan going around the outside, try to make something happen. Didn't as of yet. It might have been too ambitious to try something going into Blanchemont. And something that I've mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, Ron, you know, we saw, I don't know if you watched any of the Spa 24, the real one, but Blanchemont, especially for the Porsches, it just seemed to have some sort of an issue.
You know, I will say from my own experience, and this is honest, folks, and you can take this however you want based off the driver that I am in the sim. I was running the Porsche here. The last time I actually drove a GT3 car here on iRacing, I'm more of an open wheel guy personally. I enjoy commentating sports car racing, but I can't really drive them to save my life. I remember running the Porsche around here quite some time ago in the sim. I was actually heading through Blanchemont. I went through there, hit the wall, and in the process of keeping my foot on the brakes, I was still continuing to contend the fact that I had my foot firmly planted on the brake pedal, and it was just the ABS that screwed me over. Rolled back onto track, got center punched by a Ferrari that was coming at 14 times the speed of sound, and I got pinged off to the moon as a result of all that. So I can firmly attest to the troubles that anybody in that Porsche 911 GT3 or the other 992 here in the sim can face heading off through Blanchemont around this racetrack.
So watching this battle for 17th, it's still the 99 of Garibaldi ahead of Alejandro Aven Ruiz Sanchez and Dino Felipe, who we watched on board for just a little bit this stint to kind of see how dark it really is. And, you know, we're starting to see the headlights take effect. And much like our friend Lorenzo said, yeah, they will take effect here shortly. Lorenzo will be joining us here at, oh, I pressed the wrong button. Lorenzo will be joining us here in just a little bit, but Ron Mons is joining me, so always nice to have Ron alongside us in this commentary booth. But yeah, this battle's so far shaping up, and it's not a battle of really trying to get around somebody, Ron, as much as it is where's the other driver putting their car, where can I put my car, and how can I catch up?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that are running in these drivers' minds. I've talked a lot throughout this broadcast already about the mental fortitude that it takes to do well in a race like this. There's so much stuff that balances in these drivers' heads throughout this race. You gotta wonder how exactly to tackle this race, how exactly to tackle overtaking your opponent, how to tackle some lap traffic if they ever have to run up to it, how to worry about the pit stops. There's so much that is on these drivers' minds throughout this race. It is mental overload at its fullest. So these racers, what separates the ones who can go to victory lane and the others who may end up running into some struggles is down to being able to compartmentalize it and just figure out, you know what, this is going on, but I need to stay focused on this at the present moment. It's an act of balancing chainsaws. If you can play it well, you'll get a job at the carnival. If not, you'll get your hand chopped off. I will also say as well, Jeremy, thank you very much for that, the very kind words you said a couple of moments ago. And that right there, folks, all of you tuning into this broadcast on the iRacing Esports Network and the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel, is the power of a $50 bribe.
I told my wife to give you 25. All right, I gotta check my account. But no, in all seriousness, yeah, that's nothing wrong there. So everybody, so Ron, I don't know if you have the YouTube chat. I think you have the YouTube chat up. I do too, because I'm kind of balancing, because I always like to answer questions, and everybody asks, oh, did the commentators watch? Yes, we watch. Even in real life when I'm working, I do watch. Somebody asked, what place is Nico Hülkenberg in? I don't know. I haven't seen him.
I don't believe he is running here in this race.
I don't think he is either, but no, we thank you for watching us on the official iRacing channel, whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, or on Twitch as well. Keep the questions coming, because who knows, you might see yours answered. Triantopoulos coming in, and usually that triggers right there in the number 19, the start of pit stops. I'm kind of curious. Now we're starting pit stops about, what, 45 minutes, when normally we would see anywhere from 50 minutes to an hour is that gap for the pit stops.
I will say, talking about that 19 car that we just saw come out of pit lane, we do have some racers throughout this field that are getting up there when it comes to their stints. I mean, I'm looking through, the highest driver that I see at the present moment in terms of the stint length, mind you, is Lucas Herman in the number 10 car, the Model Racing team. He's spent 23 laps on the stint at the present moment. That's only about 2 more than just about everybody else inside the top 10, with the exception of your current, actually, no, that is with everybody inside the top 10. I was going to say everybody inside the top 10 with the exception of the 11th place running Coanda Esports number 81 that spent 22 laps out there thus far. But varied strategies that we've got going on here at the present moment. I believe the next team that we will see make that call to come down pit lane, based off the available information that we have and the average stint length being around about 27 laps, will be the Chick Hicks team, Pablo Espez in that number 18 machine, currently classed in P26. He has spent 24 laps at the moment on this stint, so that will probably be the next driver that we see make that call to come down pit lane. But you're exactly right, we can hear the Jaws theme playing, but the Jaws isn't a car approaching, it's those pit stops approaching.
And there are certain signals so that we'll kind of watch how these pit stops will happen. So I think we're going to see another 1 to 2 cars come in, and then another car, and then once the leader comes into the pits, that's where you're going to see everybody come in, as now we have a new leader. It's Chris Lolum. And something that's interesting that Jake and I talked about earlier on in the race, why these 2 cars aren't jockeying for position to keep the back car to save fuel. Now, here's the thing: Drago's been on their tail most of the race, so that's one reason. Because if you open yourself up to something like that, you know that they're going to want to bite, especially Dries van Langendonk, as we've seen how tight that he has been all race long, all stint long, really, on Lilleman and Keitert. So that's one reason. Another reason, maybe the team just doesn't want to risk wrecking into one another, because it is easy to do. There's only a couple of real places where you can get that done.
And running around here at Spa, it is a fearsome track. This earlier on in the show, Jake and I were talking about the challenges around this track. This new version of Spa here in the sim, the old scan from 2009, don't have that anymore. Instead, we've got this brand new updated version. Some more gravel traps in some spots, some more runoff area in others, but this track is still just as fierce as it really ever has been. And these drivers challenging themselves, running in what is, in my book, one of the most challenging endurance races of the calendar year. You may not have to worry about that interclass battling. You may not have to worry about that multi-class battling, I should say, with prototype cars battling GT cars, or in the case of the other Nürburgring 24, seeing GT cars battle with touring cars. You don't have to worry about that in this race. You just got one class, but you've got a massive field of race cars, a close field of race cars, and a talented pool of drivers that will battle and scrape and claw for every single position that they can. So it may not be as long in terms of the track length as a Nürburgring 24. It may not feature as many different classes as the likes of the Daytona and Le Mans 24, but the Spa 24 in my books has got to be one of the most fearsome races for these drivers every single calendar year, both in the sim and in real life. We're seeing these drivers battle this challenge lap after lap as the sun is fully set, the lights are on these race cars, the headlights are veering around a track which is now beginning to cool, air temperatures dropping down, track temperature dropping down, now at 23°C and 74, I should say, Fahrenheit for the current track temps. So we are starting to see these cars have a slow evolution in the way they're driving as well.
And here's the thing: I rank the Spa 24 as one of the top 3 toughest events, endurance events in the world. Adding on to Daytona, I should say, I'm sorry, top 4. So we got Daytona, Sebring, and Bathurst endurance events as some of the toughest. Now that's not discounting, Le Mans. That's not discounting Nürburgring, as we see Pablo Espes in the pits. Now, in the next couple of laps, I think we're going to see the leaders come in for their next pit stop, because we've seen Espes pit 2 laps ahead of the leaders. But back to my point real quick, all these endurance races have a difficulty on their own. I just think Spa is just a little bit more grittier than others, as we see Paul Mune into the number 18 Chick Hicks Racing BMW, but Spa just has that certain allure to it, that certain grittiness that makes it that tough of an endurance race.
I like the term grittiness to describe this race. You have to have that grit, and you have to have that just the muscles to really be able to do well in this race. I've talked about the challenges already. Obviously, out there on the track, 19 fearsome turns around this over 4-mile long track that is formidable in the world of global motorsports as being a tough ride. And then you have to think about as well all the stuff that I mentioned in reference to the mental side of things for these racers as well. It is a task to do well here, and these drivers have been able to manage it quite well. We'll note as well, just on cue at a 26 lap long stint, the Chick Hicks team now being driven by Paul Mune. He's made that call to come down pit lane, currently classed down in 31st. He is still trundling his way through the pit exit at the present moment. More drivers going to make that call to pit, including the number 10 Mala Racing team, currently being driven by Lucas Herman. He's going to drop down outside the top 10 as a result of this call to come down pit lane, as we follow some drivers a little bit farther in the back, and their adventures down into the chicane. But the pit stops are firmly beginning now for yet another end of a stint.
Give it another lap or so, and then we will see everybody come down into pit road for yet another stint ending here. As you see the Male Racing team really falling through the order. Take a look at Coanda. They're finally up 8th, 9th, and 10th all together. It's been a while since we've seen Coanda, as They're looking pretty good. We'll see if they can capitalize on their pit stops. Of course, we have seen shuffling at the end of the pit stops, Ron, but at the same time, we have we've seen BMW M Team Redline just come up through the pack.
Yeah, those Redline cars have been an indomitable force thus far in this race. They're still running P1 and P2, the bump drafting duos. They head their way down the Camel Straight. It's been a strategy that's worked for them well thus far in this race. They've got that 169 Drago Racing Team entry, currently being driven in P3 at the present moment by Dries van Langendonk. So it's still a tense battle between those three. You got the two BMWs and the Ferrari right in tow. But as I've said many a time, and I will continue to raise here in the next few moments before I pass it off to Lorenzo Bonder here in the commentary booth and leave you two to cover the action over the next couple of hours. I gotta say, and I'll continue to say it, the Drago Racing Team, their best shot to really start to rattle the cage of those two Redline BMWs is just get back together. That 069 car would probably have to pull off a miracle and maybe even have to have a short stop. But if he can get up to it, that may end up helping that 169 car. So let's see if we may end up seeing that car be used as a little bit of a bargaining chip when it comes to that battle up at the front.
That's a good point. I never thought of that. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter who's been in the lead, Ron, as we see Tyre just taking a look to the inside. I don't think he's going to try anything on his teammate that he wouldn't try on himself. But there is a slower car right ahead of them. As look at the overhead shot. Look at how close. Look at the difference between the 20 and the 21 and the 21 and the 169 as they really close up here through what I think is one of the most toughest corners here on the circuit through No Name right now. But and this is just setting us up for some good battle. I think we're a couple laps in. But Ron, before we get to the end of this hour, give us your final thoughts. You've seen a lot here in these past couple of hours.
Yeah, I've gotten to see the past 2 hours of racing action here for the 2025 Spa-24 presented by Falken Tyre. This has been a brilliant event, and we still got a lot of racing action to look forward to here. 19 hours left on the clock. I'll be back in the broadcast booth in about 3 hours' time, but in those 3 hours, there's a lot that can happen. We're going to see more rounds of pit stops. There's going to be some coming up here in just a couple of moments on with these drivers probably eyeballing that call to pit in just 2 or 3 laps time at the longest for some of these racers. But it is still going to be 3 hours that will be chock full of racing action. And to all of you tuning into this broadcast right now on both the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel and the iRacing Esports Network, you better stay tuned because we have got a brilliant race to look forward to as the sun has dipped below the horizon and the pit stops are now starting.
Ron Moss, I'll see you in a couple of hours where you'll take my seat and I'll take your seat as we see the drivers coming into the pits. Let's welcome in the second voice that will join me for just about 3 hours. It's Lorenzo Bonder. Lorenzo, welcome aboard.
Thank you so much. Been very interesting to follow these first 6 hours of, basically first 5-6 hours of racing. It's going to be fun to commentate on, and I'm also here to discuss that waffles is much better than soup waffles. Sorry, Netherlands.
You see his Twitter, his X handle, X him. Don't X me on Instagram, please. All right, here come the leaders into the pits. Chris Lolum, Sam Kyder, Dries van Langendonk, all on pit road right now. We'll see who changes who, as so far no driver change as of yet, but I expect that to happen in the next couple of minutes. We've seen Dries van Langendonk with this long stint. Sam Kyder, though, Nicholas Rubelar in the 069 Drago Racing. They're all staying in as well. Looks like Privo will be in the 269 as the 001 and the 50 take their rightful part in the lead. They'll hold that lead for a couple of laps as they have done the overcut for these drivers. Xander Reed, Mitchell de Jong now in the 08. We see Ricardo Rico R in the 069 as drivers are starting to come down. It looks like that the first of the 3 BMW M Team Redline cars is is indeed out. Both on 1-2. Little bit of a battle coming off the pit road, but that looks like that's a battle between a lead lap car and a lap car, as once again, actually Dino Filippa will get out ahead of the BMW M Team Redline cars, but they have not pitted yet, so it's Lolem, Keitert, and Dries van Langendak who are the three drivers we saw up front. Now they are the aggregate lead in fourth place. Ricardo are your new driver on the 069, and a lot of driver changes, it looks like, as Drago Racing 269 also has a new driver.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit hard to keep up. Meanwhile, we see some of the back markers. I think that's P30 doing the taking his lap back. That's Chick Hicks team. I love the team name already. Chick Hicks team. I just need the Lightning McQueen team now in my top split. Then I can say the ciao. Then the triage complete, because I already seen maybe references to Team Dynaco, but anyway, I'll get back to racing. It's been a good game of cat and mouse of sorts, hasn't it? Because I know Drago, I think, took advantage of one of the maybe fumbles of Team Redline's strategy and trying to stay within contact. But it's that thing you guys were saying, you know, having, you know, both Redline cars a little bit of an advantage, and it's going to be hard for them to, you know, get that first place back unless they have a fourth element in the mix.
So Gianni Vecchio, the driver in the 22 still. Let's see here. Mitchell Dion, Lucas Herman. So there were a couple of driver changes, but none too many. Looks like that right now the theme of the race is double stint your drivers or triple stint, as we see Isaac Gillickson and Dino Filippa into the pits. So Jarno Koch has at least two more laps before they will come into the pits. So right now, Chris Lolem, Sam Keitert, and Dries van Langendak, your second, third, and fourth place drivers. There's Dino Filippa, currently P6, heading down pit road.
Oh, and he's going to drop down more places. These guys are going to be basically 1 minute and a half already. Even so, more, maybe 1 minute and 40 whenever they pick up speed and they come back on the pit lane. That would place him, I think, in the field right about P21, 22-ish. So I think that's going to be their relative real position when they come back to the pit lane, and let the race resume while we can still see this three-man chase that Drago is putting up on the Redline cars.
We got to stop and figure too that these drivers are losing about 93 seconds on pit road with a normal, quote-unquote, normal pit stop. So as I see Nicolas Tielitz with a 41.5 second pit stop in that 3:15. So he's got to make his way down through pit road, as more and more drivers going in for their next stint of tires. As we're almost a quarter of our way through this race already. Man, lots of action. If you're just joining us now, thank you for joining us. We'll have a recap once we go on to part 2, as this race kind of bunched up into parts. YouTube wouldn't let us do 24 hours straight, and probably for good reason, because I think we'd all go a little crazy nonetheless. We'll cycle out announcers as well throughout the race, so some of us, you know, you won't hear all of us all day, because that would be a little nutty if that was the case.
Well, nobody's more than Nate. I can tell you that much. Well, unless you're Hugo Luis, because that's the only individual who can actually say here in RaceSpot that actually pulled out, if not a 24-hour race nonstop, close to it. Even though I know Hugo's brain is not going to say much about it, or Hugo himself is not going to be out of that record, I think.
It'll look like the meme that you see with the dog superimposed with the war, and you know, all that fun stuff. Would not be surprised to see Jarno Koch come into the pits here in just a little bit. GridandGo.com Esports 101 running a reverse running a great overcut there, as we see once again two cars deciding to become one, as Alex Kayon able to get ahead. Yeah, that's been happening all race long.
Okay, that has been happening all race long. Well, we've seen that with
That too.
with Dino.
Spins. It's the second spin that we've seen coming out of pit road for a driver who's been up near the front. Kahan able to get through past Radillion and Radion and able to get back on the circuit.
I don't know if he has any damage like Dino had, because he hit the back left of the car first and came back into the track. The car, when I think stopped, looked like to be okay, but that's a hard impact nevertheless. Cold tires is that thing. The one thing you really don't want to be is risky coming out of the pit lane, and we saw that happening with Dino a few hours back, and it happened again. And I'm going to be honest, I think it's going to happen a few more times, especially when nighttime comes.
And especially because the temperature is getting colder. If you missed Ron's little forecast, 22 degrees Celsius, the air temperature 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temperature down to 23 degrees Celsius, 74 degrees Fahrenheit. We're going to see that because, you know, with the new tire model, some of these drivers are still getting used to it, mostly cloudy skies, 48% humidity. So with the sun going down, it's getting more and more humid. As you see, 10:16 p.m. the sim time through Spa-Francorchamps. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens, to see how fast some of these drivers can get their tires up to speed, especially because that pit out is so long from when you leave pit road to when you rejoin the racetrack.
Yeah, I think if I did I could be wrong. The last time I did that, you lose about nearly a full minute doing the full run because it is 60 kilometers, right? Coming from the top of the hill all the way down to the bottom of the hill into Eau Rouge. So it's quite of a big loss if you have like a drive-through or something like that. But the problem is with current iRacing tires on GT3s, they operate in a very sensitive way that you cannot push the tires already early out. They're going to take some time for it to grip up, right? So you really don't want to be pushing out of the pit lane, otherwise you're going to see what happened with Kaon right there. So you might have to take a little bit of a more conservative route on the uphill, and that's why you lose about 2-3 seconds extra, just because you really want to be safe coming out of the pit lane and you avoid those kinds of mistakes.
On board was sixth place Rainier Talvar in the number 89 BMW M Team BS competition. BMW, he's chasing down Ricardo Rico R in the number 069 Drago Racing Ferrari, as we see now the battle actually in real time as they go down through No Name. We've seen Drago look pretty good so far today. Right now they sit 4th and 5th as well as 7th, so 3 cars in the top 10. Really, they're not the only team with 3 cars in the top 10. That also obviously goes to BMW M Team Redline with cars right now 2nd, 3rd, and 7th. Of course, that will change here in just a little bit of time when Jarno Koch comes into the pits in that number 001, gridgo.com esports 001. And really, more's not been said about how good their pit strategy has been, Lorenzo, because now we're running 3, maybe I think we might be running 4 laps here shortly between pit stops, which will be absolutely fantastic. So what looks like to me is they somehow have been adding a lap each and every stint, which, as we said, they may not be able to run one less pit stop, but that final pit stop could be crucial in the win. So that 001 is going to be one to watch.
It is, but I don't think they're going to be much of a factor, maybe coming out to 24 hours. Of course, it is an alternate strategy they're running on, and it's very good for that you run on that strategy and you're consistently fast in it. They're running pretty much same laps as the leaders are. They're about a few hundreds of a second slower than the leaders, like 30 thousandths of a second or something like that, slower than the leaders. So on average pace. So it's good management that you can do that, but I don't think it's going to be an ultra effect on the race itself if it maintains that way within the final hours. I still think that this is Redline's race to lose at the current moment, because they have 2 cars in front. They've been pushing each other pretty much the majority of the race, even though Dries is right behind them, marking, you know, them like a closed pit bull or a guard dog.
Yeah, I can see that. You know, I think that's a fair assessment. But here's the thing. Van Langendock is going to be out of the car at some point. So who's going to be in that 169 next? That's the first question. Second question is, how much longer can Team Redline really run at the pace they're running, especially at night when things are going to get colder, a track's going to get just a little bit slicker. You know, it'll be very interesting to see how this race plays out, and that's the joys of an endurance race. You can go in there, think you know the winner, and it can be totally, completely opposite, because strange things can happen. We saw that at the start of the race. There are no Williams sim cars because of an incident. Jarno Kok is now in the pits, so we'll see where he ends up as your new leaders once they come down past the pit straight. It will be Chris Lolum and Sam Keitert in the 20 and 21 BMWs.
No, my guess he's going to be in between Simify and WSR Red. That are currently sitting in 20th first in the grid. Let's just say full run into the pit lane, then probably also coming out of the pit lane as well. As BS goes on the inside for an overtake, and easy done overtake. I didn't think that Jago was going to fight that much. I thought they were going to bring at least some pizzazz inside of the corner. But then again, it's also time management as well.
Jarno Kok is out of the car. Aaron Vasquez is in the car. But remember, that 001 had a 30-second lead, so I would expect them to be in 13th, 15th, somewhere around there as the field works their way around. Also, Ryan Van de Grip is in the pits.
That makes sense. It could be. We'll see whenever they come out, whenever actually Aaron comes out of the pit lane. Also, is that a driver's stop? Is that Aaron coming in for the car? I could be wrong. Oh, it is Aaron. Aaron's coming into the car. Yeah, that's correct.
So 41.6 is their pit stop for the gridandgo.com esports 001. Right now sitting in 11th. They'll probably end up around 12th, depending on if that Simify Esports 22 can use the warmer tires ahead of them. So really every pit stop, they've just gotten better and better when they've come out. So that's always a good sign.
No, it is an encouraging sign for them. It's a team that you would expect right out of the gate to be within top 10 or even top 3. We've saw Sven lead 24 hours of Spa before. It's not the first time we've seen them lead, but of course they were leading with other cars around. So leading by your own on an offset strategy, even though you are going a little bit later than everybody else, it's a big factor. But it's a good thing for them to stay within contention, stay within a really good battle, and close to the top 10. You're about 4 seconds behind Belica. It might go down that gap eventually when Vasquez tires picks up. And then we can see the true speed of the top iRacing in iRacing today.
It's going to battle for 8th between Coanda Esports 08. Behind the wheels, Mitchell De Jong. And Lucas Herman still behind the wheel of the number 10 Mali Racing Team BMW. Looking pretty good as they work their way around Blanchemont. Still not doing too bad as the field working their way through the chicane. And I'll tell you what, it's just been a story of the BMWs this year as they've basically all but dominated the top 10. You take a look, there's three Ferraris and 2 Porsches in there. The rest are BMWs. So you've got 5 BMWs in the top 10 all around. It's been very interesting of late to see, not only in real life, but in the sim, how good they've all been.
I think the BOP, the Wednesday's BOP had something to do with it. I think it took away a little bit of the homogeneity. Well, I'm not gonna say the word English. The fact that it would be basically a one-car make. If we had with the previous BOP, it would mostly be McLarens all around the racetrack. So the fact they put up a new BOP, I think, brought the Ferrari, the BMW, and the Porsche into that fray. You can even argue Lamborghini was really fast, but the Lamborghini has a few setbacks that I think on a long run would affect the car. Plus, it doesn't act very well, I think, on hot weather, if I remember correctly, in comparison to the other cars. And we only saw one Lamborghini. I think that's the so-packed Lamborghini that we've been seeing this race. So, of course, we would like to see more cars, more brands featured within top 10, top 15. But the fact that we have 3 brands, nevertheless, is really good.
And am I hearing right, or am I hearing the rumors that there may be new manufacturers on the horizon? As you take a look at the bottom of your screen, there's the website for live timing, so you can see the same timing and scoring that we have here at RaceSpot and iRacing. But back to the point we were trying to make, didn't I hear right that there will be a new manufacturer here in the coming months?
I'm just looking through out the window to see if there's a sniper. Give me a second. No snipers. Good. My wife is close to me. She's not a sniper as well, so I'm fine. I'm safe. I think so. I would trust that. I think might be either the Lexus or the Aston Martin. But then again, it's just rumors. It's talking gossip. Because, but then again, would it be the Lexus or would it be the Toyota? Because they just unveiled an GT car that is actually going to be featured in GT3 races, I think 2027 at Goodwood.
I think I heard it was under the Toyota banner, because yeah, I remember that they unveiled, not only did they unveil the GT3 spec, they unveiled the street car spec as well. So yeah. I've got to say this, Rumors was a darn good album from Fleetwood Mac as well.
Oh, that's a good one. I need to listen to Fleetwood Mac more. I know I've been away. It's like my rock knowledge is good, but Fleetwood Mac I'm very weak on. I'm very weak on Fleetwood Mac.
So there are some here in the chats that may get a kick out of this one. My wife and I, we're big music fans. You know, we try and listen to as much different stuff as we can. She goes to me one day, she goes, you know, all Fleetwood Mac is a bunch of people who slept together and they're all pissed off about it and they're gonna let you know about it. And on that bombshell, we've been watching the young hotshot in the number 169 of Dries van Langendak. He's been really setting it to the BMW M Team Redline cars, and you see how close he gets. He's just catching up to, ladies and gentlemen, remember, he's only 14 years old. So we're going to give you a little bit of fan immersion. Let's watch the onboard camera of the 169 of Dries van Langendak, the Drago Racing Ferrari, and you hear the wonderful sounds of the prancing horse. 169 that you've seen for a couple of laps. Lucas Bio with his second long pit stop of the race. Actually, the second in a row, Lorenzo. So wonder what the heck happened there to where he's having to do 2 of these long pit stops. We're now at 3 minutes and 37 seconds.
It's interesting. Caught me out by surprise, I'm not gonna lie, but it is what it is. I hope they haven't had the same mistake as who had the mistake on the 69? Was that Ricardo Rico? Was that that was Rubula, I think, when he came out of the pit lane and did a double hit on the exit. So
yeah, that was Rubula because Rico just got on, got in the car.
Yeah, it makes sense. So whenever he actually came out of the pit lane, that could happen. So fortunately, that I think that wasn't the case. Also, fortunately, there is not the hard barrier on the outside portion of the curve that would separate what would be the exit of the pit lane, the F1 pit lane or the normal pit lane to the entrance one. So it's good that has only now cones separating it. But I don't know what could cause it. Maybe a disconnect or something far unknown for us.
Yeah, weird things have happened. We see Rasmus Christensen currently 15th, trying to chase down Isaac Gillison in the number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Ahead of him is Lucas Perez. But behind Christensen, he has Oskari Kaikkonen in the 114. So 2 great battles here. Again, now we've gotten to the point where we're looking at great battles and saying, okay, you know what, they're running, got to run a couple of tenths faster than somebody else just to keep up. Or it's just a matter of where are you going to catch the lap down traffic?
Yeah, because that traffic always going to be a hamper in everybody's race. We know that traffic gives and traffic takes. That's basically the motto of some people would say multi-class racing. That's more for multi-class racing than one-make race that we would see in GT3s. But even then, even in GT3s, that is just as difficult. And I think being one-make is more difficult because you have cars having the same performance, and the performance is there for everyone. So it makes the overlapping maybe a little bit more difficult, or taking the lap back. If you have a faster pace at the current moment than the leaders, just as difficult because you really don't want to hamper their race. But then again, you're racing your own race in that sense. So it's important to have these kind of, mindset. And I was actually looking about Spa, the history of Spa, the 24 Hours of Spa. It's been a primarily GT race, right?
Yeah, it has been.
Okay, fair. Okay. But do you know a car that would normally be associated with touring cars actually already won this race in 1999, which is the Peugeot 306 GTI.
Okay, so that's actually interesting to note.
Yeah, I think it's on the museum. I think, if I remember correctly, they have a museum around Spa. So it's a GTI version of the car that won a 24 Hours of race, driven by Frédéric Bouvy, Emmanuel Collard, and Antoine Beltoise. But they won in 2000 as well. And it was the last race for touring cars. After that, it became part of the FIA GT Championship, because after that it was basically free. You could have touring cars. We have the BMW C20Is that normally are known for the WTCC. Had the RSR, so back in 1993, and before that, or even after that. But truly GT, it only became part of the calendar within 2001 when they brought it within the FIA GT Championship, and then it was actually a proper multi-class race because you had the NGTs, which were the predecessors to GT2s, and also the GT1 cars, so what would be the GT1 cars. And after that, it never stopped becoming GT.
All right. Come for the racing, stay for the knowledge. I actually do miss that GT1 class because when I started as a race official, they were really in their heyday. Actually, the first ever pro race I worked was the 2007 ALMS race at Road America. And that was when it was a 4-hour race. So then I was actually stationed in Meadow Bottoms. And let's just say I got to see the R8 in person at Anger. It was also one of the few races the Maserati GT1 was in competition.
I gotta say, man, don't get me wrong. I know iRacing has the GT1s and HPDs, and thank God we're gonna have the Portimão race in August to cover on. I think that's 1,000 miles or something like that of Portimão.
1,000 kilometers, yeah.
1,000 kilometers of Portimão. So, and I'm definitely going to be running that. I actually do too, because two splits, because I'm not going to lie, I'm a sucker for the HPD. I've always have been. Never will leave that, as I think nearly they're open for St. Coy to go for the lead. Go back to you, and I'll get back to my points later. Even though they're not going to overtake.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Algarve is such a beautiful circuit to begin with. Oh, so beautiful. Still got two great battles on the... There you go. Still got two great battles here on the circuit. You see the battle for the lead as Dries van Langendonk. He's probably been the only driver that we've seen that has been able to hang with the BMW M Team Redline drivers. The Drago Racing Ferrari number 169. Not able to get around, but we do see that Tyre is looking to the inside of Lolum, and I think that they're going to swap positions, and indeed they are. So for the time being, move Tyre to the lead, but little surprised that they did it with as close as Van Langendonk has been. All race long. You also have this battle between Mitchell de Jong in the 08 Coanda Esports Porsche and Lucas Herman in the number 10 Mali Racing Team BMV, as looks like a couple lap cars racing each other, as is their right, going down the straightaway, but going into Lacombe, and they'll go through Brussels here in just a little bit. Can't race too long because they're going to have that faster traffic up on them really quick.
Yeah, but one thing I really want to bring up on the on Mitchell and the kind of Porsches, we saw them having a really good qualifying. They eventually dropped down, I think, because of the weakness of the Porsche grip in comparison to other cars. As we see the number 83 give room. That's P45. That's the last running car in Zenith Esports, and driven by Sergio Ignacio. I would watch them in the keep an eye on them in the night, Jeremy. I know there's still some daylight. Of course, we are on summer hours here in Europe. Well, I'm based in Europe, and it usually goes darker close to 11 p.m. That's why it is the Spot 24 is actually the race with the shortest nighttime drive, because it comes morning around 5-ish p.m. 5:30. So it's going to be interesting to watch the Porsches maybe start to rise up. I'm not going to say from the ashes, but maybe start to pick up more pace, because that's where they excel. You know, low track, low temperatures, where you can be fast. Of course, I think the fuel might be a little bit of a deficit for them. But other than that, man, it's a team to observe, especially within nighttime.
Well, I mean, we've noticed over the past couple of stints that it seems like once we get 3/4 into a stint, so this is going to be about the time we might, a little bit past this, we'll start to see a fall off from the tires. So one has to wonder if the heat really, not necessarily, not saying it's hot, but you know, it's the sun reflecting off the pavement, that could have affected the tires. You're on board with 16th place Oskari Kaikkonen in the number 114 PGZ P1Docs.com Porsche. Ahead of him, that's where Rasmus Christensen is. The good news is for Kaikkonen, he's really got nobody to battle with behind him, as the closest competitor behind is in 17th, Leo Gariboli, with the number 99 Apex Racing Team 99, who is locked in a battle of his own. But let's watch and see how he gets through into Lacombe.
Fuel saving a little bit.
Yeah. Yep. Another spot to watch out for will be going into Yep. There's a little bit of fuel saving there, but you'll really be able to notice it through campus, I think. And then especially into the chicane. So let's hang here for a little bit unless there's something else bigger going on, which looking at timing, there's really not. But Lorenzo, talk us through what, as a driver, what you're going through at night, knowing that you still have to compete, but, oh, by the way, you still need to save fuel.
It's a little bit tough, you know, especially when basically all your markers are gone, or what we would call the natural braking markers, right? Because sometimes drivers don't have time to be looking within the boards, right? The 100-meter boards. You just try to pick up a natural spot, whether it's going to be a patch of grass or maybe a catch fence that you normally recognize and something like that. It's harder for you to recognize that, especially if you're driving alone. So you have to rely, like all drivers always have to rely on headlights. But because they've done so many laps on this racetrack, whether it's going to be through officials, because officials are actually within for them to practice, but it's cut down by 40% fuel, and it's not truly nighttime. It's more like dusk-ish. They still can get that reference. They can still practice it, but they can do the team practice sessions where they can go in, fiddle with the car, see how it is going for them, check if there are nighttime adjustments to suit the car very well, and continue to do so. Because the one thing that you really don't want to be doing as a team is a lot of adjustments, as that could unbalance your car maybe throughout the run. Let's just say in an adverse condition, let's just say the rain starts to pick up.
Yeah, you definitely want to watch out for pickup. I mean, you're starting to see some of the gravel getting picked up and getting thrown on the course. And, you know, it used to be, especially in iRacing, where, you know what, you'd have it there for 1, maybe 2 laps and it wouldn't be an issue. Now with this new model, it seems like that we're seeing, you know, in spite of these drivers, you know, kicking up, you know, a wheel or two in the gravel, that it's still there, and it could cause, you know, problems more than just the driver who picked it up.
Yeah, because now you're throwing to other drivers, so there is a good chance if you're throwing to other drivers whenever you go into the line, let's just say right here into pit path, the driver could basically understeer the car or oversteer depending on corner entry and how much marbles or let's just say gravel you might have on your tire, and the grip loss is going to be true. You're seeing right there on Campus Estavolo. So there is a lot of, I'm not going to say debris, but all of these sand coming into the track, and that takes away a little bit of the grip on the cars. I'm not going to say on a lap per lap basis, but a 1-2 corner basis and anything like that. So they have to be cautious about how they approach that. And you can see all this terrain behind Lucas Perez saving fuel. That's the first car within the G&G that we're seeing being driven by the Spaniard of Aaron Vasquez.
It's been a great battle here. Most of the race where you're seeing Perez and Vasquez nose to tail with the Gillison and Christensen, as well as Kaikkonen, all involved in this battle. It seems like it gets tighter and tighter, but this really is where Vasquez needs to be if he wants to have some sort of contention, is sitting there and not necessarily battling for position, because each and every lap he's able to gain that extra lap to continue on the continue on board to the you know, basically lead, I should say. I had to think of that 4-letter L word. English sometimes fails me, even though I'm a broadcaster. But nonetheless, you're seeing the 2 Ferraris go nose to tail with another one behind them. Now you got to wonder, how much longer will they stay in station, basically nose to tail?
Yeah, but I think in my point of view, if I'm Vasquez right now, my biggest problem right now is track position. Let's just say they are 48 something seconds, right? And the problem is I've been just looking towards the laps right here right now. Coenda last lap was a 15.5. That's not the fastest lap of the race. I think the fastest lap is a 15.4, if I am correct. That's done by Drago. But that's a very fast pace. Now they just done a 15.8. It needs to, this train needs to collaborate a little bit better. I don't know if somebody has to take lead or be in a faster lead. I'm not saying that Perez is a slow lead, but for grid and go, the track position is important as it stands. Not only the 5-lap offset they have on other teams in terms of fuel.
Those of you joining us on the iRacing YouTube page, welcome to part 2. I'm Jeremy Scott alongside Lorenzo Bonder. Ramiro Augustine Cisneros is our producer back in the truck. It's been a very interesting opening stanza to this race. If you missed the start, oh boy, did you miss a lot. We started green automatically. At least 16 cars were involved in an opening lap crash at the top of Radion.